So good morning all racing fans all across the world. Welcome to the beautiful Bikernieki racetrack here in Riga, Latvia. The season 2022 is about to start and the DeWALT Grand Prix is the opening round of the Baltic States super duper doomed Touring Car Championship here, and we're going to start off the weekend with a beautiful Porsche GT3 CUP here already on the start grid. We have a driver's parade right now. All of the cars lined up, all of the drivers happy and smiling. That is good news. So we're going to be a little multilingual to this weekend. Obviously, we have to cover the Latvian fans and the English ones as well. So wherever you're joining us on YouTube, Facebook, on TV4, welcome once again. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, esat sveicināti DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Sezonas starts pirmais posms šeit Bikernieku trasē Rīgā, Latvijā. Un es domāju, nav vēl skaistāk un brīnišķīgāk veidi, kā iesākt skaistu nedēļas nogalu. Un tāpēc aicināšu šeit priekšā burvīgo, brīnišķīgo Santu, un viņa mums nodziedās Latvijas himnu. Sagaidām!
Dievs svētī Latviju, mūs dārgo Teviju, svētī Latviju, ak svētī to. Dievs svētī Latviju, mūs dārgo Teviju, svētī Latviju, ak svētī to. Kur Latviju meitas dzied, kur Latviju dēli dzied, laid mūs tur, lai mediet mūs Latvijā. Kur Latviju meitas dzied, kur Latviju dēli dzied, laid mūs tur, lai mediet mūs Latvijā.
Thank you very much, Santa. Paldies, Santai. Fantastisks sākums sacensībā. Nu, tātad, kā jau teicu, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 aiziet. Pirmie trasē dosies Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņu ar ļoti jaudīgām mašīnām un ļoti daudziem pārsteigumiem. Tā skaitā ar čali, kurš pirmo reizi startē autosporta sacīkstēs ar tādu automašīnu un uzreiz startēs no pole position, bet to mēs tūlīt visu noskaidrosim. Tagad laižam parādus braucienā skaistajā Bikernieku trasē un tad jau sāksies gonka. So, as I said, welcome once again to the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 season opener, and the parade is starting and the first cars are in the racetrack. We will start off the season with the first race of the Porsche GT3 CUP, and obviously followed by many very powerful cars also from the Baltic Touring Car Championship, the BMW 325 Cup. Also, we'll see some formulas, historics, and obviously a full day packed tomorrow with a lot of races to do. But I'm handing over the microphone to my colleagues, commentators in the booth. And that's the one and only, the legendary Thomas Vabame. Thomas, if you can hear me, let's have a good weekend and see you out there in the racetrack. Un, protams, arī sveiciens Artūram Virbulim. Viņš šodien būs galvenais komentētājs. Pieslēgšos viņam pastarpināt sacensību vidū. Bet šāja vaļā būs super jaudīga nedēļas nogala. Aiziet!
Good morning, everybody, from this beautiful racetrack of Bikernieki in Riga. We have gorgeous weather here in Latvia. Although it's not that warm in Baltics, the late spring, late April, early May, you can't know what you get. Today we have get lots of sunshine, but the day is rather cool, just 5 degrees. So the temperature outside but the competition will be hot, I'm sure. We will have 2 days full of racing. Today we will have 7 sprint races until the lunch, and then 6-hour endurance race after the lunch. The first racing start will be for Porsches, actually. Porsche Carrera Sprint Challenge North European Zone. Anyway, Porsche Carrera GT3 CUP cars, there are 16 of them, so it's very good field. We will show you them closer when they will take their grids. That is first race which starts at 10 o'clock, then the second race at 10:40 for BTC 1, 2, 3 classes and V1600. Third race will be another cherry on the cake. Starts at 11:15 and the track will be occupied by 36 BMW 325 Cup cars. Then at noon at 12:00 Porsches will go onto the track for their second race, which will be followed by historic single-seaters. Formula Historic, they start their race 1 at 12:40 and it's their sole race for today. Formulas will race another time tomorrow. And single-seaters will be followed by a second race for PTC 1, 2, 3 and the 1600 cars. And the final sprint race of the day will be for BMWs at 13:55. Then we will have a lunch break, and at 3 o'clock, 15:00, the start will be given for Baltic Endurance Championship 6-hour race. So that's the schedule for today. Of course, we will have after endurance race, we will have awards ceremony, except Porsche drivers will be given their prizes directly after their races, after race 1 and after race 2. So that's about today's schedule, and you can see the cars on their parade laps. This is Raivis Meiland's car number 881, BMW 116. The new for this year class, actually it's kind of subclass for E1600. Many different cars, as you can see. But talking about Porsches, we really, this Porsche NEZ series have really taken off this year. We have 16 cars on the grid and 11 of them are new 992 generation cars. You can see one of them, actually many of them, on the back straight between hospital and cinema turns. There is camera car also on the track. So yes, they are parade laps, and this is number 77, Thomas Padovani, one of the favorites maybe, but I will talk about this a little bit later. Lots of different kinds of cars, lots of different classes. It may be a little bit difficult to understand and to make the difference who is driving who. BTC 1, 2, 3 and V1600, there are actually 4 or even 5 classes how you look at them on the track, and they have quite a different speed also. But it's a part of the game, you have to be good. So Porsches are now returning from their parade laps and they're going to take their places on the preliminary grid already. We still have some time because their start is scheduled for 10 o'clock. There is still 19 minutes to go. But this car number 92 is the poleman, Kaius Sixnelis, who yesterday took the pole. And we can give over to Oscars.
Godāms un kungi, esam uz starta grīda. Tūlīt pirmais brauciens iesvaļām, kā jau Artūrs teica, Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņas pirmais brauciens. Apbalvosim, starp citu, pēc katra iebrauciena, tā kā būs varēni interesanti. Bet šojam vaļā, tūlīt parunāsim ar cilvēku, kurš pirmo reizi sēž salona automašīnā, aizvedījis pamatīgi labu karjeru kartingā un tagad izcīnījis pirmo starta pozīciju šajā kvalifikācijas braucienā Porsche ieskaitē. So, we're gonna head off with the Baltic Championship, the Northern European Championship, and the races here in BaTCC racetrack. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is about to start, and the first cars on the grid are the Porsche GT3 CUP. And what a fantastic start it has been for this guy over here, the car number 92. Ladies and gentlemen, the debut in the Porsche GT3 CUP, and not only in this class, but in a car. He's been racing in karting for many years. He's been very successful in the category, and now he is in the pole position of this race. From Lithuania, it's Kājus Siksnelis. I wish we would have a chance to have a chat with him before the start of the race. He looks ready. The team manager is working also on his seat belts, adjusting everything, should be ready for the race, and then we'll see. We have plenty of cars on the start grid. Total of 16 Porsches are ready to rock and roll here in beautiful Bikernieki racetrack. Kājus is focused. You can tell by his eyes and his attitude that he's ready to race and prove that he's fast here in Bikernieki racetrack. What a fantastic debut it has been so far. I wish we'll have a little chat with Kājus, at least a few words to hear from him. Kājus, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm good.
What a debut for you in a Porsche GT3 CUP. Tell me, what are the feelings behind the wheel of this car?
Well, the feeling is quite nice, to be honest. It has a lot of traction and it feels quite good around this track as well.
Did you expect to be on the pole position on your very first race in your life?
Well, coming into this weekend, we didn't expect anything. We came here just to learn as much as we can for the next weekend in Imola. So I think we done that already, and we still have 2 races today.
All right, we wish you best of luck, and obviously it's going to be a tough battle. 16 cars on the grid. It should be very fun out there.
I think so, yeah. Top 10 is pretty close. Yeah, I think it will be quite a interesting race.
All right, see you out there.
Thank you, see you.
Cheers. So that was Kājus Siksnelis for you guys. The pole position. The young fellow is going to do a lot of races this year in Europe, but this weekend we'll see him here in Bikernieki racetrack in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And on the second position, as you can see, it's the legendary Thomas Padovani. The man himself is ready to show how it's done. Thomas, fantastic looking car, fantastic looking drivers, and you should be happy. You're on the first row of the race.
Yeah, that's the right position.
How tough it is in such a competition with young guys like Kājus coming out and showing how it's done.
I mean, yeah, the time difference was very small yesterday. Let's see now. It's a new day. So.
What have you been doing this spring? How have you been preparing for the races, upcoming races? Doing any testing and stuff like that as well?
Yeah, we received the cars a bit later in the spring, so we did like 2 days testing only, but some gym and some sim, and that's it.
All right, we wish you best of luck, and obviously let's see some good battles out there.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Thomas Padovani starting from P2. It's going to be fantastic view out here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Sorry for that. Wherever you're watching, join us on Facebook, on YouTube, and obviously on TV4 as well. This weekend, we are live throughout the whole 2 days, and we're going to be showing best of action there is in the beautiful Bikernieki racetrack in Riga, Latvija. Ko, dāmas un kungi, tad, kā jau teicu, ātrais lietuvietis pirmajā debijas sacīkstē šeit Bikernieki trasē pie Porsche GT3 kausa mašīnas pie stūras un centīsies pamatīgi pastrādāt. Tomas Padavāni arī nav nekāds lēnais džeks. Tā starpības starp viņiem ļoti maz bija kvalifikācijas braucienā. Tas nozīmē tikai viens sacīkste būs ļoti aizraujoša un 2 dienu garumā. Šeit būs ļoti daudz skaistu braucienu ar nepacietību. Protams, jau gaidām arī BMW 325 kausa izcīņu šeit šodien uz starta, kā jau Arturs stāstīja. Tik daudz mašīnas pieteicās DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, ka visas pat nevar uz starta iziet, mums vienkārši nepietikt viņām visām vietas. Tāpēc tika aizvadīta gan kvalifikācija, gan, protams, arī pusfināli, un tur, diemžēl, daži palika aiz strīpas. Bet tas nekas, tie, kas būs uz starta, tie noteikti pacīnīsies par skaistām uzvarām. Tur, starp citu, ja nešaubos, Valters Ziedrs, tieši latvietis, ir uz pole position, tā kā visas cerības uz mūsējiem. Šājam vaļā! Tūlīt Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņas dalībnieki dosies savā iesildīšanās aplī, un tad jau redzēsim pirmo sacensību braucienu. Aiziet!
Thank you, Oscars. And back to the Porsches, you see 16 gorgeous Porsches on the grid. The qualification was during yesterday. Actually, it was a two-stage qualification. First, everybody went onto the track, and here is top 8. You see very different nations, 4 different nations on 4 first positions. So it's really international. The only shame is that there are no Latvian drivers present, but we hope it will change soon. And talking about cars, there are 16 cars and 11 of them are the newest 992 generation. So Kaju Siksnelis was fastest in the so-called Super Pole between 10 fastest cars from the first stage of qualification. And his best lap time was just 0.094 seconds faster than Thomas Padavani, so they were really close, and third place man Thomas Kangro was not that far either. And the second half of the grid, you can see only Finnish drivers. Basically this series are Finland based. It started in Finland as a Finnish championship, but extended to Northern European or NEZ zone. So to give more international taste, and you can see that there are several competitors from Baltic states as well. So Kaju Siksnelis is the poleman. This car will feature in our 6-hour race as well. But and this is Siksnelis' onboard camera, so we will see from him how this thing is done. Bikernieki racetrack is quite a tricky one, of course, well known for not everybody actually, because Finnish drivers, I think they were Porsche Cup was last time at Bikernieki in 2019, 3 years ago, so no so much experience for these drivers. And Kaju Siksnelis, really, he has first car race at all, so taking pole position for his very first car race, it's really good achievement from him. But if you take into account that he was bronze medalist in World Junior Karting Championship and FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner, so what you expect, he must be at the top even with those cars. And the pace car is already moving, and it means that the warm-up lap will start, actually has started already. And this is how it looks from a driver's perspective, actually not simply drivers, but from poleman's perspective. Kaju Siksnelis, the 17-year-old Lithuanian, starting from pole position for his very first car race. His main program this year is Italian Porsche Carrera Cup. The first round will be next weekend at Imola, so he's a very international man as well. And number 22, Jari Ollila, is 16th on the grid. And here a little view onto the Bikernieki track. This is between turns 3 and actually there is quite some confusion about how many turns Bikernieki track has. There is no official information, but this picture comes from the, I would say, the most crucial part of the track, so-called the bridge or tunnel turn. It's going over the crest, turning quite heavily, and it is followed by a long straight, so it's extremely important. And another thing, it's extremely easy to lose your car here, go out onto the gravel or even into the wall, so you must be very careful here not to make any mistakes. And camera shows there is camera shows not what it is supposed to show. Unfortunately, it wasn't fixed, quite tough. But hopefully we will see good action anyway. And now cars are closing into the hospital turn. It is 90-degree right-hander, quite tricky, as are all the turns on this track. And now pace car is already at Cinema turn. It's got his name from the Riga Film Studio, which is situated right maybe a few hundred meters from there. And this is the final part of the track already. Very fast turn, right-hand turn. And the next turn, which I hope we will be shown, is Witch Kettle. Actually, it is here. It goes a little bit downhill, a left-hand turn. It's much slower than you see on this picture, and very tricky. Runoff areas in Riga are very small, although there are some. And then cars are closing to the main straight. There are just 2 turns remaining. Sandhill is another very fast right-hander. It is here, and the final turn will be Sailor, which is followed by the main straight. It is named after Estonian single-seater driver Ants Sailor, who was killed there in 1968 in that turn. And here you see the beginning of the main straight. So Porsches will have 2 warm-up laps, as you can see. And in this weather, of course, it's very useful because it's really cold. But on the other hand, if your tires are proper warmed up, then the cars will be very fast, because quite low track temperature gives them easier life. And of course, engines and all kind of cooling, they like cooler weather as well. Raivo Tamm, number 70, Estonian driver. 2 years ago he was Baltic champion in GT classes. A long year Porsche driver, and has tried every kind of car, starting from go-karts, single-seaters, and now several years in Porsches already. During the practices, at one moment it seemed that my namesakes, Tommys, will take top 3 here. Thomas Padovani, Thomas Kangro and Tommi Haru, and actually they are Padovani is 2nd on the grid, Kangro is 3rd on the grid, and Haru is 4th on the grid, but they were all beaten by Kaius Šiksnelis from Lithuania, the young gun. Of course, it was only qualification during the 14-lap race. There are some, it's a little bit more trickier you must manage your tires and do all things right. But we will see. We will see. 14 laps is quite a long distance. Although this is called sprint challenge. But of course, what is sprint, what is endurance, it's always relative. Now going through the cinema turn once again on their second warm-up lap, and this time the pace is a little bit higher. And the safety car behind them was Porsche as well. Which kettle now, and Thomas Kangro, number 48, is in the foreground, and now the starting grid is already forming for the rolling start. Kyle Schicknelis knows from his karting days very well how this kind of start must be taken to be successful. The first two turns are very important. First turn on the oak. There was an oak tree in the old days. It is extremely fast right-hander, followed by a very sharp right-hander, so-called elbow. Now the grid is formed and everything is ready for the start. And we go! The start has been given for Porsches, and they are roaring by. Kyle Schicknelis leading in front of Padovani and Kangro. Everybody's quite cool into the first turn. You can't win the race into turn 1 or even into turn 2. And Schicknelis has now a few car lengths over Padovani, a pre-race favorite. Now over the bridge. That's a very tricky part of the track. Of course, drivers have some experience already from the practice sessions and from qualification. It's not surprise for them. But Padovani is keeping Schicknelis honest. He is not giving any breathing room for Lithuanian. Kangro third and Haru fourth. And here they go. Number 5, another Lithuanian driver, Mantas Janavicius. He's currently 5th, behind Schicknelis and 3 Thomases. Now top 3 has put a little bit of air between them, and 4th place Tommi Haru. Of course, it's only early days, or early minutes I should say, the race. First lap is completed. And no changes in the front. Padovani is keeping pressure. Schicknelis is still leading, but I would say their pace is not that high, because even the 4th place man Haru has closed the gap a little bit, but then Janavicius in 5th. He's already about 100 meters behind Haru, and he's dropping away for sure, there is no question about it. But let's see what the leaders are doing. Haru is yo-yoing with Kangro. In some parts of the track is getting closer to 3rd place man, in some parts of the track being left further behind. And 2 laps are completed, and Schicknelis has 0.66 seconds at hand over Padovani. Now elbow turn, turn number 2. No big dramas here. And yes, Haru has now dropped away from Kangro, that's for sure. The gap between them is now 1.5 seconds already. Replay from the start. Schicknelis was a little bit front of Padovani, and it stayed like that. No problems for the poleman at all. Kangro had a look to the inside of turn 1, but it would have been a very risky move. So he stayed in second. Actually in third. And now Sixnelis has managed to put some air between him and Padovani in second. But let's see, is it already definitive? Perhaps not, it's only third lap underway. Unfortunately, I have no live timing more than the same you see on the screen on the right side, and the fastest lap to Sixnelis. You could see also the gap has widened significantly during lap 3. So Sixnelis is now pressing on. Tires are probably already warm enough. But this battle is for positions 6 and further. Number 11, Olli Kangas in front of number 19, Nicolas Pirttilahti and Gert Jugala. There was that trio. But not battles like you maybe expected from touring cars, but here Pirttilahti is putting some pressure to Kangas for P7, and someone goes wide at the cinema, but there was more drama than material. It was just some dust. Nothing very serious. And now 4 laps are completed, and this is again battle for P6 between Olli Kangas, Nicolas Pirttilahti and Gert Jugala. 2 Finns and 1 Estonian, and Pirttilahti now dives into turn 2 and takes P6 away from Kangas. But Kangas takes it back, yes, through turns 3 and 4, so there is really a huge battle, maybe not for the lead, but for P6. And of course it's entertaining if they are driving Porsche. They are fast, they are powerful, they are noisy, whatever you want, everything they are. And Kurikka and Tam are also joining this battle, as those 2 are in front, are fighting between them. It means their pace is dropping. And you can see clearly that Jugala is now on the rear wing, under the rear wing of Pirttilahti already. Also Pirttilahti here in the witch kettle looking for his chance. This is not played, but actually it is. Pirttilahti and Kangas are side by side entering Sailor now. Kangas is already in front, but is his line compromised going on to the main straight? No, it's not. He stays in front, but last time we saw that Pirttilahti was much better under braking into turn 2. Is he going to repeat this? Yes, he is. And once again manages to overtake his rival, but it's not over yet because Kangas has countered and he is in front once again. So 2 times in a row Pirttilahti dived into turn 2, but was too hot into the turn, and having achieved P6, lost it just few seconds after. Number 39, Jari Gegela, is in P12, but this is again that huge battle for P6. There are, I would say there are 5 or even 6 cars in that battle. If those 2 or 3 in front will make mistakes, the next 3 will be involved in the next second. There is no doubt about it. So 6 laps, and it is Gert Jugala who made a mistake into Sailor. and lost the contact with Kangas and Pirttilahti. Fortunately for him, he didn't lose a position, but once again Pirttilahti dives into turn 2. Can he keep his position this time? No, he can't. So 3 times in a row, exactly the same scenario. I would think that Pirttilahti is already mad about himself, but Kangas is not smiling, maybe laughing and saying to himself that try, I will conquer you every time. But these are already the leaders. 7th lap is underway, and it means that we are closing to the half distance. No changes here. Sixnelis, Padovani, Gangro, Haru is first 4, separated by approximately 1 second. Then there is a little bit larger break to 5th place Janavicius, and then those cars you see on your screen, led by Olli Kangas, number 11, and Nicolas Pirttilahti, number 19. They have swapped places a number of times, but eventually Kangas has remained in 6th. Let's see if Pirttilahti is going to try it another time. Yes, he is. But this time he did it differently, and now he stayed in front, blocked the exit of the turn for his competitor, and now it seems it's really done. Pirttilahti is in front of Kangas, and Jukola has once again joined them, but now Pirttilahti made a mistake over the bridge, and it gives a chance to Kangas. Can he use it? No, he can't, because Pirttilahti is blocking the inside line into Hospital Turn, and Pirttilahti is blocking everywhere, so that is a really good battle. And Pirttilahti goes wide once again and gives away his position. Can he stay on the track? Yes, he can, but he lost the position. The very hardly earned P6 goes back to Olli Kangas once again, and Gert Jukola now you can see is right there with those 2 Finns, as are 3 following cars. So the huge gaggle of 6 or even, yes, 6 cars fighting for 6th position. We have now 8 laps completed, still 6 to go, and what we have seen, and that is Raivo Dam on the background, who he was attacking Jari Kurikka, and it seems to be successful. Yes, Dam is now in front of Kurikka, Jonne Kurikka, sorry. These are leaders. Kaius Sixnelis, Thomas Padovani, Thomas Kangro. Not separated, you can see from the timing tower on the line. Padovani was about 1 second behind Sixnelis, and Kangro was further half a second behind. But now I would say that they are much closer to each other, or maybe not. Anyway, top 3 have driven certainly away from 4th placed man Tommi Haru. Yeah, gaps are more or less the same as they were 1 lap ago. Sixnelis, Padovani, Kangro. And here we go again, battle for P6 between Olli Kangas, number 11, and Nicolas Pirttilahti, number 19. Is Pirttilahti going to attack his compatriot under braking? Yes, he is. And it was very last moment lunge. What is the outcome? Outcome is they are side by side, so actually no outcome here. And Kangas remains in front. Olli Kangas is still in P6. And that has been a real good fight, and real fair actually also. Swapping positions for several times. No contacts whatsoever, or maybe some slight paint swapping, nothing serious. And now there are 7 cars in a row. And they are battling for the 6th position. I've seen a few overtaking maneuvers there by Nicolas Pirtilahti, and also Raivo Tamm managed to advance when overtaking Jonne Kurika. And now Tamm is closing into Jukola as well. Tamm number 17, that violet and silver car. And this time Pirtilahti was very peaceful, didn't attack his compatriot in front of him. Meanwhile, you can see from the timing tower that Schicksnelis is now perhaps done a crucial lap. The gap between him and Thomas Padovani in P2 is now more than 1.5 seconds, and Thomas Kangro was in the wake of Padovani at the line. Here they are coming. So I would say that Schicksnelis is now already disappeared for Padovani, but Padovani must look to his mirror because Kangro is closing in once again, although he's not close enough into turn 2, the elbow turn, to attack the Frenchman. Blue flags are shown to, is it Simo Kangas perhaps, who was lapped already. And here is our not duo but trio, Kangas, Pirtilahti, Jukola and Tamm in close succession. Fight for P6 is going on, only 3 laps to go. So if Pirtilahti wants to take 6th position, he must make that critical overtaking maneuver now and make no mistakes. But the situation looks quite different because Pirtilahti is now under attack from Jukola. With only 2 laps to go actually for leaders at least, and I can tell you outside of this picture that Kangro was in the wake of Padovani once again when they went over the line. Have no changes there, and you can see that Schicksnelis has now really upped his pace, or Padovani maybe has dropped his pace. I would think it's Padovani has lost some speed. Maybe his tires are going to drop away or whatever, but Schicksnelis is now more than 2 seconds in front. So it's, and it is number 18, Jukka Eerola, who is spinning into, actually not into, but exiting turn 2. Too much too soon, and around you go. And nothing dangerous here. Kurika, who was the next man on the track, would avoid his compatriot easily. Still 2 laps, actually a little bit more than 1 lap to go for the leaders already. And Schicksnelis went over the line now, and Padovani in the 2nd place is already 2.5 seconds behind, and Kangro seemingly has no plans to attack Padovani as well. The gap between them is almost 1 second already. Tommy Harway's 4th, Mantas Janavicius 5th, very lonely 5th. But what this battle now, Pirtilahti has dropped away from Kangas, but in the meantime Jukola is hanging on to his rear wing. Last lap is underway, and we haven't seen any aggressive maneuvers from Jukola's side. There's been quite far away, of course, from Pirttilahti in front of him. And also Pirttilahti have made some mistakes. There has been no changes, but these are leaders, and Kaius Šiksnelis, dream start to his car racing career. First car race, first pole and first win. 17-year-old Lithuanian Kaius Šiksnelis has won the Porsche Sprint Challenge North European Zone Race 1 in front of Thomas Padovani and Thomas Kangro. Tommi Haru comes home fourth. There is a lapped car, and Mantas Janavicius is going to be, actually there are two lapped cars. Mantas Janavicius is fifth. Olli Kangas takes sixth, Nicolas Pirttilahti seventh, and Gert Jugola has disappeared during the final lap because Raivo Tamm is now eighth. Where is Jugola? Anyway, this is third placeman Thomas Kangro. And yes, while the leaders were quite peaceful, not very aggressive, the main battle which entertained us through the whole race was for P6, mainly between Nicolas Pirttilahti Yes, between Olli Kangas and Nicolas Pirttilahti. So here are the results, top 8. And Šiksnelis dropped his pace during the final lap. There was nothing to gain. Again, top 4, all different nations. First position to Lithuania, second to France, third to Estonia, and fourth to Finland. And Simo Kangas and Jari Ollila were lapped. That was the first race of the day. I hope you enjoyed it. There was something to see. There was not maybe that much drama, but it was quality racing with some good fighting, especially in the midfield for positions 6th, 7th, and maybe 8th, and so on, so on. And here is the winner, 17-year-old Lithuanian driver Kaius Šiksnelis. His first car race at all. And as far as I know, he took a Grand Slam. Pole position, leading from lights to flag, fastest lap, whatever. Whatever was there to grab, Šiksnelis took it. So it was the first sprint race. First sprint race of 7 for today.
Nu, godāms un kungi, esmu šeit pēc finiša kopā ar pirmā brauciena uzvarētāju. So, Kaius, fantastic start of the weekend, win in race 1 from pole position. You did a perfect job on the first corners, and then from there on, it was just flat out.
Well, I mean, first lap was intense because Thomas was pushing me from behind, but then I just kept going, and that's it.
How did you feel in the car? The pace was good?
For me, yes. Maybe the pressure was a little too high in the end, but it was good.
Yeah, fantastic start of, obviously, of the weekend. We have 2 podiums, actually, today. Did you know we're going to do the awards ceremony straight after race 1 and then do another one after race 2?
Oh, nice.
So you have 2 cups. Hopefully, of course, yeah? So see you at the podium in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Cheers, congratulations, no ko dzirdējām. Kā jūs teicat, tātad pirmajā aplī, pirmajos līkumos, nu diezgan Tomas Padovani elpoja, kā saka, tautā viņam pakausīja un mēģināja uzbrukt, bet, kā jau redzējām, tātad brauciena sākumā ļoti labi savas pozīcijas noturēja jaunais lietuvietis un uzvar pirmajā braucienā. Pirmā sacīkstes viņa mūžā ar tādu automašīnu un vispār ar automašīnu kā tādu un uzreiz uzvar kabatā. Es domāju, būs ļoti labs, teiksim tā, laba motivācija otrajā braucienā izdarīt to pašu. Te gan jāskatās pēc apļu laikiem. Man šķiet, ka Tomas Padovani vienā brīdī uzstādīja braucienu labāko apļu laiku. Un šeit, redzot, cik blīva ir šī sacīkstes, es teiktu, ka pole position, šī pirmā pozīcija startā ļoti daudz ko nozīmēs. So, as you heard, Kaius was happy about the pace and happy about the race. It's a win in race 1, but we'll see. There's race 2 to come. And obviously, we'll see. Now we have to double check, actually, the fastest lap times, because obviously it really now, really important to see who's going to be on the pole position in race 2, because as we've seen on the first corners, it means a lot to be in the best position at the start line. So we'll see who's going to be. But anyways, we're going to now head on to the awards ceremony for the Porsche GT3 CUP. And after that, we're going to continue with race 1 for the Baltic Touring Car. So stay tuned, wherever you're watching. Welcome to the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022.
And here I go once again. I was a little bit mistaken. Excuse about the fastest lap. Actually, Kaius Sixnelis didn't have fastest lap. He was only 4th fastest because all 3 Tomases, Padovani, Kangro and Haru, were a little bit faster. So Sixnelis will start race 2 from 4th position because the grid for race 2 is determined by the best lap times from race 1. Anyway, Porsches will return onto the track a little bit later at noon, 12:00. But now the second race of the day will be for Baltic Touring Cars classes BTC 1, BTC 2 and BTC 3 and V1600. Talking about little about those classes, BTC 1 is for cars with engines up to 1600 cc. BTC 2 is from 1600 to 2 liters, and BTC 3 is for cars with an engine displacement from 2 liters to 3 liters. And basically everything is allowed, every kind of modifications, almost every kind of modifications are allowed for those cars. But then we have also V1600 in this race, and V1600 is on the contrary very standard class. Basically you can't do anything with your car, just put in a racing seat and safety cage and all those safety devices, but no changes on engine and so on and so on. they are very closely, very strictly polished, those cars, to be very equal. And then again, there is another thing to make them more equal. It's the weight. Weight is calculated according to the engine displacement and car standard horsepower figure. And we have seen through the years that these cars are really, really equal. Of course, it depends on the driver. You could see it was number 818, Kaspars Rudmies, is in Honda Civic, who just exited the pits. And we should have 23 cars over those 4 classes. Of course, it remains to be seen, because I really hope that there has been no technical defects after yesterday's qualification, and all those cars, 23 of them, will be on the grid. Actually, the problem was that 2 cars didn't take part in the qualification. Tadas Piatukauskas and Laurinas Simonavičius. Actually, Simonavičius was last year Baltic Touring Car champion in BaTCC 1. This year he is forced to start first race from the very other end of the grid, and number 88 is white and yellow Honda Civic. He's driven by Simo Lind. He was last year BaTCC 2 champion, and in front of him in that white, black and red BMW, the driver is Aurimas Mištautas from Lithuania, and he was last year BaTCC 3 champion. So all 3 champions from BaTCC classes from last year are here on the grid, or at least I hope so. That Simon. So over to Oskars for an interview.
Paldies tev, Artur! No ko sveiciens vēlreiz visiem autosporta līdzjutējiem, kas ir pieslēgušies mums tiešraidē TV4 vai Facebookā vai YouTube. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 ar lielu jaudu, nu jau ir sācies, Porsche brauciens ir noslēdzies, apbalvosim gan mēs viņus pēc otrā brauciena. Tā tomēr beigās tika izlēmts, tā kā abu braucienu apbalvošana pēc Porsche GT3 CUP otrā brauciena. So welcome back on the start grid of the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener here, and obviously the Baltic Touring Cars are next ones up on the grid. Few of the drivers already have arrived, and we are ready to have a little grid walk. And obviously, we're going to be talking to Aurimas Mištautas, the man on the pole position. He's here. He's ready to rock and roll here in beautiful Bikernieki racetrack. Let's have a little chat with Aurimas. Good morning. Labas rytas. Viskas gerai?
Yes, of course. Everything is good.
So how's it been so far? A good qualification run, and obviously you feel comfortable?
Yes, of course. I have great speed yesterday, so it's nice, and I will try to do it today.
So obviously the weather is helping right now. Sun is shining. The tarmac should be quite warm for the tires as well.
Yes, of course. Weather is very good for good times, so I will try to do it.
All right, obviously we'll see you out there. 2 races to do today. And what's more in your menu for the weekend? Will you be racing tomorrow as well?
No, I have some issues with my second car, so I will miss it tomorrow.
That's a shame, but no worries. You'll have a good time here in the Baltic Touring Car Championship Race 1 and 2, so see you out there in the track.
Yeah, we will see.
All right, Aurimas, best of luck. So, as you heard, Mištautas will not be racing tomorrow, but obviously he's going to have a blast today in Race 1 and Race 2 for the Baltic Touring Cars. He's on the pole position. Obviously, guys, this is the best position to be in for a race, and we'll see how it goes if he manages to keep the position. Now, his qualification run was quite a good one. It was almost 3 seconds faster than the followers, so I think that's a good gap to start off with. So DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is up and running wherever you're watching. Hi to all of the spectators. Obviously, a huge shout out to all of the guys in the grandstands today. You're the best fans out there are, because obviously you're here and you're enjoying it. And obviously we'll see a lot of action, fully packed 2 days with racing action with different classes. So even the historic formulas will be out here, and obviously after the Baltic Touring Cars, oh my God, the BMW 325 Cup is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be epic, so stay tuned. Make sure you are there in time. Grab some tea or coffee or snacks and just enjoy the weekend over your TV screen. And we promise you we're gonna deliver a lot of emotions and adrenaline. Nu ko, dāmas un kungi, Baltic Touring Cars brauciens tūlīt varēs sākties. Ļoti liels un sirsnīgs sveiciens un silts sveiciens šobrīd visiem tiem, kas ir pievienojušies mums šeit Bikernieki trasē Rīgā klātienē, trībīnēs. Jūs esat paši labākie fani. Un starp citu, ir ļoti lieliski iespējas parādīšu tiem, kas televizorā tagad skatās, būs iespēja novērtēt šitādu smuku Baltic Touring Cars džemperīti var nopirkt tepat pādakā. Tā kā visi tie, kas ir šeit, vai jau tie, kas taisās braukt, ziniet, ka varat kārtīgi saģērbties un kārtīgi safanot par autošosejas sacīkstēm. Es teiktu, viens no jaudīgākajām autošosejas sacīkstēm, kādas ir bijušas šeit Bikernieki trasē pēdējo gadu laikā. Tā kā izbaudām nedēļas nogalni un šājam vaļā. Tūlīt brauciens. Aiziet!
According to the timing information, we will have 21 cars on the grid, and the grid will be in front of you. Mr. Autas, actually, who won yesterday qualification, as Oskar already mentioned, was full 2.5 seconds faster than the second place man Isidorus Paukštis, who was a bronze medal winner last year in BaTCC 3. So there is quite a big difference in their speed. Second row belongs to two fastest BTC 2 drivers, Simo Lind and from Estonia and Andrius Keblis from Lithuania, and they were also separated by 1 second. So Simo Lind should be a little bit faster, not that little bit, second per lap is quite gap. Then look at P6, number 14. Can Alakoc, Turkish guy starting with Latvian license, who is only 14 years old, and it's not all. There is another 14-year-old driver on the grid. It is number 62, Benjamin Silvestersson from Finland, and they both were qualification winners in their respective classes. Can Alakoc was the fastest in BTC 1, and Silvestersson was the winner in V1600. So yes, we have two 14-year-old drivers, and both are polemen in their classes, or should I say pole boys. Anyway, this V1600 class is like a first stepping stone into the car racing. And Silvestersson told me before the parade that it's really the first year in car racing for him. He has driven go-karts on the high international level before. And this picture comes from, I would tell you, should be Kaspars Rudmiesis, number 818. Yes, it is. And he's starting from P12. We saw him exiting the pits, that silver Honda Civic. Everything. And who is this on board camera? We will see. We will see anyway during the race. Now everything seems to be ready, and BTC cars, Baltic Touring Cars, will race over 10 laps. It looks like 21 grid positions are all occupied. Isidorus Paukštis, number 101, starting from P2. in his BMW. Actually, we have 9 BMWs, different models, different generations on the track. Then we have 8 Honda Civics, also different generations, different classes. Then 2 Toyota Aurises, fastest 2 drivers in V1600, Finnish youngsters Benjamin Silvesterson and Matthias Noramo are both driving Toyota Auris. And then we have 1 Ford Fiesta R2 for Jan Alakoc and 1 Volkswagen Golf, first generation Volkswagen Golf for the sole Estonian driver in this field, actually one of 2 Estonian drivers in this field, Perko Puusaar. He's number 45. So that Golf actually is the one, maybe even the oldest car this meeting at all, because if you think about the first generation Volkswagen Golf, the production was started in 1974 and was ended, I guess, 1983. So this car is almost 40 years old already. Of course, I think if talking about the car's age, maybe only the body shell is which has remained. And here we go, quite a long and colorful field. That number 14, Jan Alakoc, that nice Ford Fiesta R2. It's actually a rally car, and Alakoc wants to be a rally driver, but you can't compete in rallies when you are aged 14, because you are not allowed to. If you want to compete in rallies, you have to drive on the open roads, but of course in 14 years you can't do it. So it should be quite a good preparation for him. The car seems a little bit high and not that streamlined maybe like some other cars here, but make no mistake, it is a fast car, and the lap time Alakoc showed yesterday are good enough at least to be on pole in his class and maybe compete with a little bit faster cars as well. So the main thing for him is, of course, to keep cool, not to start to race cars he shouldn't be race with, but just and that is number 45, this almost an antique car. And number 74, Tadas Petrikauskas, starting from the back of the grid. Actually 2 drivers got their qualification times disallowed yesterday. Number 68, Roberta Zauka, and number 24, Kasparas Kirelis, for not obeying the flags of marshals. And of course it's a shame, especially Zauka is quite a fast driver. He should have been much higher on the grid, but then it has happened, and if you will ask who did it, they did it themselves. So that's it. Now Baltic Touring Cars are on their second warm-up lap. Just half lap to go until the start. And we will see how high number 74 Petrikauskas can climb from his very low 21st starting position. That car is certainly capable much more, and number 69 Laurinas Simonjavicius in that one of those orange and white Honda Civic Coupes is now everything is ready, and rolling start will be given in few seconds. Audemus Mishtautas is now dictating the pace from the pole position. And I suspect there will be several drivers who are trying to make some positions into turn 1 and 2, but we will see. And green light is given, the start is given, Baltic Touring Cars are on the track. And so Mishtautas, Paukštis are the first two, and who is going to be third? Yes, Simo Lind can manage to hold his third position, but it's not that sure. Yes, he has, in front of Keblis and Weismanis. So two BaTCC 3 cars in front, then the trio of BaTCC 2 cars behind them. And everybody else following. Can we see where is Piatukauskas, who started from the last position? Yeah, he's in about P10 already, so has made quite a good progress from there, and top two are already running away. Actually, we can say that Mishtautas is running away from Paukštis, and those two Honda Civics, Simo Lind and Andrius Keblis, are fighting for laurels in BaTCC 2, and Keblis has some difficulties into Sandhill. Car was very unstable there, but actually he didn't lose any time to Lind. Roberta Sauka has also and this is Keblis who tries to overtake Simo Lind into turn 2, but goes wide, and Lind takes that position back. Meanwhile, Sauka is closing in to Keblis already. Sauka starting from P18 is now P5, so you can see what progress he has done during that one single lap. And he's now all over Keblis now. And I would say that there is only a matter of time when Sauka, because his BaTCC 3 car is much more powerful, should be much more powerful than Keblis' BaTCC 2 car in front of him. Many cars are smoking quite heavily. Sauka's car is one of them, and he's keeping pressure on Keblis, and now diving to the inside through Sandhill, and he's in front. So Roberta Sauka fourth overall, but third in his class BaTCC 3. Meanwhile, Mishtautas is, you can see from the timing tower, already 5 seconds in front of Paukštis, and it took him only 2 laps to put that gap. Mishtautas fastest lap 1:27.1. Now this man, number 68, who just flashed by. Roberta Sauka started from 18th position, currently he's 4th, and catching Simo Lind in front of him. I suspect Lind will not fight with him because they are from different classes. Lind must have an eye on Keblis, who is a few seconds behind him, but basically has no business to do with Sauka. And here is the start once again. Pay attention to Sauka, who is on the background on the right side. Oh, We can't see, he's now on the rightmost car, that black one BMW. He's already on the verge of top 10, exiting the main straight. So really good start from him, and Geblis went on to, and then Sauka is now in front of Lind. It was to be suspect. And here BaTCC, who started from the very last position. So what is going on in BTC 1? It will be interesting as well. And Andrius Geblis. No, it's 24, Kasparas Skirelis, also in white Honda Civic. His race seems to be over already after only 3 laps. Geblis is very much there, following Simo Lind, being second in BTC 2. But talking about BTC 1, what is happening there? Laurina Simonavičius, number 69, is the leader in BTC 1. So what happened here? Just went straight, and yes, he was looking in his mirrors. So for Skirelis, the race is over, unfortunately. And this is Erkko Pusak, 1 or 2 Estonian drivers in this race, and you can see 2 V16 cars in front of him. Matias Nooroma, number 25, is the leader in V1600s. Coach has lost his lead in PTC1. It was taken over by number 69, Laurina Simonavičius, last year champion in this class. You can see now 2 Toyota Aurises here, and battles are going on everywhere. This is number 33, Artis Weisman is defending from Tadas BaTCC. Actually, there is point, because they are in the same class, 2 different Honda Civics from different generations. Weisman is having an older one, BaTCC a newer one, and BaTCC have been much faster. He has scored his Latvian competitor and goes onto the inside through Sandhill. What is happening next? Nothing, actually. Somehow Weisman has managed to stay in front of Lithuanian, but BaTCC is not done for sure. He has climbed to P7 from the very end of the grid, and has been certainly faster than Weisman is. But the question is to find a place where to overtake, and here it happens through turn 4, or what it was. But anyway, over the bridge now BaTCC is already in front of Weisman and simply disappearing into the distance. So that was his speed. And it means that BaTCC is now 3rd in his class, BTC2. Meanwhile, half the distance is already raced. 5 laps are completed. Whoa, number 333. It was Maxim Avdenkov in his BMW Compact, was on the verge of spinning out to the hospital turn, and Chris Manama used the occasion and overtook the Lithuanian driver. Manama is already 8th. The leaders have now completed 6 laps already. And number 14-year-old Turkish driver Can Alakoc was just overtaken by number 22 Vilius Praninskas. Praninskas, of course, is from different class. And this Alakoc car is not the fastest, certainly on the straights. He's lost several places. Alakoc started from P6, and here is Manama and Avdenkov once again. Avdenkov made a mistake 1 lap ago, exactly in this part of track, and Manama jumped him, but now Avdenkov has recovered and keeping Estonian Hanist in front of him. They're both BaTCC 3 cars, both BMWs, as are all 5 BaTCC 3 cars are BMWs. Different body shapes, different engines, different generations. Oh, and Manama almost loses it through Sandhill. So they are really on the verge, on the limit of their cars. 3 laps still to go. Is there any battles going on? Actually, we see one. This is for 8th and 9th overall between Chris Manama and Maxim Avdenkov, Estonian and Lithuanian drivers. Manama is covering his line, but Avdenkov tries the outside line. Not here, now over the bridge. And Avdenkov, I would say he is a little bit faster, but not that much. And until now, Manama has successfully managed to keep his position. But it is difficult for him, for sure. Avdenkov's green BMW is faster than... Basically, Manama has a BMW 325 CUP car, more or less, according to technical regulations. And it in turn means very close to standard specification. And Avdenkov is keeping the pressure. This time Manama had a little bit better exit onto the main straight, only 2 laps to go now. 10 laps is touring car distance. And on the background you could see number 69. It was Laurinas Simonjavicius, who is BaTCC 1 leader. There is a gaggle of cars. Slower cars have already been overtaken, actually lapped by 3 leaders. Stautas, Paustis and Zauka, and also by Lind. So 3 BaTCC, 3 cars, and now is the moment when Avdenkov overtakes Manama. He has a nose in front, entering the hospital turn, but goes wide once again. But he should have better straight speed, but there is slower car in front of them. Blue flag is shown, but Avdenkov takes the position away from Manama. But still the slower car is in front of them, and they can be boxed in. Now final lap is underway for the leaders, and Keblis has once again almost caught Lind when they were lapping slower cars, so it was a critical moment. And there was actually Lind and Geblis who are fighting for the first place in their class. Final lap is beginning for Avdeyenkov and Manama as well. Avdeyenkov went onto the curbs, exiting the final turn. No big drama there. Oh, both cars are sliding on the braking, fortunately for them. And once again, Avdeyenkov went a little bit wide, and here is what? And here is the situation where Lind almost lost his lead of class, and Geblis almost crashed because there were many slow cars in front of them. And Avdeyenkov, I would say, is now definitely in front of Manama, and Manama goes over the curbs, and leaders are already at the finish. Aurimas Mistautas has won Baltic Touring Car Race in front of Isidorius Pakstis and Roberta Zauka. Simo Lind was the winner in BTC 2 in front of Audrius Geblis. Andrius Geblis and Attis Weisman is because Piatukauskas has lost his third place. No, he hasn't. There was just a timing glitch. So Lind, Geblis, Piatukauskas is top 3 in BTC 2. And in BTC 1, the winner was number 69, Laurinas Simonavicius. Second position went to Erko Puusaag, and third to Can Alakoc. And V1600 winner was Mattias Nuoromo, second Benjamin Silvesterson, and third Ernests Eglitis. So that was the first Baltic Touring Car Race. And this is Kasparas Skirelis waiting for his car to be recovered to the pits, and here are the final results. 3 Lithuanian drivers in BTC, then BTC 2 cars. Simo Lind, the winner in his class. And when we get the next screen, we will see further results. And here is Laurinas Simonavicius, winner in BTC 1, and Mattias Nuoromo, the winner in V1600. So that was the first race for Baltic Touring Cars. The second race will be today in the afternoon. Start will be given at 13:20. So Skirelis, the only driver to retire, and it's a good result, I would say, that out of 21 starters, 20 took the checkered flag. Not bad at all. Now, the next big thing is... Now, over to Oskars for an interview.
Well done, mate. Well done, mate. So, race 1, a perfect race for you, Aurimas. A perfect win. A good start of the weekend.
Yes, of course, it was a great race. Good speed. We have very good track and get good grip, so I can push all the times.
So the feeling was good?
Yes, of course. Perfect.
As usual in Bikernieki, the sun is shining, the weather is good, the fans are out there as well. Finally, we have some friends.
Yeah, it's very good race, good weekend, so we are very happy to be here.
So let's see what the race 2 will bring, but obviously good chances to take 2 out of 2.
Yes, of course, I try to do it.
All right, best of luck. See you, mate.
Thank you.
So that was our Rimas Mestaudas winner of BTC3 category in race 1 for the Baltic Touring Cars. A fantastic start of the weekend for the Lithuanian, and obviously we'll see what the next race will bring, but obviously it's getting hotter here as well, not only because the sun is shining and the track is beautiful and the fans out there are enjoying the spring time, and race is here. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is already started with lots of action in the racetrack, and there's more to come because the next race is gonna be race 1 for the BMW 325 Cup, which is gonna be amazing. We have 36 cars on the grid, almost 50 cars entered the competition this weekend, and only 36 cars can be on the grid, so we'll see some fantastic action from race 1. We'll head on to the start grid in a minute. We'll talk to the drivers, have a grid walk, and see what they have to say about it. So stay tuned wherever you're watching the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Either you're on Facebook or YouTube or TV4. We are live, and we are about to experience some very, very dramatic fights for the win and for the podium in the next races. So stay tuned and enjoy the weekend.
And now back to real time. Once again, you see our daily schedule, and BMW 325 Cup Race 1 will be started rather soon, not 11:45. That is actually times are not quite correct. 11:15 will be the time for BMWs to take their first start. Anyway, there will be no more or less than 36 cars on the track. We had 50, exactly 50 entries, and because the 3.66 kilometer lap is too short for them, actually not too short, but there are too many cars for that course. We had yesterday two qualification sessions. Cars were divided into two groups, and 13 from both groups went directly into today's two final races. But those who didn't make top 13 in their respective sessions had a possibility to take the position for the final in yesterday's second chance race, and top 10 from that race advanced to today's finals, and that Those drivers are in the last 10 positions on the grid. Andres Chats, Igmas Lepa, Marius Grigaitis, Kiris Daugavinch, Vadim Sosols, Pavel Shapov, Olivier Villeneuve, Kristaps Sapals, Karlis Ozolinš and Donatas Jucius were those lucky 10. But here you see the front of the grid, and once again 4 different nations in top 4. Latvian Valter Zviedris took the pole position, and his time 1:33.367 was about 1 second faster than those cars were last year. So first of all, there is of course some technical evolution over the winter, but on the other side, the weather yesterday and actually today is very good for those cars. First of all, these cool temperatures under 10 degrees are good for engine, for combustion. The cooler the air, the more oxygen is in it, and so the combustion procedure is better. And another thing is that cooler air is of course cooling better, both the brakes and engine as well. And maybe the most important aspect is about tires, because those cars are quite heavy. Their minimum weight, according to regulations, is 1400 kilos, 1.4 tons. So it's quite a lot. And basically they are racing on semi-slick tires, not full slicks, not on full racing tires. And those tires tend to overheat if the weather is hotter. But in yesterday's cool conditions, tires behaved really well. And of course, better drivers, for example, Zviedris, who took the pole position, he did only 2 fast laps during the qualification. The time was there, and there was no need to push more, because you can use only 1 set of tires for the whole weekend, for the qualification, for both races. So it is very critical to manage your tires, especially during the races. And of course, if you can make your best time during 2 fast laps, it helps as well. Anyway, Zviedris will have a Frenchman, Leo Messenger, as a follow driver on the front row. Second row belongs to last year champion, number 16, Karolis Jovaisa from Lithuania, and number 99, Alex Ivanov from Estonia. So top 4 drivers are from Latvia, France, Lithuania and Estonia. Then third row, number 32, Romet Reisin, another Estonian young guy. And beside him in P6 is number 31, Edvinas Žadeikis, last year vice champion over the full season. And number 5 car you see is Martin Slapinš, also one of front runners. He's standing in row 4. And beside him is number 8, Krišjānis Oskerko. This is poleman, Valter Zviedris. Young driver, but having tasted already almost every possible kind of racing cars. And now over to Oskars.
Thanks, Thomas. So here we are, the start grid of the BMW 325 CUP Race 1 in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And I think all of the Latvian fans can be really super excited and happy, because the LV Racing crew, Valter Zviedris, is on the pole position. And mind you, people, that top 8 cars in the qualification run did within 1 second. So this is how crazy it is for the BMWs here. Valter, it's fantastic to see you here this weekend, and obviously best place to be is the pole position.
Yeah, happy to be here. Amazing grid here, 36 cars, it's amazing, and can't wait for the start and the race.
talk us through the qualies. Obviously, it's quite a tight battle between all the top 10 cars, obviously, and the rest of the field. There were some battles for the last positions on the grid as well. You managed to do a perfect lap.
Yeah, it was really good qualifying for me. Only did like 2 fast laps, so I saved the tires for the race. Because the race is 14 laps, it's pretty long stint. And I think it will be fun, yeah. Other drivers are fast as well and pretty experienced, so I think it will be a very fun race.
And the last year's champion is right behind you on row 2. How does that feel?
Yeah, I see him in my mirrors and I hope he stays there.
Good luck, Walters. Obviously, Walters is ready to rock and roll. He's dedicated. And as I told you, last year's champion, Karis Jovash, is in row 2, starting from P3 this race 1. Obviously, we'll see how it goes, but it should be quite tight. You guys, well enough, it's going to be battle until the end of the race.
Yeah, today we have 2 races, so this one will be like for getting the better start position for the second race. And of course, the final race will be the, for the first place, fight for the first place.
Walters just told us he's really dedicated and he's very sure about his pace this weekend, but I think you should be too. You are the champion of the category, so let's see what the race brings. But are you confident?
Yeah, of course. I always confident, and believe me, we didn't show the full pace.
All right, best of luck to you guys, the Lithuanian crew. They're ready to roll. We have missing 1 car right now from P2, from row 1. We'll see them in a minute. Leo, well, he's a guy who actually had a debut last year in the category. He showed up and did some good job, obviously, fighting through the rest of the crew. And now, this season, we will see him in race 1 and already with a good result from P2. But as I told you, top 8 cars in the qualies within 1 second. This is how close the battle is in BMW 325 Cup. And so the race is going to be really exciting. Stay tuned, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or TV4. We'll make sure we bring all the action to your TV screens. And obviously, let's see what's it gonna be. Dāmas un kungi, BMW, tātad 325 kausa izcīņas, pirmais brauciens, tūlīt sāksies. Valters Zviedris startēs no pole position, no pirmās pozīcijas. Viņš ir gatavs cīnīties gan ar pagājušā gada čempionu, jo vairs gan ar visiem pārējiem. 36 mašīnas uz starta un kāda kaudzīta čupiņa aiz strīpas palika pēc vakardienas cīņām. Attiecīgi, tieši tik skarbi 8 mašīnas vienā sekundē kvalifikācijas braucienā iebraukušas, top 8 mašīnas, tā kā tieši tik aizraujos būs šis brauciens. Es domāju, jūs visi esat gatavi, arī sportisti gatavi. Mums pietrūks dažas mašīnas uz starta grida, bet, ja neparādīsies, tad pārējiem tās ir labas ziņas. Viena mašīna mazāk nozīmē par vienu iespēju pakāpties pa pozīcijām uz augšu un pacīnīties par godu piedestālu. Kā tas viss būs, to mēs tūlīt redzēsim. Palieciet pie saviem TV ekrāniem, starp citu tie, kas vēl domā, braukt vai nebraukt uz Bikerniekiem. Atbrauciet! Šeit fantastisks laiciņš, saulīt spīd, diena iesilst, skatītāji tribīnēs ļoti daudz, bet kādu vietu noteikti vēl atradīsiet. Tā kā pievienojieties mums Bikerniekos un DeWALT Grand Prix 2020 ar pilnu jaudu turpinās. Aiziet!
Paldies, Oskars. Thank you, Oskars. And as you noticed, Oskars also told that the car which should stand in P2, which was yesterday during the qualification driven by Frenchman Leo Messenger, is missing, but is he appearing on the... Yes, it seems that he's there now. Yes, he is car number 10. So thank God. Actually, Zviedris was winner of his group in qualification and Messenger was winner in his group. And Zviedris was just under 1/10 second faster than Frenchman. So the gap is really narrow. And we will see. Zviedris, of course, has a lot of experience from very different categories. Racing go-karts, electric go-karts, legend cars, BMWs, GT cars, TCRs, if it has engine, if it has 4 wheels, name it, Zviedris has driven it, you can be almost sure. But 14 laps is quite a long distance, and as Zviedris mentioned, The question of how tires will keep up is quite crucial. They must manage, of course, if they have a chance to manage the tires. If competitor is just over you and you have to defend, then there is little chance you can think about saving your tires. And it is Martin Lapin's car inside. Unfortunately, the camera was directed so that we saw the inside of the car, but not much on the outside. Yeah, there is nice weather today, and there are, I can say, lots of spectators. Thinking about how cold is it if you stand or sit there on the grandstands. Yes, sun is shining, but it's not that warm, and the warm-up lap has begun. And all 36 cars are now going to warm up the tires. And pay attention, car number 2 starting from the penultimate position. That black car on the left side of your screen, look at his body, and this is Martin Lapin's car from inside. Once again, car number 5. Lapin is starting from row 4. But what I wanted to talk about car number 2, driven by Karlis Ozolinš. What is special about this car is that regulations for this year allows BMW E91 body as well, and it is of course touring or wagon, as you like. So that is now allowed, and Karlis Ozolinš has used it. He was yesterday one of the main actors during the second chance race as well. Was involved in a collision with 2 more cars and was the only one to survive from that skirmish. He was 9th in second chance race, and it means that today he will start from P35. But actually, thinking about the number of cars on the track, if you're starting from 29th or 34th or something like that, it's not a big difference. And it should be car number, yes, it was Zviedris, Marta Zviedris, the lead car. Once again, the camera was directed in a way we couldn't see the full cockpit of the car. But of course, main thing is to see what is happening in the front of it. Now the warming lap is going to be completed in few seconds. Marta Zviedris, number 121, is going to take his pole position, and Frenchman Leo Messenger beside him in P2. Second row, Karolis Jovaisa, last year champion, and Estonian Jankan Aleksivanov, number 99, and all the other cars behind them. It takes quite a lot of time, a longer time to put all those 36 cars correctly into their grid boxes. Actually, last year in Pärnu in Estonia we had 42 cars on the grid, and the owners of the track were forced to paint some additional grid boxes onto the track to find place for all those cars. Actually, they were not starting from the track, but the main straight extension. And from this picture you can see that the Bikernieki main straight is also full of cars. 36 BMWs. For the first race over 14 laps, Leo Messenger Frenchman starting from P2. He was very fast in yesterday's qualification, less than 10th behind poleman Walter Svedis. Now everything is ready for race 1. Lights are going on. And here we go. Svedis seemingly better get off, but it is Jovaisa. No, it is not. It's Ivanov, Jovaisa and Messenger side by side into turn 1. Who is going to be? There is already Ivanov and Messenger out in turn 1. They have collided, and there is big bunch of cars involved in this skirmish. Red flag is out. The race is stopped, and 2 cars from the front row are already out, and there was number 55, another Frenchman, Olivier Villeneuve, involved in this, and number 91, Ernest Schulte as well, and Olivier Villeneuve has stopped in the gravel trap, and seemingly his car is okay, but beached in that gravel trap. Meanwhile, both Ivanov and Messenger are out, and Ivanov's car, of course, was hit, and it was the aftermath which we see here. That was a secondary collision which took them out, and more cars were involved. That ambulance is on the site as well, but it seems that drivers are all okay. They are exiting their cars. And what I saw, I would say that there was no one to blame. It was perhaps Ivanov, and actually going 3 wide into turn 1. These kind of accidents must happen if you go there. 3 cars side by side. So let's see. This is start. Everything all right. Jovaisa jumps Svedris on the inside. Then there is Messenger in the middle, and there was touch between Ivanov and Messenger, and Ivanov's cars went out of control and hit Messenger, who was on the outside. Bang! They are both out, and now rolling back onto the track. And here you can see, here this moment was a crucial one, where there was slight contact between Ivanov and Messenger, and this started that first turn shunt. Several drivers just narrowly missed this situation, but some were involved. There was Kristo Greenpus, number 82 from Estonia, who hit the stationary car. So red flags are out, and it means that those cars on the track must be recovered. And the track needs cleaning as well, because there is a lot of gravel on it. So it will take best part of 10-15 minutes at least until we can take, actually not we, but until the cars will take the second start. If it will be over, and you see grid boxes 2 and 4 are empty. This is Olivier Villeneuve, number 55. Actually, it looked like his car was more or less okay, but it is now pulled onto the flatbed. It was just beached in the gravel on its belly, couldn't move. But otherwise, looking from the outside, I would say it is more or less intact. Unlike cars number 10 and 99, that Leo Messenger and Alex Ivanov. Ivanov car looks very second-hand. He took at least 2 hits. The first one was very slight through turn 1, which sent his car out of control, spinning in front of the whole field. And then he hit Messenger the second time. Here is once again. Jovaisha is on the inside, Messenger in the middle, and yes, I would say that if there is somebody to blame, it was maybe Ivanov, who didn't stay on the outside but tried to go to the inside, a little bit to the inside. But of course, if you are 3 wide into turn 1 and you are on the outside, it is almost impossible situation for you. You can't go out there as a winner. And this is Alex Ivanov. His race was over actually before it started, before turn 2. And the same is right for Leo Messenger. Janov's car is really battered on the right side. I would suspect it's not only body damage, but rear axle seems to be in very strange position as well. Of course, there were several hits, at least 2, or maybe 3, or maybe even more. So no wonder that, and the cover of the exterior mirror was found somewhere as well. But I would think it's one of the smallest problems Ivanov has currently. There seems to be one more empty position on the grid. From position number 13, it belonged to Povilas Tomkjavičius. If I'm not very much mistaken. But as it stands, we are just waiting for the cars involved in crash to be recovered to the pits and track to be cleared. And it also means that the schedule will change. Maybe, and I think it's quite possible that the distance of race 1 for BMWs will be shortened. But of course, this would happen, put some pressure onto the schedule, because the 6-hour race, endurance race, must be started at 3 o'clock. So it will be quite tight. And it seems that another car from the same team so 2 cars with the same paint scheme are standing at turn 2. Leo Messenger was one of them. Yes, it's a shame. It's a shame, of course, but if you have 36 cars on the grid and entering 3 wide into turn 1, then things like this tend to happen, and only heaven knows how this incidents will end. There is car number 91, which stood its Ernest Skulte, Latvian driver last year. We saw him driving ABC race car. This year he graduated to BMWs, but first race was not that much successful. Quite the contrary, it lasted just 1 or 2 turns. But yes, people can feel them quite well. You can do everything on the track side, because more or less Bikernieki track is situated in pine forest, as you can see from this picture as well. There are lots of places to spectate. And one car is still standing on the track. Flatbed truck is now back, and Leo Messenger's car will be recovered to the pits hopefully quite soon. Red flags are out still. So few cars out, as we saw 3 at least, maybe 4, and maybe from the background somebody was hit, because there was a big gaggle really in the front of the whole field. People didn't see where they were driving, and that was total surprise for someone of them to see stationary cars in front. And we saw that Christoph Grimpus, Estonian driver number 82, was one of them who didn't see what was happening in front. But at least Zviedris now gets another chance. His first start was far from ideal, and he was entering turn 1. He was already P4, but we can say that maybe it was his fortune he was not involved in this crash, was on the inside and managed to avoid. So Leo Messenger is going to sit in his car, which is now pulled onto the flatbed. And unfortunately for the Frenchman, his race is over. Hopefully he can return at least for race 2, but as he is not going to set any lap time, it means that even if he makes the start, he is forced to begin the race from the end of the grid. So no chance for good results anyway. Everything should be fastened. You put the car on the flatbed, you can't let it be there freely. They must be fastened, whatever the driver tells you. And Messenger is going to climb out for the car, perhaps. It's not even a long way to go back on foot, but of course you are not allowed to walk on that. And yeah, that is car number 91. We saw that from the backside, which didn't look that bad, but Ernest Skulta's car is out, and left front corner it's not missing, but it has taken quite a heavy hit. And I suspect it was his teammate Leo Messenger, whose car was the other participant in this contact. Can they repair it for race 2? I'm not sure, because according to our schedule, race 2 for BMWs will be started at 13:55. It is 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. There is some oil or some other, and Ivanov's car is back in the pits as well. So it took the most of battering in this incident for sure. And once again, This silver car on the inside is Jovaisha, in the middle number 10 is Messenger, and 99 on the outside is Ivanov. And yes, Ivanov cuts onto the right and makes a contact with Messenger, and the outcome is here. Messenger survives the initial contact, but here is the crucial moment, number 63. Another car from the same team avoids the contact, but here comes number 17, and there was 91 and 82. Kristo Greenpus and Ernest Skulte, who collided between themselves, and Skulte in turn hit Messenger car as well. So Zviedri's car, here is also something to repair. Some body damage, but only slight. And Jovaisha, he seems survived this incident without being hit at all. At least we didn't see anything hitting him. So for Zviedris it was, yes, perhaps fortunate that he was a little bit behind, and those two on the outside through turn one both flew out, made the contact, and at least race one is now finished for them. Lots of gravel on the track. As you could see, two cars went through gravel trap sideways like rally or rallycross cars, and of course this brings a lot of gravel onto the tarmac, and tarmac must be cleaned before the cars are let onto the track once again, otherwise they can puncture their tires very easily. There are some machines, but hand brushes are still the best tools for doing it. And yes, some liquids are also on the track. You see absorbent is used. Tractor is back in the action once again. With Messenger and Ivanov out, it means that Zviedri still holds P1 at the start. Jovaisha's P3 has now turned into effective P2, and Romet Reisin, who is standing in grid box number 5, is actually third at the start, in front of last year vice champion Edvinas Žadeikis. So a lot of action, a lot of bruised and battered and crashed cars, but hopefully we can take another start in the space of a few minutes. As we saw, turn 1 and turn 2 are almost cleared already. Some gravel still there. But looking at the schedule, BMWs will be followed by Porsches once again for their race 2, and that race should start at noon, 12:00, but it's almost sure now, as the time in Riga is currently 11:40, that Porsche's race 2 will be delayed. I don't know what happens to the distance. Maybe it's shortened anyway after Porsche's 12:40 former historic, then 1320 BTC 123 and V1600 of Baltic Touring Cars, and the final sprint race today must be started at 13:55, and it will be BMW race 2, but we will see when it happens. Christoph Grimplos, number 82, was involved in that turn 2 crash as well, but from this side at least his car looks almost perfect. But if I remember correctly, he was hit from the other side, from the driver's side, and he was delayed. Grimpos is starting from 11th row, position number 21, so quite far back. Red lights, five pairs of red lights are on, and it means that nothing is happening. Actually, we are under red flag conditions, so race can be restarted very quickly. No long procedures. Race is actually just stopped. And there's still a lot of work to do in turn 2. It's on the background. Gravel seems to be out of the way now, but those absorbent, which is used when liquid is on the track, there is a lot of absorbent. Are they going to brush it away? Maybe yes, maybe not. Of course, they must distribute it on the track in the way that all the liquids will be covered. Track stays slippery a little bit for the first few laps, but more than 30 cars running over it, it will disappear very quickly. And yes, no gravel on the track anymore. And at least on the right side, it's on the outer part of turn 2, there is no absorbent as well. Now the inside must be treated as well. But I would say that we are closing in to the restart. Edwin Šadekis, P6 on the starting grid, last year vice champion in BMWs. Of course, minutes like this are very nerve-wracking for all drivers. Your adrenaline was already up, and then suddenly red flag, and now you can't do anything. You must just wait, keep your concentration. Martis Lapinš from P8. There are 2 cars missing in front of him, so effectively he is now P6. Actually, he was even P7, so now he is 5th. And this is view from his car. Car number 5, BMW 325, the yellow one. Krišjānis Oskerko last year, 3rd place man last season. Actually, he was bronze winner in Baltic Championship. So, and this picture tells us what? I would say that we are done for now. Track is almost ready for the race to be restarted. Some confusion among the marshals. Tractor is still working. Maybe 1 or 2 runs over the absorbent are still needed. but more or less I would say that the work is already done there. Hopefully, if we get the restart, it will be without crashes, especially during the first lap. Of course, drivers are now a little bit more aware what can happen. This is Pullman Valtiras Viedris in his car number 121. And yes, during the first attempt to race, Viedris' takeoff was not excellent. Quite the contrary, he was jumped by 3 cars, not just Karolis Jolvaisha behind him, but also Leo Messenger and Alex Ivanov. But as we saw, Messenger and Ivanov made a contact into turn 1, and the aftermath is still here. Now it seems that the work is almost done. Marshals are going to back to their posts, and mechanics are also returning to the pits from the grid. At least audience got something for the money. On the other side, these long breaks between the races are never good. So we will see what happens next. Race will be restarted in a few minutes.
Jūs esat rītīgi Aldās par fanu, protams, visi ir nogaidījušies pēc īstām sacīkstēm, jo, kāds laiks ir pagājis, kopš mēs varam uzņemt tik daudz skatītājus tribīnēs, tā kā visu cieņu un, protams, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 arī ir sakārtojis pamatīgu intrigu un labas klases, labu brauciens, un arī Porsche GT3 CUP, tiešām iespēja.
The only information we have about restart is that it will be full restart, whatever it means. And perhaps it means that cars will take a warm-up lap, then will take their grid spots, and the start will be given as usual. And at least the timing screen shows that 14 laps to go, so we will see. Now all the mechanics have left the grid. Only one light is on the gantry. There are some more empty places on the grid. Number 21, who just flashed on the screen, was Matis Mezaks, the first BMW champion from 2020. Now he's planted deep in the midfield, starting from row 9. So yes, the level during those, actually it's only third season for BMW 325 Cup in Baltic Touring Car Championship. First year we had 13 cars. Last year the largest entry was 42 cars, and this year during the opening meeting we had already 50 cars. So the growth has been really extraordinary, but of course I think it has almost reached its limits. Only 36 cars are allowed to main races, and it means that 14 drivers went home yesterday evening already. Competition for them was over. Just those practices, qualification session and that 8th lap during second chance race. And now the warm-up lap is almost completed. Svedris is already driving through Sandhill penultimate turn. Pretty soon cars will enter the main straight. I really can't tell you how many cars are there currently, but at least 4 cars are missing, that is for sure. Jovaisa is trying something like practice start. It's on the verge of regulations, because he left very large distance between himself and Pullman Svedris. Anyway, 4 first rows are now completed. 14 more rows. Svedris, Jovaisa racing Lapinch. This is right row on the grid. Both positions, 2nd, 3rd, 5th and 7th. All very fast. Maybe racing in this company is not very much experienced. He did his first BMW race last year only. Have raced in sprints and rallies, but not on circuit. So everything seems to be okay now. Grid has more or less formed, and according to the information I have, the race should happen over 14 laps. Now everybody is ready.
Jūs esat gatavi, jo mēs esam pamatīgi gatavi. Valters Svedris no pole position, atkārtotais starts, BMW 325 kaus iecīņā.
And the start is given, and this time Svedris took much better start. He stays in front of Jovaisa. So Svedris, Jovaisa, and who is going to be third? Is it Lapinch or is it Raisin? Seems to be Lapinch is on the inside, Raisin is on the outside into turn 2. And yes, there was a lesson for all drivers. And number 55 car of Olivier Villeneuve is back on the track. He was transported away on the flatbed, but now he's back. Svedris, Jovaisa, Lapinch, Raisin is the top 4. Jadekis, who started from 5th, has lost several positions already. And Lapinch, he's here. Number 63, Kristianis Oskerko, is in 5th behind Raisin, and Raisin is now attacking Lapinch into the cinema. Can they go through? Oh, it was close, it was really close, but they didn't make contact. And Lapinch here is... Wow, what a move this was now. It was by number 6, Jonas Ramanauskas, who managed to overtake Raisin through the witch kettle, and that was really bold move. Anyway, lap 1 is completed, and you can see that Svedris and Jovaisa have already run away from all the others, and now Raisin is trying to retaliate to Ramanauskas. Is he going to do it under braking? No, he's not. Oskerko has dropped to 6th, so Ramanauskas had made really good progress from his 5th row starting position. First 2 are already gone, I would say, and Lapinch now has also nice empty track in front of him, and Ramanauskas behind him must battle with Raisin for P4. So if Lapinch has some speed, he can now simply drove away from those two, actually those three, because Oskerko is in that company as well. Juuso Pohakka, number 56, was actually, he is currently in 7th. He's perhaps the most high-profile driver in this field. And this is racing now, trying to take back his position from Ramanauskas. Ramanauskas runs wide a little bit, and does it give a chance to Racing, at least Racing tries. But Ramanauskas is making lots of mistakes currently. Exited onto the main straight. Ramanauskas still in front. Battles are going on everywhere, and now side by side into turn 1. Ramanauskas on the inside, Racing on the outside. Racing thinks the better of it. Is he going to attack under braking? No, he's not, because Oskerko is there as well, as is Pohakka. And as is number 19, Carmen Graf, the sole lady driver in this field. He has climbed from her 14th position to 8th already. And she is fast, make no mistake. Even being only 16 years old girl, she's extremely fast. Last year she showed it with the pole position at Pärnu. So everybody must be aware of her. With 30+ car field, you can expect battles everywhere. But let's concentrate onto this battle for P4. Jonas Ramanauskas still holding this 4th place. But Roman Racing is all over him with Krišjānis Oskerko, Juuso Pohakka and Carmen Graf a few meters behind. And Lapins in front of them has not managed to escape. So Ramanauskas is currently, and it was Graf who tried to attack Pohakka into final turn. They collided and Pohakka is off, is out as well. But there was quite a severe hit. And it's a shame. I think Pohakka is out of this race, and Graf must be very fortunate if she will escape without any punishment. Yes, Pohakka is driving into the pits. That was shame. That was shame. But this battle for P3 now is continuing. Pohakka is out. Graf dropped away. But Lapins, Ramanauskas, Racing and Oskerko are still very much together, and once again now into the hospital turn. Racing showed himself, but the good news for them is that Lapins is still there. He didn't manage to escape from them despite having free track in front of him. Meanwhile, Zviedris and Jovaisha are already some 6 seconds further down the road. And I would say that Lapins has some problems with the traction of his cars. It's all over the place. Of course, those cars must be driven that way. But the more you are sliding, the more you are taking from your tires. And now Racing is going to attack Ramanauskas. He's on the inside going into turn 1, and he's by. So Comet Racing has taken P4 from Jonas Ramanauskas. 4 laps are completed. And here they go. And Ramanauskas is having trouble because he's dropping away from Racing, and now Oskerko is all over him already. So maybe his tire pressure was a little bit high at the start. It may be a reason why he was able to attack just from the word go. But now he's struggling, he's really struggling. Meanwhile, Racing is now in the wake of Lapins already. this is Ramanauskas keeping P5 from Oskerko. Žadeikis is now 7th, Graf is still 8th, but further 3 seconds back from this group. And let's see what Racing can. This is from Zviedri's car. There was one car in front of him. It's probably some back marker. Zviedris, Jovaisha, 1 point, and is Racing going to repeat the same move on Lapis? Yes, he is. So Romet Racing takes 3rd from Martins Lapis. Is he going to take it? Yes. Can he keep it is another question. Yes, he can. So Romet Racing, 2 nice moves, very bold moves through turn 1. Actually, he had so good top speed on the main straight that he was basically in front of his rivals already entering turn 1, and those on first occasion Ramanauskas, and on the second occasion it was Lapis. They just had to surrender, there was no question about it. But unfortunately for Racing, first 2, Zviedris and Jovaisha, are 8 seconds away. So what Racing must do now is to just put some air between him and Lapins and not make any mistakes. Lapins, meanwhile, now must look at his mirrors, because Ramanauskas and Oskerko are becoming larger and larger there, and Žadeikis is closing in as well. Žadeikis has been a little bit faster than Ramanauskas and Oskerko in front of him. Fastest lap by Zviedris, 1:33.7. Now Carmen Graf is in the lead of this group, number 19. She has dropped to P9 already, and this is now Oskerko thinking about overtaking Ramanauskas, but Ramanauskas changed his direction in the last moment, and Oskerko countered with a little tap entering turn 2. And Žadeikis has caught them, so Žadeikis is certainly the fastest of that trio. This group is in the beginning of second from second 10 from positions 9 on. This is number 79, currently 12, and here comes Žadeikis side by side with Oskerko into Cinema turn. Did they survive? Seems they did, but who is going to be in front is the question. And Žadeikis has overtaken Oskerko for 6th. So last year vice champion who watched the start has now fighting back, and some details, minor details, are flying on the track. Nobody has time to pay attention to that. So Carmen Graf, number 19, is leading this large group. Janis Hans, Ramunas Čapkauskas in that car number 1, and it was Janis Hans who went wide between turns 1 and 2 onto the gravel, and it poses a chance to Čapkauskas to overtake his Latvian rival. They are closely together now on the background, and here they come. Hans in that bright blue car. And Čapkauskas just behind in that yellow and red one. And Hans is defending into the hospital. And Žadeikis has now managed to overtake Ramanauskas as well into Cinema. We didn't see this scene until then, but yes, and Žadeikis is now in 5th. Also Lapinš is more than 1.5 seconds in front of him, but with 5 more laps, even 6 laps to go, everything seems to be possible because Žadeikis has been much faster than those behind him. Racing is safe, Lapinš perhaps as well, but the question is that can Žadeikis recover this 2.28 seconds he have lost to Lapinš during first 8 laps. And Hans is still here in front of Čapkauskas, while Mattis Mežaks is battling with number 17 Artyom Kotslamazashvili, and Mežaks is now in front of Kotslamazashvili, and Berzins is just behind him, so no easy life for Kotslamazashvili here. Mežaks is currently 11th in front of this group. And the question is about Žadeikis mainly, who is now 5th. Can he do something about Lapinš in front of him? Oškerko has dropped away a little bit, but just a little bit. And Carmen Graf, who is still in 9th, has caught Paulius Urbonavicius in front of her. Urbonavicius in that red car you saw in the background. Ooh, Berzins goes very wide, exiting. Can he save it? Yes, he could. He lost several positions, but what a save by Toms Berzins. What a save. That was very critical. He could have hit the wall on whichever side of the track or some competing cars, but he managed to hold on, turn onto the track. Although lost several positions, but can drive on. Let's look it once more. Oh, goes over the curb, goes over the other curb onto the grass. Some rally crossing and back onto the tarmac. Whoa, that was a moment. That was a really tight moment for Toms Berzins. So Zviedris now has almost 3-second advantage over Jovaisa. Raisin is safely in 3rd, Lapinš is in 4th, but Žadeikis is faster, there is no question about it. Žadeikis last time was about half a second faster than Lapinš in front of him. And it is certainly not a good news for Lapinš. Here is Raisin, then Lapinš, then Žadeikis, and yes, Žadeikis is closing in. Now it's only 1.3 seconds between them. It was 1.7 one lap ago. And with 4 more laps to go, it is going to be not that interesting for Lapinš. It's going to be tight, perhaps. Žadeikis is going to be able to catch his Latvian rival. But of course, as usually, overtaking is completely different story. Mežaks and Kotslamazashvili here. They are still battling on. Hans has dropped away a little bit. And in turn, Čapkauskas has dropped away from Hans. Meanwhile, Graf is keeping pressure on Urbonavicius. But no changes of positions here either. Number 21, Mattis Mežaks, the Baltic champion 2 years ago, now deep in the midfield. Actually, if I remember correctly, he was a champion in front of Ramūnas Čapkauskas, who is now 3 positions behind him. Anyway, they were main actors during that first session, and this was Carmen Graf, number 19, who is now all over Jonas Urbonavicius. Paulius Urbonavicius, sorry, here they go. Urbonavicius in front, Graf just behind him, and Graf is faster, that is certain, 3 laps to go. But how much faster can she overtake Lithuanian? And it seems that Mezhaks and Kotsila Mazashvili is joining the same party. And it's the main battle on the track now, because those in front, they have more or less bigger gaps. But Paulius Urbonavicius in P8, he is holding back Carmen Graf, and Graf is now already defending against Mezhaks. Graf, we remember, had that contact with Puhaka in the early stages of that race. But looking at the front, I would say that at least Viedris and Jovaisha have the result in their pocket, maybe racing as well, because Lapinch is now almost 3 seconds behind, but Žadeikis has caught Lapinch with 2 laps to go. The gap between them is less than 1 second. While Urbonavicius is still holding his P8. Number 7, Paulius Urbonavicius in that red car. Carmen Graf behind him, then Matis Mezhaks, Artyom Skostamazashvili, Yanis Hans and Ramonas Čapkauskas on the background as well. If those in front are going to make some mistakes, both Hans and Čapkauskas may be able to capitalize on it. And here they go over the bridge. Now Kotsila Mazashvili. Here is Žadeikis and Lapinch in front of him. So they are disputing P4, and Lapinch is making his car as wide as he can. So it was on the verge of what is allowed, on the limit of regulations, I would say. It was not a pure zigzagging, but changing directions more than one time. And you can see how different lines they are going to take through which kettle. The question is, can Žadeikis find a place? Good places here. If you can exit onto the main straight better than your rival, as we saw with Promet Racing, but I would say that Žadeikis has not a better top speed than Lapinch, and more than that, no, Lapinch is still in front. Final lap has begun. Lapinch still in P4, Žadeikis still in P5. But just a few centimeters separating them. Christian Isoskelko is further back, more than 2 seconds, so he's not going to directly be involved in this duel. Over the bridge once again, and Žadeikis goes a little bit wide. Now it's very tough for Lapinch. He's going to defend the inside line into Hospital. Can he do it? There was inevitable contact, and they are side by side, but still Lapinch is in front. Just few turns more. So I would say that now it's Lapinch's place to lose. But here is the leader, Martel Sviedris, the poleman. He is exiting the final turn. Checkered flag will be shown to him, and Walter Sviedris has won race 1 for BMWs. Last year champion Karolis Jovaisha is second. Promet Racing will be third, but who is going to be fourth? And it will be Martin Lapinch. He battled with Edvinas Žadeikis until the final turn. Žadeikis will be 5th, and Christian Oskerko almost caught them. Jonas Ramanauskas will be 7th, Paulius Urbanovic 8th, Carmen Grav 9th, and Matis Mesraks 10th. Although Grav, we saw her colliding with Juuso Puhakka, and Grav may get a penalty for it. Of course, it's for jury to decide. We will see. But yes, this was definitely a good race, and this is the winner, Valter Zviedris, starting from pole position. And it seems that Jovaisa's fastest lap was better than Zviedris, and it means that Jovaisa will start race 2 from pole position and Zviedris from P2. Yes, it looks like so, but who are going to be the next? We will know a little bit later. Anyway, that was BMW Race 1. We got a spectacle which we expected. Of course, if you have 36 more or less equal cars on the track, then the spectacle is almost guaranteed. And it was, and it was. Top 8 in front of you. And yes, you can see from here that Christian Oskerko almost caught Šadeikis and Lapinš during the final lap. Carmen Grav, the sole lady driver in this race, 9th overall, in front of first season champion Matis Mesraks. Lithuanian legend Ramonas Čapkauskas, 13th. And last year, 4th placeman in overall classification, Enar Klaus Kuhlmann, only 20th this time. Of course, his qualification was not very good yesterday as well. Uldis Timaks, again one very versatile Latvian driver, and Puhakka was actually, yes, Puhakka with only 8 laps. He drove the race but will be not classified, and those 4 cars were involved in first race. So now interview, over to Oskars.
Nu, mēs esam notikumu epicentrā šobrīd pašā labākajā vietā, un Valters Zviedris, pirmā brauciena uzvarētājs! Woo! Tas bija vareni, Valters, super, apsveic ar uzvaru. So we are live here in a Port Fermé after the BMW 325 Cup Race 1, and then Latvian Valters Zviedris took a very, very beautiful win. And Valters, talk us through the race. So first of all, on the first race start, what was going on there in the track? First of all, what was with your start? Did you lose a gear or something?
Yeah, it was a little bit too much overwhelmed with the situation, and couldn't put in second gear. I overspin the car. It's too fast, just too fast. I couldn't put in second gear. But in second start, I managed to do very well, and the race was amazing. Had more pace even in the car, so just saving the tires for second race and happy with the result.
Well, looking at the lap times, didn't look like you were saving the tires. You were flat out there.
Yeah, there's some more pace possible to go, but you know, I need to think for race 2 as well, because I saw a second driver was like nice gap behind, so I could little bit ease off the throttle.
Yeah, well, obviously you got out lucky from the race accident on race 1. It was unbelievable. The footage we saw, oh my God, it was crazy. How did you manage to get out of there?
Yeah, it was crazy. I lost the start and there's like 6 cars in front. One is facing like this, other one is facing like this. It's crazy. Rocks flying everywhere. Like, I hope all drivers and cars are okay because the incident looked pretty crazy. But yeah, luckily there was a restart and I can restart my race as well. But I have pace, so hopefully in second race I can finish first as well.
All right, we fingers crossed, Walters. Good job, you're the man. LV Racing, this is our guys. Nu, ko apsveicam, protams, Valters Vieda, LV Racing nopelnījuši pamatīgi labu darbu izdarījuši, nopelnījuši uzvaru. Vispārējie, protams, arī, un Valters, kā jau Valters stāstīja, viņam ļoti paveicās no pirmā brauciena incidentu tātad izkļūt sveikā cauri, un attiecīgi otrā brauciena starts izdevās labāks. Pirmajā braucienā kaut ko nesaslēdz ar ātrumiem. Nedaudz nokļūdījās ar šo saslēgšanos, pazaudēja uzreiz ļoti daudz pozīcijas. Otrajā braucienā viņam bija iespēja šo te kļūdu nepieļaut un sakārtot ļoti labu braucienu. Tagad tas viņam ir izdevās. Apsveicam vēlreiz uzvaru un ļoti skaists pēdestāvs Latvija, Lietuva, Igaunija. Tā kā redzēsim, kāds būs otrais brauciens, bet jebkurā gadījumā palieciet uz viļņa, būs ļoti jaudīgi DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Aiziet!
So that was BMW Race 1. Now we are going to switch from one German make to another. Porsches will take the track next. Their race should start at 12 o'clock, but of course we are behind the schedule due to that crash in BMW race. And there are cars already waiting at the pit exit. 12:25 is the time in Riga right now, and the race will be started in a few minutes. Anyway, the starting grid was determined by race 1 fastest laps, and exactly the same I thought during yesterday's practices has happened. So top 3 are all my namesakes. My name is Toomas Vabamäe, and Toomas Padovani will start from P1, Tommi Haru will start from P2, and Toomas Kangro will start from P3, who is race 1 winner. Kaius Schiksnelis starting from P4. So we have again 4 different nations in top 4. Mantas Janavicius, number 5, who was lowly 5th in race 1, starts from P5 as well, and number 73, Estonian driver Gert Jugala, starts from 6th. Nicolas Pirtilahti 7th and Olli Kangas 8th. Those 2 were battling for P6 for the best duration of race 1. And this is the picture from Kaius Schiksnelis Porsche. He took pole position yesterday, and as you saw, race 1 led from the lights till the flags. But the lap times of Padovani, Haru and Kangro were a little bit better than those of Schiksnelis. The question is, can he now overtake those 3 Thomases in front of him? We didn't see many overtakings during race 1 apart from Nicolas Pirtilahti and Olli Kangas, who were battling for P6 there. Actually, Pirtilahti overtook Kangas at least 3 or 4 times, but every time Kangas managed to take his place back. 3 times in succession it happened in turn 2, and 4th time when Pirtilahti went by, he could hold his position through the at least half of a lap, but then started to make mistakes, and Kangas sailed by once again. But that was in race 1. Now cars are already taking their positions on the grid for race 2. Race 1 winner Kaius Schiksnelis as well. So yes, Schiksnelis is driving his very first car race. Actually, it was in the morning, which was very first for him, and he managed to take not only pole position for that. And now over to Oskar.
Artur. So welcome back to DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 start grid, and here we go. It's the Porsche GT3 CUP Race 2, and it's going to be very interesting to watch because of one reason. Toomas Padovani set the fastest lap time in race 1, and now is going to start from pole position. Only 300ths of a second. Can you imagine? 300ths of a second between him and Tommi Haru, who's going to be in P2 starting race 2. And the winner of race 1, the fast young Lithuanian gun, will only start from P4. So Kaius Schiksnelis, the winner of race 1 from P4. This is a very good chance for Toomas to fight for the win overall. Obviously, 2 prize-giving ceremonies for each race, but this is going to be really interesting right now.
Yeah, well, a second race, different position for me. Let's see, turn 1, if I can keep this position.
How did it feel in race 1?
The rhythm was crazy, really crazy. I mean, the speeds in GT is like the fastest for this track I have seen.
All right, we wish you best of luck. See you out there racing. Toomas Padovani from P1. It's the best place to be in a racetrack before a race begins. And here we go. We see rest of the field now packing up. They're ready to rock and roll. I hope you are too. Wherever you're watching, join us. Facebook, YouTube, or TV4. We're happy to deliver all of the racing action this weekend from DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. It's fantastic. Start of the season opener round 1 of the Baltic Touring Car Championship, and loads of drama as well, as we saw before in the BMW 325 Cup. There's loads more to come, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And if you happen to be around Riga or Latvia, just join us here in the racetrack. It's beautiful out there. The sun is shining, the weather's perfect, and it's getting even warmer and warmer. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, tad Porsche GT3 kausa otrais brauciens un Tomas Padovani pirmajā braucienā uzstādīja labāko apļu laiku Bikernieki 3 sekundes simtaļām. Ātrāks viņš bija par Tomiju Haru un šobrīd pacīnīsies par otrā brauciena uzvaru. Būs interesanti. Pirmā brauciena uzvarētājs lietuvietis Kājus Siksnēlis, kuram šī bija pirmais brauciens vispār mūžā ar salona automašīnu. Tātad šoreiz startēs tikai no 4. pozīcijas. Tagad redzēsim, uz ko viņš būs spējīgs kārtīgā kontaktcīņā, kur viņam izpalika pirmajā braucienā. Tagad būs jāpastrādā kārtīgi un jāpacīnās par uzvaru. Bet, nu, jebkurā gadījumā Tomas Padovani saka, viņš ļudās ļoti labi pirmajā braucienā. Temps bija labs, ātrums bija labs, mašīna uzvedās fantastiski un viņš minēja, ka iespējams vienu no ātrākajiem braucieniem, kādu viņš vispār ir aizvadījis Bikernieku trasē. Tā kā redzēsim. Tas viss tūlīt DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 GT3 Porsche kausa izcīņas otrais brauciens. Aiziet!
Thank you, Oskars, and back to the business. Here's the starting grid, and I can tell you that Padovani, Haru, Gangro and Siksnēlis best lap times from race 1 were separated by a little bit more than 1/10 of a second. So at least on the best lap times, they were extremely close. Although the gaps at the finish were a little bit larger. All 16 cars are on the grid once again. And they are going on to their actually 2 warm-up laps, and then the rolling start will be given. As you heard from Tomas Padovani, he told that the pace was really good during race 1. But we didn't see many battles between the leaders. Top 4 actually escaped quite quickly from all the others, and 5th place Antas Janavicius was on his own for the best part of the race at all. A lot of free tarmac in front of him and behind him as well. But now when the possibly fastest guy, this one, Kājus Siksnēlis, is only in P4. Let's see if we can see some overtaking maneuvers between the front runners. And as Tomas Padovani put in his interview, the main thing is to go through turn 1 and 2 safely. We saw what can happen there. BMW drivers, somewhat unfortunate. One of them couldn't manage it. There was a long red flag. Race was stopped. Hopefully Porsches can make it through safely. We are about 35 or even a little bit more minutes behind our schedule due to that red flag. But yeah, it's part of motor racing. Accidents happen and aftermath must be cleared, everything recovered. That was exactly what happened. Talking about those cars, we have 16 cars on the grid, and 11 of them are the newest category, not category, but newest generation 992 cars. Then we have 4 991.2 cars, and only one, number 19, that of Nicolas Pirtilahti, is a slightly older 991.1 version. But as we saw from Pirtilahti's performance in race 1, it didn't hinder him very much. He was in the fight for P6 for best part of the race with Olli Kangas. And now here they come Bikernieki number 19 and Kangas number 11. And now going through which kettle, it means that yes, the grid is forming in front of them for the rolling start. Safety car is now already on its way to the pits, and number 77 Thomas Padovani is dictating the pace. Big Poleman number 22 Jari Ollila is last on the grid, 16th. Now the cars on the main straight. And lights are off, and it was Thomas Kangro who made a very good start on the inside. But it is Padovani who stays in front. But who is going to be second? It is going to be one of Thomas's, it's for sure. But which one? They are still side by side, but I think it is Thomas Kangro who is currently second. Yes, he is. Tommy Haru is third, and Kai Schiksnell is fourth, as he was at the start. But now all over Haru. 14 laps is the distance in this race as well. And this is Schiksnell who is showing himself behind Haru already, because he must rush. You can't wait here, otherwise first two can simply escape into the distance, and it will be really difficult to catch them in the later part of the race. There is a group of 4. Janavicius is still 5th, as he was in the qualification and in race 1, but Schiksnell is still all over Haru. Now the all-important exit onto the main straight, and yes, Schiksnell is much faster. Can he take the inside line into turn 1? Yes, he can, and it means almost in a no. Schiksnell was on the inside, but Haru was very aggressive on the outside, and it means that Haru still holds P3 in front of Schiksnell. But I think Schiksnell really made a wise decision not to force this issue. But on the other hand, Padovani and Kangro have got a good gap already in front of them, while Janavicius is now holding off Pirttilahti. But once again here, Haru in front, Schiksnell is behind him. Haru was really brave. And here is Pirttilahti overtaken. Yes, he was overtaken by number 11, Olli Gagas. Been quite a lot of changes in positions. Here is Janavicius, and now he's in front of Eerola. But question, who is going to be third? Haru or Schiksnell? This time Schiksnell is not attacking Haru into turn 1. Maybe under braking into turn 2. It. Number 20 is Raimoniemi, he's currently 12th. But Haru is here still in front of Schiksnell, while Padovani and Kangro have certainly escaped from them. Haru is now almost 2 seconds behind Kangro and holding off Schiksnell. Can he do it for the duration of all those 14 laps? The main thing is to avoid mistakes. Schiksnell, of course, is very experienced racer in go-karts, but has minimum experience with Porsches, this being his first meeting. Through all that experience he gathers maybe for good use in his main series this year, and he's flashing his lights, showing Haru that you are hindering my progress, which is certainly true. And interestingly here, Janavicius has 2 cars directly behind him, and this is from Schicksnelli's car approaching bridge turn. Now going over the bridge, and he's as close as it is possible. Of course, it's possible to get closer, but there is no idea to do it. And on the background, there is number 1, Olli Kangas, who has just overtaken Gert Jugala for 7th. And looking at the lap times, Padovani and Kangro in front are not that much faster than Haru and Schicksnellis, just 3 or 4 tenths per lap. So it's definitely, but what you can see is that Janavicius has closed in to Schicksnellis. So it means that Haru is now defending as hard as he can. But yes, the question is, how long is he able to do that without any mistakes? For sure, Schicksnellis, I'm almost sure Schicksnellis is not going to make some silly moves. There is no point for him to do that. But basically for him there is only one good overtaking opportunity, and it is on the main straight. It means you must have a very good exit from the final turn. Then you can simply sail by, but as we saw on one occasion, even this was not enough. Haru was very aggressive entering turn 1, and it meant that Schicksnellis had to left. You can see that there's brake lights on Schicksnellis cars are on for quite a long time, and it means that Schicksnellis is holding back. Now this time, no, he's not close enough, maybe under braking, but it means that Haru must make a mistake in front of him, which Haru is not doing. And we have a train of 6 cars as a result. Haru, Schicksnellis, Janavicius, Eerola, Kangas and Jugala. From P4, P3 even, down to P8. Of course, the performance of those cars are so closely matched, even they may be not exactly the same cars. They are so closely matched that it's almost impossible. So number 39, it is Jani Kägelä, who is shown to be in the pits. And it looks this race is over for him, or is he going to return to the track? And those are 2 leaders, Thomas Padovani and Thomas Kangro, separated by less than 1 second. But what is going on in the background? And Schicksnellis has now got very good exit, and this time he goes on to the outside. It's not a good place to be. You can't overtake from there. And Haru being the cork from the bottom means that Kangro has now already 5 seconds away from third place Haru. So whatever Schicksnellis will do during the remaining 8 laps, he has no real chance to catch those 2 leaders anymore. And yeah, that's happened when can happen when you start not from the front row but from 4 and get caught behind a little bit slower car. Not much slower, but just a little bit slower. But during last lap, Padovani and Kangro were full second faster than Haru and all the group behind him. And Sixnelis can do nothing about Haru, while Finn is making no mistakes. This is turn 1 through the Cameron car of Sixnelis. Haru in front of him. And that's it. Everything seems to be under control for Sixnelis. Of course, he would like to go a little bit faster. Not that little bit, maybe a full second faster per lap. But the hardest part of this job is to jump Haru, and until now Sixnelis has not found the place to do it. First half of the race is already completed. This 6-car train is staying together, led by Tommi Haru. And they even don't see two leaders anymore on the main straight. Or barely, maybe seeing our leaders are exiting the main straight. So Haru now pushed a little bit more, and it means that both him and Sixnelis were faster than Padovani and Kangro in the front. But it is by a few tenths, so the big picture remains the same. Padovani and Kangro are gone for this group for sure. There is no chance for them to catch leaders if those two don't make any silly mistakes. Of course, we haven't seen all the action in front, but it seems that while Kangro is putting pressure on Padovani, there has been not any moves. While in this gaggle of cars, Sixnelis is trying to find this crack in Haru's armor. Until now, he hasn't managed to do it. And it means that Janavicius is now all over his countryman as well. Gaps are yo-yoing in this group. In certain parts of track they are wider, in other parts they are narrower. But yes, the best Sixnelis now can expect here is P3. There's still 4.5 laps to go. But this group now has cut down a little bit. They have rather good pace, but no changes of positions. Last year, not last year, but last time, the fastest driver in this group was number 11, Olli Kangas. So they are really closely matched, and these you can see two leaders in front and then the second group. But now Kangas made a mistake and Jugala is in the wake of him. But Kangas holds the line through turn 1 and 2, and Jugala can do nothing about it. Also, Kangas made another mistake exiting turn 2. Can Jugala capitalize on it? No, he couldn't. Meanwhile, Tommi Haru, who is third has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.004. And he was some 2/10 faster than leader Thomas Padovani last time around. And Kangas, due to his 2 successive mistakes, have dropped away a little bit from Eerola, with Jugola firmly glued to his rear wing, and Haru sets, no, not yet. Haru still has the fastest lap. And there is Daniel Skurnik, number 13, who is being lapped. There is some air between Arvo and Sixnelis, and it's perhaps because they had to lap that slower car. I have no doubt that Sixnelis, if he wants, he is able to catch Arvo once again. Because there can be a question about the temperatures of car. If you are following another car closely, the car can start to overheat. On the other hand, the temperature in Riga today is quite cool. There is some pretty good breeze, so it's not hot by any measure. 3 laps to go, and leaders are here closely together. And although Tommi Haru in third has now upped his pace, he's far too long away from those two to pose any danger for them, and onboard camera from Kaius Sixnelis' car shows that while he's still in fourth, he's now a little bit more away from Haru. Janavic is still in fifth, and Eerola still in sixth, but the gap, yes, are bigger now in that group. More or less 1 second. Penultimate lap is on the way already. Jukka Eerola in that car, number 18, this blue one, made a spin during race 1 and lost a lot of positions there. Now he's putting in a good performance, keeping 6th position for the best part of the race. And only Kangas behind him is not posing any danger, but the leader, Thomas Padovani, has just set the fastest lap, the first man in this race to set the time under 1:20, but first race winner, Kaius Sixnelis, answers himself and sets a best time 1:19.752. So Kaius Sixnelis has now been the fastest, but due to his position, it didn't help him very much. Last lap is already on the way, and if Tommi Haru is not going to make any silly mistake during the final half lap of the lap, Sixnelis must be content with P4, and Haru really was under pressure just from the start. And this is leader Thomas Padovani, starting from pole position, holding the lead. Maybe not on the first meters, but from turn 2 he was in the lead and takes the win from race 2. Thomas Kangro is second, Tommi Haru will be third, and Kaius Sixnelis fourth. So top 3 all Thomases. Mantas Janavicius fifth, Jukka Eerola 6th, Olli Kangas 7th, Gert Jugal 8th, Raivo Tamm is 9th, and Nicolas Pirtilahti completes the top 10. So that was it. We have now finished with Porsches for today. They will have their own prize-giving ceremony right after the race when they return to Parc Fermé. But we will go on. We will go on with single-seaters, actually. Historic single-seaters, formal historic race will be the next one. And there will be actually, now that's the second part of the results, and this is the first one. Once again, 4 different nations in top 4, also in a little bit different succession compared to race 1. And maybe this was not as eventful a race as was the first, but still we saw some overtaking maneuvers and how Tommi Haru really put in a good performance, holding off Kaius Sixnelis for the whole 14 laps. Sixnelis was all over him during the first part of the race, first half of the race, but Haru made no one mistake, and the young Lithuanian had nothing to do, had to contend with P4. And now over to Oskars.
All right, so here we are, the finish of the Porsche GT3 CUP. Here, race 2, done and dusted in the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And the man on the top spot is Thomas Padovani. What a fantastic race by him. Very confident, very fast, and a beautiful way to finish the race. How do you feel?
Tired.
Really, it wasn't that bad. It looked like you're controlling the race totally.
Well, yeah, I had to slow down because the tires got like a bit warm in the rear. I slowed down and then I pushed for the last 4 laps, and it was working.
Yeah, I mean, you had to push because nearly like half a second, Angro was behind you.
I saw. I saw he was just behind, no mistake.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
So 2 podiums in 2 races, you couldn't be happier than that.
Yeah, it's good.
Awesome. So we'll see you guys on the podium straight after you finish all the chit-chat and everything, and we'll congratulate you. Thanks again. So yeah, that's it. The Porsche GT3 CUP is done and dusted, as I said, and we'll see the guys on the podium in a minute. We'll give out the award ceremony for race 1 and race 2 as well, and then we'll head on to the next races in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. What has been so far a fantastic event, so exciting to watch all of the guys battling it out, and the season opener is just fantastic. It's unbelievable. So many fans out here. Finally, we can have fans. So if you're not here, you better have a good excuse for that, because the sun is shining, the weather is perfect, the races are amazing. So see you out here. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, Tomas Padovani, kā jau dzirdējām, stāstīja, ka uz sacensību beigām pēdējām apļiem jau riepas uzkars pamatīgi nācās kārtīgi pastrādāt, jo Kangro jau viņam aiz muguras bija apmēram pussekundes attālumā, un attiecīgi izdevās viņam noturēt savu līderu pozīciju 2 braucienos. Padovani 2 godu piedestāli, 1 otrā, 1 pirmā vieta. Es domāju, gandrīz jackpots, mazliet vēl jāpastrādā, bet katrā gadījumā viņš bija ļoti priecīgs par rezultātu, un arī mēs ļoti priecājamies par tik jaudīgām un ātrām mašīnām šeit Bikernieki trasē DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Palieciet uz viļņa, tūlīt apbalvosim Porsche GT3 klasi, un attiecīgi ķersimies klāt jau nākamajiem braucieniem, un ja es nekļūdos, tad vēsturiskās formulas būs nākamie uz starta grīdu. Tiekamies!
Now we are done with Porsches for today. A few of them will appear, actually 2 of them as well as now, will appear tomorrow in, actually today in 6-hour race, today in the evening starting from 3 o'clock. But now the next race will be for Formula Historic, not race 2 but race 1 of course for them. And there should be 6 cars on the grid. At least 6 cars were entered for the meeting, but yesterday evening we saw only 4 cars on the track for the qualification, and those who managed to set the time are Davi Kroon, who is starting from pole position. Raitis Murniaks will stand beside him in row 1. Then second row will be Indulis Rukuts and Ekedavi Sepper. Kroon, Murniaks and Rukuts are all Formula Mondial drivers, while Sepper has Formula Eastern, and the difference is that Formula Eastern is 1300cc engine, while Mondials are 1600cc. And Ain Lähker, number 1, and Thomas Hunt, number 78, didn't set the time yesterday during qualification, but as you can see from this picture, all 6 cars are present, at least on the starting grid. So it's good news. Let's see how many of them can finish the 10-lap race. Bear in mind that those cars are really old, Formula Historical. It's they are literally historic cars, at least 35 maybe years. Anyway, more than 30 years, all those cars are more than 30 years old, so you can imagine that it's not so easy to maintain them and race them. Of course, it's a shame that Andres Klikis, who has been ruling this car category during few last seasons, is not present. And I had a talk with him yesterday, and he said that he had a surgery and now is recovering little by little, and hoping to be back in August for the races in Pärnu. So we can only hope that he will be there, and wish him quick recovering. And this is Indulis Rukuts, Latvian legend. The car he drives bears his own name, Rukuts 3. Maybe older racing fans remember the car with which Rukuts built in the beginning of 1980s, which was initially orange and then painted yellow and white. It was his second car, and he lost it when crashed here in Riga. And this is Thomas Hunt, starting from the final position. And now grid girls are going away, and it means that single-seaters are going to start their warm-up lap. Davi Kroon is another driver who is not driving car called Estonia. This car is Estek 884, and of course the index tells you that it is a model of 1988. According to contemporary Formula 4 regulations. So Kroon and Murniaks in front row, then Rukuts and Sepper in the second row, and Lähker and Hunt in third row. Two Latvians versus 4 Estonians. During recent seasons, we have seen that although the majority of the drivers are coming from Estonia and almost all cars are named Estonia, the Latvian drivers have had upper hand. Last year, for example, Baltic Championship in Mondial was won by Andris Krikis, and Eastern title went to Germany, to Hartmut Heidicke. So the numbers doesn't make the quality, or the quantity doesn't make the quantity in this case. But we will see. Those historic cars will race over 10 laps. The good news, of course, is that top 3 from yesterday's qualification, Krohn, Murnieks and Rukuts, were quite closely matched. And as I told, those cars may be quite fragile. And we will see. Hopefully they can finish all of them. The speed difference will be significant also, because at least number 11, Eke Sepper, the sole driver driving Formula Eastern, was significantly slower than all his co-competitors yesterday during qualifying. But it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Today it's another day, another race. So, warm-up lap is completed. Marshal will show green flag at the back of the grid. That's it. And now start procedure is underway. Rukuts in 3rd and Sepper in 4th. Three, 4, 5 lights. And here we go. So it was Murnieks who made the best start. Rukuts was a little bit boxed, but eventually it is Krohn who leads through turn 1. Rukuts is 2nd, and on the inside Murnieks was forced to 3rd. Then there is Hunt, then there is Lähker, and somewhere there on the background was Sepper as well. Managed to jump Murnieks. Oh, and it is Hunt who is driving through the gravel over the bridge. It is exactly the same place where Rukuts lost his car back in. And this is Ain Lähker in gravel, and it means we can have a safety car, because where it was, I'm not sure. Was it turn 2? Actually, it makes no difference. Top 3 are all together. Rukuts managed to jump Murnieks, while Krohn holds his lead. So let's see. Of course, there are so few cars on the track. Krohn, Rukuts, Murnieks is standing after lap 1. Hunt is still 4th. Let's see what happened now. This is start. So yes, Rukuts had a really good takeoff, but was boxed behind 2 cars, and into turn 1 managed to overtake Murnieks. This is Thomas Hunt running through the gravel trap after the bridge. And that is number 19 Lähker. Where is he standing? I'm not sure, but anyway, he has left the car, and probably we are not going to have safety car, of course, which is good news. The main thing for those on the track is not to go off in the same place and hit the stationary car. And as it stands, lap 2 is close to completion, and Taavi Kroon is still in lead, but Indulis Rukuts is putting some pressure on him, while Aitis Murnieks has dropped away by a few seconds. And this is Thomas Hunt after his excursion to the gravel, and this engine sounds very wrong, and you could see there is some steam coming out from the engine as well. And this is Rukuts attacking Kroon into the hospital turn. Was not successful yet, but Kroon is certainly under pressure from Rukuts, there is no doubt. For whatever reason, our timing system shows that Murnieks is second, but I can assure he's not. He's in third, behind Kroon and Rukuts. Perhaps the timing transponder on Rukuts' car is not working, but that red car belongs to Rukuts, and he's still in second, although he's now dropped a few tenths to Kroon. And he's back in timing. 0.8 seconds behind, while Murnieks is now losing time to Rukuts, and he's not in the same group anymore. And with wind slowing, so 2 yellow flags, there is big danger. Is it for... Yes, it's on the bridge where Lähker's car is standing. Maybe, although I don't think there was some collision between him and Hunt, because they were separated by a few seconds already before that. Anyway, Lähker's car is standing in the gravel trap after the bridge. It is very, very dangerous place. So drivers must lift there, certainly. And it seems that the fate for Murnieks is now clear. He is not endangering nor Kroon nor Rukuts. They are clearly in front already and catching Sepper. So Sepper will be in this picture. He will lap in few seconds. He's very slow here. Hopefully blue flags are shown to him. Yes, there is blue flag. So Sepper knows faster cars are approaching from behind. And Murnieks is now more than 16 seconds losing to the leader, more than 16 seconds, and he has dropped the pace. His last lap time was 1:39, while those two in front did 1:25s. So certainly, almost certainly, I would assume something is wrong with his car as well. And even Hunt is continuing, despite that steam pouring out of his engine. Hopefully he's not going to cook it completely. White flag means slow car, and it should be Hunt then. And yes, that which shows his hand that he's going to be slow. He's going to, yeah, he's entering the pits, and probably the race is over for Thomas Unt as well. And now Rukuts, despite not being that far back, the pressure is not what it was for Krohn. And Murnieks is in the pits as well, so we have only 3 cars left moving. Taavi Krohn and Indullis Rukuts in this picture. And Eki Sepper somewhere on the track. And looks like Rukuts has now decided that he's not able to keep the pace. Krohn is developing in front of him. Taavi Krohn just set the fastest lap, 1:24.9. Rukuts was only 2/10 slower. But now they're going to complete 6 laps. Let's see what the gap will be. A little bit more than 1 second, so more or less still Rukuts is still in the game, not that far back. And he lost just 1 more tenth to Krohn, while Krohn set the fastest lap, 1:24.6, as the screen graphic showed. Meanwhile, the third car on the track, Taavi Sepper, his lap time was 1:50, so he's losing some 20 or 25 seconds per lap to those 2 in the picture. Let's see if Rukuts has something left for the final 3.5 laps. Until now, Krohn has led from the moment the lights went off. Rukuts had a slightly better takeoff, but his problem was that 2 cars in front, both Krohn and Murnieks, blocked his way, and he had to lift for a moment, and that meant even if he went by Murnieks into turn 2, Krohn was in the lead by that time and already gone for Rukuts. Although, look at this picture. Rukuts has set the fastest lap time under 1:24 and has caught Krohn, and Krohn makes mistake exiting turn 2. Is it a chance for Rukuts? Yes, it is. They are now side by side, and Rukuts is going to the outside, and Indullis Rukuts has taken the lead. Is there something wrong with Krohn's car? And did I see correctly that Lacker's stationary car was not there anymore? So only 2.5 laps to go, and suddenly it became very interesting because Indullis Rukuts managed, out of nothing, out of the blue, managed to overtake Taavi Krohn for the lead. Krohn lost the speed for a few moments, and that was it. Is it enough for Rukuts? Once again, I have to mention that those cars are very old and fragile. Anything can happen to them, even during those 2 final laps. Indullis Rukuts is now, as a leader, starting his penultimate lap, and this was the moment Rukuts took the lead. It was as Krohn had no drive out of the turn. Maybe something to gear switching was wrong or whatever. But here they go. Indullis Rukuts in front and Taavi Krohn behind him. And the gap is growing now quickly. It is not that large, but certainly Krohn is not that fast anymore. Or isn't he? They are now going to lap Eke Tavisepper for the second time. And suddenly Krohn is all over Rukuts once again. It's just a little bit. Here they go. Sepper was overtaken already before the beach gettle, and this may have been the crucial mistake from Krohn, going onto the gravel with his right side wheels, and it means that Rukuts now starts final lap and is 1.5 seconds in front of Krohn, already setting the fastest lap in the process as well. So it may have been the final blow for Krohn. Rukuts set the fastest lap while he made a mistake. Just 3 kilometers, a little bit more remaining. The three cars on the track. But despite that, I would say that the duel between those two, Indulis Rukuts and Tavi Krohn, was quite interesting for this class. Krohn led the, I would say, first 2/3 of the race. Then Rukuts went by and started to push that one fastest lap after another. And here we go. One more turn to go for the leader, and Indulis Rukuts is now on the main straight. Checkered flag is out for him, and Indulis Rukuts has won the historic Formula Race 1. Tavi Krohn takes second place, and Eke Tavisepper, who is somewhere out on the track, is third. And Rukuts really upped his pace during final laps. He made 4 successive laps under 1:24. So he was definitely faster, but and here is Eke Tavisepper in third, and the only driver driving Formula Eastern, while both Rukuts and Krohn has Formula Mondial cars. Anyway, that was Formula Historic Race 1. The second race for them will take place tomorrow in the afternoon. And yes, Lähker's stranded car is still there. I simply didn't notice it last time. We have 2 more sprint races left for today. Next one will be for Baltic Touring Cars. It should have started at 13:20. It is 5 minutes ago. Of course, we had a delay due to BMW crash. And there are some delays, but for sure this touring car race will be started quite soon. So finish, actually there were no 5 cars in the finish, but only 3. Indulis Rukuts first, Tavi Krohn second, and Eke Tavisepper third, despite being 2 laps down. But on the other hand, he was the winner of his own class, Formula Eastern. Baltic Touring Cars had their first race already today. And Aurimas Mistautas was the overwhelming winner there. Of course, he was the winner in his class, BaTCC 3 as well. And this is Hein Lähker's car, craned onto the flatbed to be recovered to the pits. Shame, of course, that he didn't manage. Actually, he didn't complete even one lap, went off over the bridge, and the aftermath you saw already. And now here is a starting order for Baltic Touring Car Race 2. We will have no interviews with single-seater drivers, so touring cars will take their positions on the grid quite soon. And starting grid was determined by best lap times during race 1, and it gave pole position to number 17 Aurimas Mishtautas. And here are the single-seaters. Little overview once again. And that's it, back to the real time. Safety car is already waiting in front of the grid, and you can see number 45 Erko Puusaag in his Volkswagen Golf 1 was exiting the pits. Actually, that Volkswagen Golf 1 is probably the oldest car in this meeting at all, not only in this start. Because if you think that first generation Golf production was discontinued in 1983, so this car should be almost, or maybe even more than 40 years old. But talking about grid was determined by best lap times during race 1, and of course Aurimas Mishtautas, number 17, who was the winner, and winner in BaTCC 3, or the most powerful class, took the pole position. But the starting position number 2 belongs to number 74 Tadas Petukauskas, who started from the end of the grid and managed to set a lap time better than several BaTCC 3 class drivers. So Petukauskas is driving Honda Civic from BaTCC 2 class. Then second row will be number 111 Isidorius Paustis and number 68 Roberta Zauka. Third row, number 88 Simo Lind and Andrius Geblis, they are both BaTCC 2 drivers. Then fourth row, number 33 Atis Veismanis and number 24 Kasparas Skirelis. Also both the BaTCC 2 cars, but I'm not sure if Skirelis is going to start this race at all, because he was the only one who retired during race 1. Anyway, if he is not going to take the start, that place will remain empty. Fifth row belongs to number 333 Maxim Avdeyenkov and number 337 Chris Manama. We saw fighting them, both of them fighting between themselves during race 1. and now they stand side by side on the grid as well. Both BaTCC 3 cars. Then 6th row, number 22 Vilius Braninskas and number 69 Laurinos Simonavicius, the best BaTCC 1 driver, last year Baltic champion in this class. 7th row, number 14, 14-year-old Turkish driver Can Alakoc, together with another 14-year-old Finnish driver, number 62, Benjamin Silvesterson, who was fastest in V1600. And here you see the starting grid on your screens as well. Top 8, mainly Lithuanian drivers. And one interesting detail more, the choice of the cars. There are 9 BMWs and 8 Hondas on the grid, while Hondas are all Civics, also from different generations and different body shapes, but all are Civics. BMWs are from different generations, different types, different body shapes, whatever. Then we have 2 Toyota Aurises, both in V1600 with 2 Finnish youngsters at wheel, Benjamin Silvesterson number 62 and Matias Nuoroma number 25, while Silvesterson, as I told, is only 14. Matias Nuoroma is 2 years senior to him, 16, or as he himself put it, almost 17 already. And then we have one Ford Fiesta driven by Can Alakoc and one Volkswagen Golf driven by Erkko Puusaag. Aurimas Mistautas on the pole again. Looking at the times driver set in qualification, he was almost 2.5 seconds faster than this man, Isidorius Paukštis. So basically, Mistautas has had no problems during race 1, just took the lead and brought the car home in P1. But yes, Tadas Piatrkauskas, number 74 in P2. He started race 1 from the back of the grid. And we will have a commercial break. And welcome back to the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the opening round of Baltic Touring Car Championship. Baltic Touring Cars are lined up on the grid for their race 2. It will be over 10 laps. First race was won by this man in car number 17, Aurimas Mistautas, and he's a hot favorite for race 2 as well, starting from pole position, and his lap times were far better than anyone else's on this grid. So 1 minute till the beginning of the warm-up lap. Bikernieki is still busy on car number 72, driven by Tadas Petrikauskas. And here we go. Mechanics have left the grid and everything is ready for warm-up laps. Yes, warm-up laps, because those cars are going to take a rolling start and they will have 2 warm-up laps before that. Now, green flag has been shown to Aurimas Mistautas. He takes off and starts his first warm-up lap. So cars are now lined up more or less according to the speed from race 1 actually. But we will see. We saw many overtaking maneuvers during the first race, and it was partly due to the fact that some very fast drivers were starting from the back of the grid for different reasons. Some of them had technical issues yesterday. 2 drivers lost their times from qualification for flag infringements. But it was yesterday and it was this morning. Now that is race 2. Weather has become warmer in Riga, although my information tells it's still only 6 degrees. Although there is nice sunshine, but there is also quite a strong wind. But for the racing purposes, this weather is very good. For tires especially, because track temperature is not climbing very high degrees, and engines like cool air as well. I'm talking about all cooling devices, be it for brakes or engine or transmission or whatever. We had 21 cars in race 1, 20 of them finished, so only 1 was retiring, and that was of course very good news. But as it stands, I can't see Kasparas Skirilis number 24 on the track. He had white Honda Civic, very similar to that of Andrius Geblis, number 10. Geblis is coming here on the background. And this Weismanis, Avdeyenkov, Manama. But no sign of Skirilis. So 20 cars are going into this race, over 10 laps. And we have, once again, like in the morning, we have 2 14-year-old drivers. Actually, they are sharing the starting row, starting from row 7, number 14, Turkish driver Can Nalakoc, and number 62, Finnish driver Benjamin Silvestersson. Both are 14 years old and making their debut in car racing. So actually, yesterday Alakoc was 6th in the qualification. Of course, 2 cars were out for technical reasons, and the two cars had their lap times cancelled, so it pushed him a little bit higher. But even with that fact, here he goes in bright white car number 14, Ford Fiesta R2. Now the starting lineup is forming little by little for the rolling start. Auremas Mishtautas number 17 and Tadas Petkauskas number 74 in the front row, and all 18 more cars behind them, hopefully. Number 81, Artus Brunavs, is the last one. And here we go, and it was almost inevitable that more powerful and rear-wheel drive BMWs will jump BaTCC. And where is BaTCC? He's got lost at all. No sign of him. Here he comes only. So Tadas BaTCC, who started from front row, has lost at least 10 positions or even more. Now we have 3 BTC 3 class BMWs in front, then 3 BTC 2 class Honda Civics behind. And especially in BTC 2 it will be interesting. Now Simo Lind try to overtake Attis Weismanis into Hospital. But Weismanis still stayed in front, and now Lind tries once again into Cinema, and it means that Andrius Geblis in front of them is going further and further. Those 3 drivers are battling for the first place in BTC 2, and now Weisman is really making favor for Geblis. Still stays in front. So Lind must have much better straight speed on the main straight. Can he jump Latvian? Meanwhile, you see how far in front is number 10. Andrius Geblis already. No. Weismanis is still keeping Lind behind, but now Lind is going to the inside. Weismanis is on the outside. I should say to Lind that calm down, think what you're doing, and go for it when it's sure. Now it's half-hearted attempts. Weisman is not going to give up. He's a very tough guy. Everybody who has raced him knows it. Is it going to be now? No, it's not. And Lind is really desperate. He sees, of course, that Geblis is becoming smaller and smaller down the straight in front of him. And now here is what happened at the start. Actually, we didn't see. We see how BaTCC is in the middle and dropping places. Meanwhile, Zauka and Paukštis disputed P2. Zauka in number 68, and there was. Lind was very easy into turn 1, and it meant that now he's finally in front of Weismanis. But on the other hand, you can see that Geblis is already 4.5 seconds down the road from Lind. And I would say over those 8 remaining laps, it is almost impossible. Lind must be almost a second faster than his Lithuanian rival. But let's see. Until checkered flag is not out, everything is possible. Meanwhile, while Mishtautas is leading, Zauka and Paukštis are still together. And this duo number 333, Maxim Avdenkov, and number 69, Taurinas Simonavičius. Actually, they are not battling because they are from very different classes. Simonautis is the leader in BaTCC 1, while Aldeco has BaTCC 3 class car. So Aldeco should be much faster, but of course car performance is not everything. One. It was Zauka who was completely sideways exiting the final turn. Does it give a chance for BaTCC? And BaTCC forces himself into P2 through first turn. It was a forceful move, and now it's his time to make a mistake under acceleration. Can Zauka use it? No, he can't. Actually, at least in this situation. And look at what Lind has done. He was 4.5 seconds behind Keblis just one lap ago. Now the gap has reduced by 2 seconds during one lap, but these two, they are still battling. And Zauka in his diesel BMW now is in front of BaTCC once again. So they have changed positions twice during this lap. And BaTCC is very aggressive as well. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, going over the curbs onto the gravel or grass. Now Zauka in front once again, completing this lap. Actually, in the lap table, Zauka was in front one lap ago and is in front now, so the official protocol doesn't show that BaTCC was leading a few seconds. So is it a reply? Yes, it is, one lap ago. And it was a really bold move by BaTCC. Look at this, half of his car was on the grass and then he hit the curb quite heavily and make the move stuck, but then lost it one lap later. And now Simo Lind has caught Andrius Keblis, so those 4.5 seconds which Keblis had in hand were good only for 2 laps. But this is number 62 in front of 116, and it was a change in the 1600 lead. Now 62, Benjamin Sylvesterson is the leader in that class. No, he's second actually, because Matthias Norman, number 25, is of course the leader. But Tadas Piatukauskas, number 74, is struggling. He started from the front row, but now he's somewhere deep in the field in P16, between much. Oh yeah, this is BaTCC car smoking heavily like an old-time locomotive, and I'm not sure if he can complete the full distance. First 5 laps are now completed of 10 lap distance, and Isidorius BaTCC BMW is smoking that. Something is wrong with that engine for sure, and we haven't seen it, but we have a new leader in BaTCC 2, because Simo Lind has not only caught Andrius Keblis, but here they go. He is now in front of the Lithuanian driver, having managed to overcome his 4.5 second deficit, and then performed an overtaking maneuver as well. Leaders have meanwhile completed their 6th lap already. Mishtautas He's some 13 seconds in front of Zauka. But what is Paukštis doing? I would think that he is falling. Yes, he's falling back. Lind is 7 seconds behind him, but comparing the lap times, Paukštis last time. Here is Paukštis. Still in third overall, but his lap time compared to Lind was some 7 seconds slower, so Lind certainly will catch the Lithuanian BMW driver. And the question is for Paukštis, rather than can he complete this race, can he finish this race, or what the problems his currently experiences, are they going to force him to retire? So Lind here takes third overall. Paukštis has switched on the indicator showing that you can overtake me. I'm not going to compete you. I'm not going to race you. 3 laps to go. Oh, Keblis went off through the witch kettle, but kept his foot planted on the accelerator pedal and came out of this situation. But the car was once again completely sideways through that. That is very, very tricky place. Actually, like the majority of turns on this track. And here how Keblis went off. Yeah, the main thing in this situation with a front wheel drive car is not to lift the acceleration or you are gone. Here is number 62, Benjamin Silvesterson. Will be lapped by faster cars. There on the background is Simo Lind already. So the world, while Mishkautas just completed his lap number 8. He has 2 laps to go. No rivals on the same straight anymore. And this is one of BMW's. Has hit the wall. Front right wheel was looking quite strange, but car is still moving. What happened here? Haha, it's a classic case at Bikernieki, going over the bridge, losing your car, and it was number 81, Artur Spunans, and he was really fortunate not to hit any of the walls that are present in this part of the track. And even despite this front right wheel was in a very strange position, it seems that his car was more or less intact. Meanwhile, leader Aurimas Mistautas, number 17, must be quite close to the timing line already to start his final lap, and he started it right now. Roberto Sauka was 18 seconds behind the leader 1 lap ago. Now the gap has grown, I would assume. No, it is gone down, quite the contrary, but of course Mistautas has no need to push anymore. The same is right for Zauka, because third in overall classification, Simo Lind went over the line right now, and he's further 17 seconds behind Zauka. So top three are separated by huge margins. And here comes the leader. Acting number 337, Chris Manama. And Chanalakoch number 14 is in front of him and probably will be lapped as well. Blue flags should be shown to him. And they are, so leader overtakes one of the youngest drivers out here. 14-year-old Chanalakoch, and Aurimas Mistautas is on the main straight for the final time, crossing the finish line and taking second win in Baltic Touring Cars in the process. Roberto Sauka comes here. Here's one more corner to go through, and now he's closing to the line. Takes second overall and second in his class BaTCC 3, and Simo Lind should be the next one. No, there are some lap cars. Benjamin Silvesterson first, and there on the background that white and yellow car of Simo Lind takes second victory in BaTCC 2. While the race goes on until the final meters or centimeters, although those cars are from different classes, it means nothing. And Weismanis has managed to overtake Keblis towards the finish during the final lap. So Weismanis takes second in BaTCC 2 and Keblis drops to third, while Paukštis has saved third in his class. Yes, he's coming there on that red BMW and takes third. Concerning BaTCC 1, Laurinas Simonjavicius was the winner. He not the winner of his class, but sixth overall. That's really good. Chanalakoch was second in BaTCC 1 and Erko Puusak third, and in V1600s Benjamin Silvesterson was the winner in front of Ernest Seglitis and Raivis Meilans. So that was it. Penultimate sprint race for today. We have still only one. Here are the final results. Sauka, I think, has been penalized because Lind is second in this results. Also on the track it was quite the opposite. Anyway, both of them for sure they care more about their positions in their respective classes. This is where they get the points, and this is where the titles will be awarded. Something happened to Matias Nuoromo. Also, he was leading V1600. And over to Oskars for interviews.
Yes, Artur, paldies tev. So here we are, the race 2 finish for the Baltic Touring Cars. The BaTCC 3 category winner, Aurimas Mistautas, with me. 2 wins out of 2 races. That's a perfect start of the weekend.
Yeah, it was perfect. I had always good speed today, and we had the result.
Well, you have your fans already shouting out, but overall, like the legendary Bikernieki race car, how does it feel to drive here with such powerful car?
Yeah, it's quite difficult track, but it's very fun to drive. We have very good grip, so it's not so hard to do good laps.
Overall, enjoying the weekend, obviously.
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you, Aurimas. Best of luck. See you on the podium later on.
Thank you. See you.
All right, Aurimas, happy guy. Okay, happy team as well. Nu, ko Aurimas Mistautas saka, perfektas weekends, 2 uzvaras no 2 braucieniem, esot ļoti labi saķeri. Bikernieki trasot ļoti interesanti trasi, kurā braukt ar diezgan jaudīgu automašīnu. Tā kā esot izbaudījis pilnībā šos 2 braucienus, un arī rezultāts ir ļoti, ļoti labs. Pirmā pozīcija absolūti neapstrīdams lietuvietis bija savā BaTCC ieskaitē, bet mēs drīz liekam jaunu bildi iekšā, un tūlīt dosimies uz starta grida. Un tur mēs redzēsim otrā brauciena startu BMW 325 kausīs cīņā, kur pirmā braucienā, kā jūs labi atceraties, gāja ļoti jautri. Nu, redzēsim, kā būs šajā gadījumā, bet jebkurā gadījumā es zinu, ka būs ļoti aizraujošs sacīksti. Gaidām tūlīt uz starti jau dosies BMW 325 kausa piloti ar savām mašīnām, un tad jau varēsim pašaut vaļā. So, in a minute, we're gonna head on to the start grid of race 2 for the BMW 325 CUP, and it's gonna be very, very exciting to watch us. It's going to be a close battle between all of the top drivers. So let's see what they're going to deliver us. So stay tuned wherever you're watching. Thanks for joining us on Facebook and YouTube and TV4. It's been such a fantastic start of the weekend for the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And there's more to come. We promise you that. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and see you out there.
Here we go again with BMWs coming out from the pits and going to take their grid positions for race 2. We had a lot of drama in race 1. Actually, the first attempt has to be cancelled because there was huge crash right into turn 1. There was quite slight initial contact between second place starter Leo Messenger and fourth place car of Alex Ivanov. So after that slight contact, Ivanov he spun and made another much harder contact with Messenger. They both were out on the spot and 2 further cars hit them. So all in all, 4 cars were out because of that incident, and we had a long break for the track to be cleared. And it was, of course, good news for number 121 Walter Zvedris, the poleman. And interview over to Oskars.
Jā, tieši tā, paldies, Artūr, no ko esam pieslēgšies starta taisnē. BMW 325 kausa izcīņas otrais brauciens un būs ļoti skarba cīņa. Tūlīt parunāsim ar pilotiem, redzēsim, kāds noskaņojums pirms tāda kautiņa, ja tā var izteikties. So, we are ready for race 2 of the BMW 325 Cup here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition, the opener for the season, and it's fantastic to see such a competition in this category. And Walter Zvedris is in the pole position again. He has done a fantastic job in race 1, and obviously will try to do the same in race 2.
Yeah, hopefully the start goes well first time this time. And yes, I think I have the pace to win this race, and hopefully everything will be nice.
It's rarely when in motorsports you're given a second chance, and by luck, I think by unlucky drivers, but luck for you, on the first race you had a chance to repeat that procedure here from pole position. It went well, but this time I think you will have to do it from the first time.
Yeah, we did watch the data, what I did wrong, so we analyzed what happened. But yes, this time I'm feeling more ready, and it will be okay.
Well, I think the most important news is that it wasn't a car error, it was a driver error. So that's something you can fix yourself.
Yeah, that's true. You always need to work on yourself and improve, and hopefully everything goes nice this time.
All right, Walters, the pace is there. The car's working well. The team is the best you can imagine. The LV Racing guys are doing just absolutely maximum to get this car running as fast as it can. And obviously, rest of the field are doing the same thing. So, Karelis Juvaisha, finally, from first row, this is where he belongs, ladies and gentlemen. And he is going to push to the maximum to show how it's done. Will it be like that? Karelis, tell me.
Yeah, of course. I always push to the maximum. In the first race, at the beginning of the first race, I tried to hold Valtteri, but later I saved the tires for this round. So I think right now will be the moment when I need to push really hard.
So it sounds like you are controlling the race as well. Some strategies with the tires. That's really important in your class. You have to survive with them throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, these tires overheat, so it's really important to manage those tires really good.
All right, looks like you're doing a good job, Carlos. Best of luck. See you out there in the track. It's going to be very, very exciting to watch these guys battling it out. This is the decider race. It's race 2. It's now or never, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be epic. So make sure you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're about to start the BMW 325 Cup Race 2. And there's much, much more to follow throughout the evening and obviously tomorrow as well. So we have a large program for you prepared. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is very, very cool. It's a fantastic weekend. Sun is shining. The weather's good. The grandstands are almost full. Shout out to all of the fans out there, and obviously shout out to all of you watching either on Facebook, YouTube, or TV4. We are going to rock and roll, dudes and dudeses.
So everything seems to be ready for race 2, and as Karelis Juvaisha mentioned, the tires are very important because all drivers have only one set, 4 tires for the whole weekend for qualification and 2 races. And while Zvedris was much faster during race 1 than all the others, his best lap time was almost 4 tenths better than Juvaisha's one. We will see if he has used his tires too much during race 1, but it may be true for number 31, Edvinas Žadeikis, who made a very bad start into race 1 and then had to fight back. And starting from P4 is number 42, Andris Šats, and believe or not, he was yesterday out of top 26 who got direct place for finals, so he had to fight this place for himself through the second chance race, which he won. But now you see he's in row 2, so everything is possible. Everything is possible. You have to take your chance, grab it with 2 hands. And this is Martin Slapinš. His onboard car. Lapinš starts from P7. He was 4th in race 1, holding off Žadeikis during the final laps, and it was really very close. Robert Reis in the first race, 3rd placeman, is starting from P5, having number 7 Paulius Urbanavicius on his side. 4th row will be Martin Slapinš, as we saw, number 5, and number 63 Krišjānis Ožekerko, who was 6th in race 1. And 5th row consists of number 19 Carmen Graaf, the sole lady driver in this race, and number 4 Latvian driver Jānis Hāns. Graaf was involved in a collision with Finnish driver Juuso Puhaka during race 1, and that's another example that you can't trust what you see on TV. I was almost sure that the collision was a mistake by Graaf, but jury decided the other way, and Puhaka was warned, not some big penalties from him, because he was actually he lost most in that collision. Graaf lost maybe 1 or 2 positions, but Puhaka was out of the race. Anyway, now we have BMWs already returning from their warm-up lap. The race distance will be 14 laps as it was in race 1. And this time Valtteri Svedres really was fortunate, because that abandoned race, he made a very bad getaway and was already 4th or 5th entering turn 1. Then he got second chance and he grabbed it with both hands. Now 5 first rows are already formed. Full start marshal has to run a long way till the end of the grid, where the last cars start. Again, I'm not sure how many cars do we have. And you see in the background BMW 3rd Series Touring. Yes, it is, because for this year BMW E91 or Touring or Wagon, or how do you call it, cars are also allowed. And that is car number 2, Karlis Ozolenš. He made finals yesterday through the second chance race yesterday, and shows that you can drive even estate or wagon car quite fast. And there is top 8 starting grid. Now everything should be already almost ready for the start of BMW race 2. And it is. Lights are going on, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and here we go. And Svedris is now clearly in front of Jovaisa once again, with Žadeikis in 3rd. Meanwhile, Reisin is on the inside of Chats and is probably going to take P4 as a result, although they trade paint into turn 1 and turn 2. but it looks like everybody has managed to go safely through. But Chats is still side by side with Raisin when they're approaching bridge, and Chats goes in front, so Raisin made a sensible move and let Chats front, because you can't go through the bridge turn side by side. It's almost impossible. And there is, oh, it was late lunge from Martin Slapins, but for nothing actually. But this time Lapins versus Oskerko. Oskerko is on the outside, Lapins is on the inside. He was side by side. Can he take the position? Yes, he could. Into the witch kettle. Martin Slapins overtook Christian Oskerko for, is it V7? Yes, it is. There was Janis Hans battling with Jonas Ramanauskas in the lower ranks of first 10. And here they come again, and this is number 17, Artyom Kotslamazashvili, who tried to use this situation, but there was a slight contact, and you can see what can happen. Actually, almost nothing happened because drivers were really good here, saved the car, saved from the huge crash which can happen in this part of track. So both Hans and Kotslamazashvili did what they had to. Kotslamazashvili, I think, even didn't lose a position in the process. But it was close, it was really close. Meanwhile, Raisin, the third place man from race 1, is now under pressure from Urbonavicius. Urbonavicius, number 7. Actually, there is about Urbonavicius' car. You see there is some smoke emerging it, and I think now this is a situation. It was almost carbon copy of what we saw during race 1 first attempt, but this time fortunately they had more space. Yeah, Kotslamazashvili was really good in the situation. Actually, he caused this, of course, because cut in unexpectedly for Hans. But meanwhile, 2 laps are completed, and now Raisin has, and this is Lapins to the inside of Urbonavicius. There is inevitable contact between them, and both cars look very second-hand now. Details are dropping away from the cars, and I think they will be shown technical defect flag. And the cars are surely going now. So yeah, you see some parts of the car are dropping, and this is Romet Raisin versus Andris Chats. Not here. Not here, not now, but we saw during race 1 how good top speed Raisin had on the main straight. So here are our 2 better cars, so Lapins and Urbonavicius, who is Oskerko right behind them, trying to find his moment. Urbonavicius is taking inside line through Sandhill just to cover his line. But Raisin has no top speed advantage over Chats, so he stays in 5th. Going for losing his car, almost losing his car on the, it was not intentional for sure, but he almost lost his car on the curb, and hit the Lithuanian's car with his front left corner. Meanwhile, Zviedris is 1.3 seconds in front of Jovaisha already. With Shadeki is further 1.7 seconds behind, and this is Racing once again showing himself to Chats. He seems to be faster, but Chats' car is sliding much more. So it may be a good sign for Racing. He's not going for it yet. Trying to get good exit from the final turn, but Chats has parked his car onto the apex, and I guess that Racing can't use his top speed advantage. Let's see, turn 1. Racing is not in front. Can he stay? Yes, Romet Racing went by on the outside of turn 1, but lost his position into turn 2. But now he has got another chance. Exiting turn 2 and 3, and this time I think Racing will take it with both hands. Yes, he is. So Romet Racing finally managed to overtake Andris Chats for 4th. But the bad news for him is that Edvinas Shadekis, who is 3rd in front of Racing, the gap is more than 3 seconds. And with those cars, even over 10 laps, it's very, very hard to regain. And Oskerko, despite being all over Rubanavicius for several laps already, has not shown any aggression. There has been no overtaking attempts. Chats now free from Racing's attention behind him, but I would say that Chats has not lost his speed, and Zviedris is now more than 2 seconds. His lead over Jovaisha is more than 2 seconds. Sadekis is further 2 seconds down. That is quite interesting trio. Number 21, Matis Mezhaks, number 17, Artyom Kotslamuzashvili, and number 19, Carmen Grau, while this is the view from leader's car. Actually, there is only empty track in front of him. Best lap to Zviedris as well, 1:33.8. Meanwhile, Jovaisha's best has been 1:34.2. So Zviedris is much faster. But the big question, of course, is how can they manage their tires? And Kotslamazashvili took the right side of the track before Sinima, just to hold off Krav. And Kotslamazashvili's pace has dropped a little bit because number 3, Richard Shubetskis, and number 79, Tom Sperzic, have caught them as well. So Krav must now attack immediately. Kotslamazashvili, went wide into turn 1. That was a really good move from Krav, but is she going to be able to? Yes, she is, but Kotslamazashvili seemingly loses even more, at least one place to Berzic, and maybe, yes, Berzic is by, and Shubetskis stays behind, at least for now. And there is also number 56, the sole Finnish driver in this race, Juuso Puhakka. Actually, Puhakka should be the best, one of the best. And Berzic is very sideways over the bridge with 3 cars all over him, and Puhakka number 56 is by far the most aggressive driver in this company, and he's also very high qualified driver because his main job is to race in and Puhakka, Puhakka made a contact with the wall and rolls multiple times. It should be red flag, and red flag is out, and I think this race will be over. The question is what has happened to the driver. This is actually one and only important question. And driver, for the sake of, he is well and ready, climbing out of the car on his own. Although it's not that easy because car is resting on the barrier, but it is good sign. Juuso Puhakka climbs out of the car, which actually is total. There is almost nothing to take from that car. He may be shaken, but he is in one piece, walking away from this kind of shunt. And you can see it's a testimony to all these safety regulations of those cars. Ambulance is arriving onto the scene. Of course, driver is also always shocked after this kind of events. You may not be adequately able to judge what is going on around you. But Juuso Puhakka, I started to talk about that he's a GT World Challenge driver, driving Audi R8 for attempt racing, which is very highly rated. And what happened here? Everything played out in front of cameras. And it's difficult to say who was in fault in this time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times around, rolled at least 9 times. You can see how strong those cars are. Juuso Puhakka just rolled 9 times and walked away from this shunt. And here is the most relieving view of the afternoon. Juuso Puhakka climbing out of this wreckage. And yes, you see even 2 ambulances are there, and red flag was out immediately. The car haven't, or should I say wreckage, hadn't stopped even, but red flag was already out. So very quick reaction from race direction as well. So there was some pushing between Puhakka and Šubetskis. Who is at fault, it's difficult to say. Once more. I think it was Puhakka who tried to stay in front of Šubetskis, and Šubetskis, you see, has his hood off. He couldn't see anything where he was going. My colleagues in Latvian counted the rolls, and their conclusion was that it was 9 times. So Juuso Puhakka really has a second birthday today. But now everybody saw how strong those cars are. Remaining cars are all lined up on the main straight. Are they going to continue their race? Race director and jury must decide about it. And yes, I think that it was Richard Trubetskis who held his line. He was already on the verge of the track, right side wheels almost on the grass, so he really had nowhere to go. And Puhaka perhaps didn't realize where another car was exactly and tried to change the direction, and in the result he got hit to the right rear of his car, went sideways into the barrier, and then you saw the rest. But yes, in the case of crashes like this, everybody is relieved when they see the driver walking away. And that is the most important thing. What happens next, it's difficult to say. If the race will not be continued, there should be a countdown by 1 lap. It changed nothing in top 10, I would think. But the positions where Trubetskis and Puhaka were, it's difficult to say. Anyway, Zviedris, Jovaiša, Žadeikis, Reisin, Chats, Lapins, Urbanavicius, Oskerko, Ramanauskas, Mešaks was top 10. And another red flag and another in BMW race. One more question is about the safety barriers. I think the concrete barrier holds off, there is no question about it, but what happened to the metal barrier? Does it need any kind of repairs? Some car parts, or should I say parts of former car, because this one was totaled. There is few details which you can take from it. So track clearing is underway. There is no information how long delay we could have, but I think it can be even longer than the first one, because there are lots of car parts, lots of glass, perhaps lots of liquids, although the car became stationary on the track side, on the grass mainly. But the question is, yes, what happened to the barrier? Does it need repairs? We will know shortly. Until then, we will make a short break with our comments. If something will happen, if the race will be continued or will be declared as finished, we will inform you. So as you can see from this picture, the track is clear. That wreckage has put onto the flatbed truck. He's somewhere in the region of paddock already. Track is clear, the gravel is off. There is no liquids on the track and metal barrier seems to be intact as well. And safety car is standing in front of BMWs, and it means that the race will go on. Timing system tells us that 8 laps are still to go, although there has been no official confirmation about it. We will see. There is this signal, and I guess it means that safety car is going to move, and all remaining racing cars as well. And once more that moment, and I think it was Puhakka, was like initiating this incident, but it was because he had Kotslamazashvili on his left hand, and Kotslamazashvili maybe was moving onto the right side as well. It was impossible to determine from this picture, but of course cars have onboard cameras. All cars must have them in BMW class, and jury and all the officials, they can see what actually happened there. And of course cars have data loggers as well, so it will be clear who did what there. But the main thing, as I have said several times already, the main thing is that Juuso Puhakka walked away from this accident unharmed, or at least we didn't see him harmed. And the race can go on now. So safety car is moving already, and yes, racing cars behind it as well. So of course Walter Zvedris may feel a little bit disappointed now because his huge lead disappeared. But then again, in race 1 he was very fortunate. I think it was Christian Soskerko who turned into the pits. No, it wasn't. Soskerko is here, 63. It was perhaps Janis Ubelis. Anyway, one car was heading for the pits instead of race restart. Yellow flags are waved during the warm-up lap. Is it? As it looks like, cars will be given a proper standing start. All the gaps will be reset to basically 0. And of course it's bad news for those who had huge lead over there. Not huge, but proper lead over their competitors. But on the other hand, it's the same for everybody. Or are we going to have a rolling start in one file? I really can't tell you. I would think it looks like more like a rolling start. And yes, it is. The racing has resumed with Walter Zviedris in front of Karlis Jovaiša and Edvinas Radeikis. And here are three cars in succession: Andres Čats, Martis Lapinš, Paulius Urbanavičius, battling for 5th, 6th and 7th place. And a long row of cars behind them. Changes in top 4, but Lapinš here has managed to jump Čats somewhere between turn 2 and the bridge. He is now 5th, Luis Čats, and Urbanavičius attacking Čats into the hospital. Čats goes wide, and Urbanavičius, can he use the situation? Yes, Urbanavičius is now already 6th, and Christian Soskerko has also joined that party. Meanwhile, top 4 are going their way already. So Čats has lost one more place. He started this lap in 5th, now he is 10th and hitting Oskerko from the back. No, it wasn't Čats, it was number 6 Ramanauskas who hit Oskerko, but somehow regained the control of the car, and Matis Mežaks is in this cackle as well, number 21, 2020 BMW champion, and goes to the inside. Is Čats going to give him some space? No, he's not, but Mežaks forces him by, and Čats loses another place to Carmen Grab as well, so I would assume something is not right with his car, because he has lost so many positions during one single lap, and now Toms Berzins is behind him and looking for his chance. And yes, Čats has no speed anymore. Whatever happened to this car? So, and top 4 have escaped certainly from 5th place. Lapinš. But the battles are going on everywhere, more or less everywhere. This one was for P16, Pavel Bestkrovne, number 24. He was one of the main actors there. That is now Mežaks in front of Grab already, and Grab tries her favorite move into final turn, and this is Mežaks who goes wide, and this is, oh, this time Berzins was on the grass again and just narrowly missed the tire barrier, but in the end result it's Berzins who overtakes 2 cars in basically one go. And now Mežaks got the measure of his own, so here he is once more. Grab on the inside, her car turns much better, and this is Berzins on the outside. Just narrowly misses the tire barrier, but has the speed, and as a result overtakes both Krav and Mežaks. But now you can see that Krav is already once again in front of Mežaks, but behind BaTCC. Yes, number 79 BaTCC should be in P9 now. Krav 10th, Mežaks 11th, and so on and so on. Here they go. Judge number 42 has now somehow stabilized his pace. Maybe his tires were now suffering because in race 1 he had really to push. But there are no problems for leader Walter Svedri's gap over Karl-Heinz Jovaisa is now more than 2 seconds, and it's growing all the time. And I would say that all drivers in top 4 has quite a peaceful time, because this man number 5, Martin Lapins, is quite a way back. But behind Lapins there is number 7 Paulus Urbanavicius and number 63 Krišjānis Oskerko, and Oskerko is trying to find that gap in Urbanavicius' defense and to use it into his advance. Urbanavicius, as it stands, has made no mistakes. Ramanauskas is also closing in from behind. Or actually, on this lap he was not faster. Top 4, top 5 are here. And Radekis has been now faster than Jovaisa. So when Jovaisa told that he tried to save his tires in the second half of race 1, Radekis meanwhile had to push like a hell during that time. But now it seems that Radekis has even more tires left, because he is closing in. The gap is less than 1 second. Or was it just a momentary lapse from Jovaisa's side? It remains to be seen. Here's Pavel Beskrone and Janis Hans in the lower part of top 20, and Christoph Rindfus, number 82, is trying to overtake one of his competitors. Oh, there are three cars side by side. Sigmar Lapavos. Can they stay on the track? Yes, they could. It was close. It was really close. And Rindfus is in front of this group now as a result. And there will be 5 cars together in that gaggle. Meanwhile here, Janis Hans is trying to find a place where to overtake Pavel Beskrone, but Beskrone until now has managed to defend successfully. So Radekis was a little bit slower than Jovaisa this time around, so basically you can say that their speed is very similar. And final lap is underway. Final lap from this very dramatic race is underway. Walter Svedris is very close to taking second victory. Just half a lap for him to go. And basically everybody here he comes, everybody in top 4 can feel safely. Jovaisa second, Radekis third, and Reis in fourth. Main thing not to make mistake by themselves. Rivals pose no danger. And Lapinch in P5 is safe as well. Racing has dropped the pace because there is no need to push. And here comes Walter Svedris, and second race, second victory for him. Karolus Jovaisha takes second, Edina Shadek is third, Romet Racing fourth, Martin Lapinch comes home fifth, Valmus Urbonavicius sixth, Christian Orskerko seventh, Jonas Ramanauskas eighth. Carmen Graav managed to overtake Tom Spersins during the final lap and took ninth. Spersins was 10th, followed by Mesaks, Chats, Kotsla-Mazashvili, Ponkiavitsus, Tšapkauskas, Timaks, Peskromny, Hans, and all the others. So that was our second BMW 325 Cup race, even more dramatic than the first one. Due to Juuso Puhaka's terrible crash, where he rolled 9 or maybe even 10 times. Car was totaled, but the pilot climbed out without, basically with a little help. Marshall had to hold the door open, but basically Puhaka walked away from that crash. I'm sure it will be shown in many reviews of motor racing crashes from 2022, because even in the world it is really maybe not unique, but is something worth watching. And on the positive side, it showed how well built those cars are and why all those strict safety regulations are present. We need them in situations like this. So that was all, that actually is all for today about sprint races. We have one more race today, but it is the long one, 6-hour endurance race. We'll make a short break with our comments now, and we will return when endurance racers will start their warm-up laps. Thank you, stay with us.
Iesiņā, Valter, nu ko, visu dienu esam runājušies, anglu mēlē noņem lūdzu savu ķiveri. Un beidzot parunāsim Latviju mēlē, jo LV Racing gal galā. Un Valters ir izcīnījis fantastisku uzvaru. 2 braucieni, 2 pirmās vietas, vecīt, labāk nevar būt.
Jā, sanāca perfekta nedēļa. Paldies tiešām visai komandai, paldies visiem, atbalstītājiem. Tiešām bija prieks redzēt tik daudz cilvēks arī tribīnēs. Un viss izdevās, viss sanāca, arī sarkaniem karogiem. Beigās viss sanāca ļoti labi.
Es neatceros tādu gonku, kur 2 braucienos 2 sarkanie karogi tur aiz muguras, tev tāda drāma gāja vaļā.
Es labprāt noteikti nostīšos arī gonku noteikti. Es arī treniņos izbaudīju pacīnīties ar pārējiem pilotiem, kas ir ļoti labi. Vienkārši šoreiz sanāca ļoti labi satrenēties un biju tiešām gatavs šai gonkai. Un paldies, kā saka, komandai, arī sponsoriem OptiBet Jūrmalai, Blūšok reisam un arī Joker klubam. Tā kā paldies visiem, ka esat.
Nu, sveicam vēlreiz tevi ar uzvaru un visu LV Racing komandu un visu Latviju! BMW 325 kausa izcīņas mūsējie ir labākie. So, as Walter's just explained, so it was a fantastic weekend. The car was working perfectly. The team did an incredible job. And all he had to do is drive fast and make it to the finish line. first, and he did that 2 races in a row. So that's a jackpot for you, if you ask me. But obviously, we'll see them on the podium later on. The BMW 325 Cup, one of the most dramatic races out there in the Baltic Touring Car Championship, and the guys have had like a blast today. A very, very interesting start of the season. But we are about to head on to the 6-hour endurance race, which is also going to be very interesting to watch. So stay tuned wherever you're watching the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition. The season opener is on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to roll the Baltic Endurance Championship 6-hour endurance race here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener. What an amazing event has been so far. But this is going to be a very, very tough race, a lot of hours to cover, and a lot of fun to watch. So now on the start grid on the pole position, we have the Porsche Baltic team. Obviously, we've seen the car already in the racetrack in the Porsche GT3 CUP races. Now the guys are ready to rock and roll. And let's see, they've done a good job in the qualification run. They're on the best spot possible, but we don't have a lot of time, which means in few minutes, the guys are going to be out there racing. So we see another Porsche on the front row. That's AS Motorsports. Obviously, another Lithuanian crew. They're also ready to roll. And who do I see? It's Ramūnas Čipkauskas behind the steering wheel. Could that be true? That is completely true. Ramūnas is getting ready. He had a very, very fun race with the BMW 325 Cup, and now it's not enough for Ramūnas. It's never enough for the fast Lithuanian. He always has to race something. And to be behind the wheel of a beautiful Porsche, you have to enjoy that, obviously. So, guys, let's just get ready. We'll stay tuned. We'll talk to the drivers and team managers in the paddock as well during the 6-hour race. We'll have a chat. We'll talk about the tire strategies, to talk about all the difficulties, whatever they're facing. So we'll bring you all the action throughout the 6 hours up until 9 o'clock in the evening. Nu ko, draugs mīļie, 6 stundu Baltijas izturības sacīksts tūlīties vaļā. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Tātad ļoti, ļoti jaudīgi esam iesākuši šo nedēļas nogali, un tagad esam gatavi kārtīgai izturības sacīkstei šos te abus skaistos Porsche, jo mēs esam redzējuši trasē šodien, un tagad viņi dosies trasē jau vairāku pilotu sastāvā, notiks pilotu maiņas un dažādas lietas, tā kā redzēsim to visu darbībā. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 ar pilnu jaudu iestartējam auto šosejas sezonu Baltijā. Un, attiecīgi, rīt vēl vesela diena pilna ar notikumiem. Trasē ļoti jaudīgām mašīnām un skaistām uzvarām. Tā kā, ja šodien nesanāca, rīt noteikti pievienojieties šeit. Trībīnēs vēl dažas vietas bija brīvas, cik es šodien redzēju, bet katrā gadījumā sveiciens visiem, kas pieslēgušies mums tiešraidē, gan Facebookā, gan YouTube, gan TV4. Un, attiecīgi, sveiciens arī visiem tiem, kas šodien bija trasē un atbalstīja savējos. Laižam gaisā, 6 stundu izturīts brauciens, tas būs pamatīgs maratons.
So here we go again for 6 hours this time. Here is top 8, the starting grid. Very different cars. Well, not all very different. First two happen to be almost exactly the identical cars to Porsche 911 Carrera GT3s. But the bad news is on this screen we have unfortunately only 9 cars at the start. Several cars which were entered all out with different technical issues. But it is what it is, as like Kimi Räikkönen like to say. And we can expect actually I would say top 4 cars, those 2 Porsches and in the next row 2 TCR cars. Porsches will be faster for sure, there is no question about it, but questions are elsewhere. First of all, there are several drivers. Both Porsche teams have 3 drivers and both TCR teams have also 3 drivers. And now the question is, how fast is every driver? There will be differences, no doubt about it. We saw yesterday that car number 92, Porsche Baltic GT3, was driven during qualification by 2 drivers. Andrius Limas, who set the fastest lap, and Jaris Douglas, who had almost the same lap time, maybe 2 or 3 tenths slower only. Then another Porsche 911, number 7 from E-Motorsport, Ignacio Mantas, Audrius Stasiuliavicius and Ramūnas Čapkauskas. Čapkauskas was the one who set the fastest lap during qualification yesterday. Then second row, 2 TCR cars. First Estonian team ALM Motorsport with Peeter Peek, Sven Karuse and Antti Rammo at the wheel. Rammo should be faster than his teammates, and he was also the one who was driving yesterday during qualification. And if we look at the lap times, Rammo in TCR car was just 1.2 seconds slower than the pole-winning Porsche. So, together with that TCR Honda, there will be another TCR car in second row, namely Volkswagen Golf number 115, Finnish team Black Rose Racing. The drivers are Tuomas Halonen, Vesa Kinnunen and Toni Virtanen. Actually, that car is TSG car, having more or less production gearbox, which should make it a little bit slower. But over a 6-hour race, it's more important to have a flawless race. I mean, no incidents, no technical glitches, so on, so and so on, so on. Third row is Peugeot 308 from Orlen to Mažeikių ASK. This car has 4 drivers: Artūras Šīvins, Egidijus Kelunas, Vitalijus Plastilinas and Ernesta Globite, lady driver as well. And together with that car, third row is occupied number 55, Tarzania Racing. Audi S4, 3 drivers: Karolis Pledis, Toomas Isjunas, Evaldas Paciuska. That Audi is surprisingly fast, but and the same can be said about Peugeot. Peugeot actually is very close technically, is very close to a TCR car. Of course, being non-TCR, it can be much lighter, and all those limitations which apply for TCRs doesn't apply for that car. Then fourth row, number 4, Porsche Baltic GT4. The car, of course, is Porsche, but not 911, but Cayman. This is here, that silver car. And number 11, diesel-engined BMW 135D from Antea Racing Team. Fifth row consists of number 10, Hobu Racing, Honda Civic, and that is it. So 9 cars altogether. And we will see. Porsches should be faster than TCR cars. But if they will have some technical glitches or driver mistakes, pay attention. TCRs over the longer distance can be very competitive. And 6-hour race definitely is a long one on whatever scale. Think about it, that World Endurance Championship, which is driven with Le Mans prototypes and GT cars, their usual race duration is 6 laps as well. Now 2 warm-up laps are over and cars are forming a starting grid. Rolling start will be given. And here we go. 2 Porsches disputing the lead. Number 92 was exactly the same car which was driven by Kaius Šiksnelis to the victory in today's Porsche Cup Race 1. And this is a view from Black Rose Racing Volkswagen's onboard camera. Honda right in front of them. Antti Rammo is driving Honda and Tuomas Halonen is driving that Volkswagen. They both were at the wheel yesterday during the qualification as well, but here you can see that Halonen overtakes Rammo already for P3 during the opening lap. Mažeikių ASK Peugeot is still in 5th, but yeah, no, not anymore, because that Porsche Cayman GT4 is already overtaken that white Peugeot and is currently holding 5th. Something is wrong with ALM Honda. Yes, it is smoking. Just 1 lap and the car has already hit the problem. And I would say that the smoke comes from the engine. So what a bad fate, what a cruel fate for them. Yes, and car number 34 is standing. And is there a fire under the car, or is it just What a cruel fate anyway. Just one lap and the 6-hour race is probably finished for them. And it means we will have only 8 cars left. Good news is car is moving. But even if they manage to reach the pits, good result is gone, that's for sure. Meanwhile, here come 2 leaders, number 92 and number 7, exactly in the same succession as they were yesterday in the qualification. The same drivers who were at the wheel during qualification are in the cars right now. Andrius Limas is driving number 92 and Ramonas Čapkauskas number 7. So Ramonas Čapkauskas has quite a busy weekend. He drove 2 BMW sprints today. Now he's taking part in 6-hour race, and if I am not very much mistaken, he should start in tomorrow's 2-hour endurance race as well. But the ALM Honda is now heading for the pits here on the left side of the screen. Our leaders are going to complete their 3rd lap already, and there is 2.6 second time difference between them. Porsche Baltic in front of NEZ Motorsport. What on earth happened to that Honda? Of course, anything can happen. It is motor racing eventually, but during the second race, Antti Ramo in that Honda just crossed the finish line when he visibly lifted, reduced the speed, then stopped on the track and then crawled back to the pits. And even if it's not a definite end for them, the result is impossible already. The regulations tell us that to be classified you have to cover at least 50% the distance covered by overall winner, or in the case your car is from classes TC1, TC2 or diesel, this limit is 30%. But for that Honda, they certainly have to cover at least 50% of the winner's distance. And as it stands now, it's not that sure. And we have official confirmation that the finish of the race will be at 20 hours and 55 minutes. It's due to the regulations and due to the delays we had early in the day. So the race is not going to be over 6 hours, but something like 5 hours and 46 minutes, because official start time was 15:19. And Porsche Baltic number 92 is pulling away from the similar car of NEZ Motorsport. Andrius Limas is setting one fastest lap after another, and these times are actually very good. 1:22.655 is just 0.05 of a second slower than was Slimas during yesterday's qualification. So he's really putting pressure now onto his car, trying to build up a gap in front of number 7 cars, I would think. But then again, looking to the crews of those cars, Andrus Slimas in number 92 will be reached by Paulius Zadeika and Jadus Dagilis. Meanwhile, Ramonas Čapkauskas has co-drivers Ignacio Mantas and Audrius Stasiulevicius. So remains to be seen what will happen next. This car, number 115, black Volkswagen Golf from Black Rose Motorsport, is firmly set itself into P3 and speed-wise as well. They are about 2 or 3 seconds slower than those Porsches in front, and about second or 1.5 seconds faster than 4th placed Porsche Cayman from Porsche Baltic. So very long and lovely race them actually for almost everybody, because with only 9 cars starting here and 1 maybe out already, you will not meet your co-competitors very often on the track. Everybody has some 400 meters of free track for them. Even a little bit more, only 8 cars out there. And Black Rose Racing here going through the hospital turn. The next one is the cinema or film studio turn. And number 11, Antea BMW, has been lapped, as has number 10, Robo Racing. So big is a difference in speed that while leaders have covered 7 laps, those 2 cars have managed to do only 6 laps. And we can assume that those 8 cars on the track have had no problems until now, just plain sailing. Just counting laps and counting time. Slimas is now almost 2 seconds per lap faster than Čapkauskas, and building up the gap in front of second Porsche. But as it is an endurance racing, you have to do that. If you another fastest lap from Slimas, and now he has been faster than yesterday in qualification, and assuming the car had full fuel load at the start, it is really good time. Of course, yesterday the qualification happened much later in the evening when it was really cold already. Maybe the tires didn't work properly by that time. But anyway, the fact is that Andrus Slimas is now faster than he was yesterday in the qualification. First 4 cars have now covered 8 laps. Andrus Slimas is driving the leading number 92 Porsche. Čapkauskas is in number 7 Porsche. Then Tuomas Salonen drives number 115 Volkswagen. In fourth place is number 4 Porsche, driven by Tautvydas Rudokas. Fifth is number 20 Peugeot, driven by Artur Šimins. Then sixth place currently belongs to number 55 Audi, driven by Karolis Pledis. Seventh is number 11 Antea Racing BMW 135 diesel, and there is Vidas Kedutis driving it. And the interesting thing is that that team has only 2 drivers, Dimas Cesiulis and Vitas Kedutis. And this is number 10 in front of number 115. I think, yes, there is blue flag. Because Tuomas Salonen was not going to take any risks overtaking the back marker during the first 15 minutes of the race. There is no point doing it. And the slowest car in P8 currently, number 10 Honda, is driven by Vytautas Kregžda. And Slimas better this time even more. So how fast can he go, and what's the point to go so fast? Gap to second place to number 7 Porsche is almost 20 seconds already. Actually, it's more than 20 seconds. It was almost 20 seconds one lap ago. Now it is 23 seconds. So Chaupkauskas in that number 7 is holding very conservative line, I would say. But in the process, 23 seconds, it is more than one quarter on the lap. Almost kilometer on this track. And Black Rose Racing is going to overtake this Antea diesel BMW shortly. And they go with the bridge. Antea is still in the front, but not for long. And number 4, Slimas cuts further 2 tenths from his best time. Of course, car is getting lighter. Tires are seemingly working very well, so he can do it without probably pushing too much. And this number 20 Peugeot is a very familiar car from few past BAC 6-hour seasons. They have been closer to the top, but of course the level last year and especially in 2020 was very high, and it has become more and more difficult to achieve good result in overall classification. You can see that number 20 Peugeot will be lapped by the leaders before the lap will be completed by them. Now it happened through the sandhill turn. This time I'm almost sure that Slimas is not going to set new fastest lap. And it's true, but it was only 0.8 seconds slower than on the previous lap. So not losing much, even when overtaking a slower car with a lot of caution. And Čapkauskas, I would assume, is now more than half a minute behind Slimas. And that's true. Timing Tower tells us that the gap was 32.42 seconds on the timing line. The problem for this car number 20 Peugeot is that it is a front-wheel drive one. As our number 115 Volkswagen and number 10 Honda, and of course number 34 Honda Vicente. And Siemens almost goes onto the gravel. Exiting turn 1, actually, he was on the gravel with right side wheels, and I think his pace is dropping. Yes, he has been a little bit slower than number 55 Audi, driven by Karolis Pledis behind him, but the difference is not big. And this is Audi number 55. Tarzania is Tarzania Racing is the team. Very lonely car in the Bikernieki forest. 16 seconds of free asphalt in front of them. There was another car on the horizon behind, but it is for a simple reason that somebody of the leaders are going to catch and then lap this car. Compare the lap times with number 55 Audi with number 20 Peugeot, which is in front of them. Audi was faster by a second, but gap is still solid, almost 16 seconds. Maximum stint time can be 70 minutes. It means that at least 1 hour and 10 minutes the car must enter the pits to be serviced, and main thing, the driver should be changed, and then after that the driver, after doing one stint, must rest at least 60 minutes. But it seems for me almost impossible to think how number 11 BMW is going to achieve this, because there are only 2 drivers. Now one Porsche has lapped another one. GT3 car has lapped GT4 car after only 15 laps being completed. And leading car with Andreas Limas at the wheel has now dropped the pace significantly, while the best lap time was 1:21.4 last time around. Limas' time was 1:33.1. So nearly 2 seconds slower than on his best lap. But nevertheless, the lead over next fastest car, number 7 Porsche, is growing all the time. It was 46 seconds 1 lap ago. And it can be in the region of 50 seconds when NEZ Motorsport Porsche will be crossing the line. And that nice Porsche Cayman with Tautvydas Rudokas at the wheel. And here comes Ramūnas Čapkauskas in number 7 Porsche. He's still not even on the main straight. And in a few seconds we will know what is the gap to the leader. And it is more than 50 seconds already now. And 50 seconds with these lap times is more than half a lap. We can assume that when Slimas did the fastest lap in 1:21, that 41 seconds for him is half a lap. Meanwhile, Čapkauskas is catching 2 cars. Number 55 will be lapped first time, and then number 10 will be lapped already for the second time. Such are the speed differences among those 8 cars remaining. Also, I can still write off number 34 ALM Honda. Hopefully we can tell you after a while what has exactly happened to him. And are there any chances for them to recover and at least achieve that 50% of the distance which is needed for classification. The camera is still following number 7 Porsche, which is in P2 now, 53 seconds behind. And if Andrius Limas in Porsche number 92 and Ramūnas Čapkauskas in similar car number 7 will continue like this, in this pace. Now it is only 25 minutes passed since the start. And if they will continue with this pace, it means that when the first stint will be completed after about 1 hour, Slimas has lapped everybody, including second place car with Čapkauskas. But it is too early to say that now, because we haven't even been in the race half an hour, just 25 minutes and 20 seconds. And only 2 cars are not yet lapped by the leader. And Black Rose is quite close to him, to that happening. 1:14 was the gap to the leader last time. Now it should be more close to minute and 20 seconds. And with leader doing laps in 1:24 now, it means that they must be already very close on the track. Currently the last car in the rating, 8th placed number 10 Honda Civic, Hobo Racing, with Vytautas Grēgžė at the wheel. And here comes number 115 Black Rose Volkswagen. And did I see leading Porsche behind them? No, I didn't. Yet. But if camera keeps focusing on that number 10 Honda, I think we will see. Here is on board from Black Rose Volkswagen. Number 10 Honda in front of them will be overtaken, and that in the background is the leader. And I think even before the lap will be completed, the leader will overtake third placed car by a lap, especially as Tuomas Alanen is not taking any risks when overtaking the slower car. Here it finally happens. But Porsche was quite far behind. It's not going to overtake this car before the line is crossed. And now Halonen keeps on the left side, and yes, Limos is not pushing certainly, even against this number 10 Honda. Which is comparing the fastest laps, some 13 or 14 seconds per lap slower. Of course, what must happen will happen, and certainly number 115 Volkswagen will be lapped by number 92 Porsche during this lap. Still following number 10 Hobo Racing Honda. Of course, for our Estonian fans, they may think that Hobo Racing is something like horse racing. No, it's Lithuanian team, and there is nothing to do with horses. Nothing to do with horses. On the other hand, there are some couple of hundreds of horsepower under the bonnet, of course, and it's the only association you may find here. Number 11 is shown blue flag because number 55 Audi is just behind them, but no one is going to force the issue here. Indicator is on, so faster car can overtake the slower, and here comes the leader, now already in front of 115 Volkswagen. They are lapped as well, so only one car, number 7 Porsche, is not lapped by the leader, but I'm sure it will happen. First 30 minutes of the race now ticked away already, and the only significant event was happened actually in the beginning of lap 2 when number 34 ALM Racing, ALM Audi, not Audi but Honda, slowed down suddenly, then started to smoke, then stopped on the verge of the track, then crawled slowly back to the pits. But it may be that this race is over for them. Actually, that car, number 34, was entered for tomorrow's TCR competition as well. But if there really is some serious problem with the engine, then it may happen that we can't see that car tomorrow as well. Of course, it's a shame, but things like that can happen in motor racing. Even stranger things can happen. And now, a few minutes ago, we had a comparison between lap times of car number 55, which flashed in the background, that Audi from Tarzania, and number 20 Peugeot in front of them, Peugeot being P5 and Audi P6. And Audi was a little bit faster. Now the tables have turned. Last time around, Artus Schiemens in Peugeot was 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds faster than number 55, driven by Karolis Edis. And the moment when one Porsche 911 will overtake another Porsche 911 by a lap is getting closer and closer. Last time the time difference on the timing line was 1 minute 15 seconds approximately. And Čapkauskas in number 7 Porsche did very slow, especially slow lap 1:29. So it means that Slimas in leading Porsche has already caught him. But this is third Porsche in this race, number 4 Porsche Cayman. Now two Porsches must be almost together. Geometrically, number 7 should be in front, but it only means that number 92 has caught him by a full lap. But still number 4 Cayman is in the picture. And while Slima's lap time was 1:22.4, Čapkauskas is suspiciously slow, 1:28.9. Either are his tires completely gone, or there is some other problem. Because I can't imagine why he is driving so slowly. Some 6 seconds slower than the leader. And perhaps next time they cross the finish line, the 92 will be in front, and it is actually. So that has happened after only 35 minutes of racing. The leading car, number 92, Porsche Baltic GT3, who is Andrius Slimas at the wheel, have lapped all the other competitors by at least 1 lap. That Rodokas in that Cayman did last lap in 1:28.4, and that surprisingly is more than second faster than Ramonas Čapkauskas in 911. So Čapkauskas is now slower even than number 20 Peugeot, and I can't think it's normal. There must be some, I don't know, technical defect or whatever. But this number 20 Peugeot under normal circumstances can't be faster than number 7 Porsche. Still they are. Still they are. still. Now here is number 7. Number 7 Porsche is Ramūnas Čepkauskas, currently holding P2. But let's look what is the gap between them and third place number 115 Volkswagen Golf, because Čepkauskas has been really slow over the few last laps. And yes, it's under 10 seconds. So Čepkauskas in Porsche is losing time with every lap, and number 115 Black Rose Volkswagen is closing in, and you can see that car in the background already. While Čepkauskas in Porsche did a lap in 1:30.3, Tuomas Halonen in Volkswagen managed to cover the same lap in 1:26.7, and the gap was just 6.3 seconds. So I would think this green Porsche will be overtaken shortly by a black Volkswagen. It shouldn't happen under normal circumstances, and these are certainly not normal. What is abnormal, we don't know, but the speed of Porsche number 7 certainly is not normal. It's moving very slowly by its standards. That car should be able, under ideal conditions, to a lap under 1 minute and 20 seconds. Now it's doing it in 1:30. Okay, now almost 40 minutes, 39 minutes have passed since the start. But the tires should last much longer than 40 minutes. And here you see those cars are together already. 129.5 to Čepkauskas, 127.1 to Halonen, so 2.5 seconds faster. Or in the other way, this Porsche was 2.5 seconds slower than this Volkswagen number 115. And there is a slowest car, number 10 Honda, in front of them. Will be lapped, no question about it. It was a difficult part oh, that car was sliding entering. Yeah, it's really sliding. I would say, seeing this how Čepkauskas went through the hospital turn, I would say that those tires on that car are completely dead. The car was sliding on the entry, it was sliding at the exit. But of course, problem for Tuomas Halonen driving that Volkswagen is that Porsche is much faster on the straight, so the overtaking may be a little bit complicated for him. Although Čepkauskas' lap times are, of course, much worse than those of Halonen's. This time Čepkauskas lost further 2 seconds. And he can't put the power down. Car is like on the ice. Is it something to you with temperature outside? It should be some 6 degrees, so not that bad and not colder as it was a few hours ago. But this onboard image from Black Rose Volkswagen shows Porsche just in front of them. So are we going to have a change? It seems we are. Number 7 Porsche is going to lose its second place. Now they're racing for a position. And about 20 minutes from this stint is still left, and you can see how that Porsche is sliding. And on the exit, the final turn here, Porsche has much better top speed. And it's not that easy to overtake, but on their braking or maybe on their acceleration, ooh, it was very sudden stopping for Halonen. There was almost a contact between them. Now it is really difficult for Halonen because he's so much faster over the lap, but he's slower on the straights, and it means it's very difficult for him to overtake the Porsche, and more than that, to stay in front. It's even more difficult. So now under acceleration is basically the only chance, and then under braking, maybe here is the chance, entering the witch kettle. And yes, the overtaking maneuver is completed by Tuomas Halonen over Ramūnas Čapkauskas. And I think he can put enough distance between his car and Čapkauskas to hold on even after the main straight. And yes, we have a new car in P2, number 115. Black Rose Volkswagen Golf TCR, which started from P4, has unexpectedly overtaken Porsche number 7. It shouldn't happen under normal circumstances. And we can only assume that number 7 Porsche has eaten out its tires. Čapkauskas is really struggling. During the first few laps he could keep the pace of the leading car, number 92 Porsche, but now even that TCR Volkswagen went by, and Čapkauskas was unable to build up any resistance because car simply didn't allow. I can't see any other reason than tires. Two cars together once again, number 20 Peugeot and number 11 diesel BMW. But it is only for a reason that Peugeot overtook BMW. First time, yes. Now BMW is one lap down compared to number 20 Peugeot. And now the question for Čapkauskas in car number 7 is that can he keep his P3 until the end of his stint? Because number 4 GT4 Porsche is closing in as well. Čapkauskas' lap time was 1:32 last time, and it's unbelievably slow for that kind of car. This Porsche in the picture was 9 seconds per lap faster. And they should be more or less equal by their technical specifications. Strange things are happening, that's for sure. And we are only 46 minutes in the 6-hour race. The leading car, number 92, and number 55 Audi is right in front of them, will be lapped for another time shortly. And now Čapkauskas is already fourth. Number 7 Porsche is already fourth. Does it mean he has entered the pits? We don't see it anywhere, but the timing shows that yes, perhaps yes, because Audrius Stasiulevicius is shown as the driver for that car, and it can only mean that the car had entered the pits for driver change, for tire change, for refueling and whatever other procedures were needed. So the first stint for Čapkauskas lasted even not 50 minutes, something like 46 or even 45 minutes. They are now of course dropping down in the ranking because they are standing. That's obvious. But leading car has completed 35 laps. Andrius Limas has been driving that car from the start. He was also the man who qualified that car yesterday onto the pole. Let's see when Stasiulevicius gets onto the track with Porsche number 7 or ES Motorsport. We'll see what lap times he can do, and it looks like he's back on the track. They lost about 2 minutes, a little bit more with that pit stop. And are now down to P6. But what it means is unclear. We will see it only when all cars have stopped in the pits for the first time and the pit stop cycle will be over. But of course the news that first stint was so short is obviously not the good news for ES Motorsport. Armanis Čapkauskas should be the most experienced driver of that team, and when he struggled to keep the pace, and we saw he struggled mightily, it's not good news certainly. Now Stasiulevicius first flying lap 1:30.7. That's not a great lap time for sure. It's slower than number 55 Audi or number 20 Peugeot. But it was first lap, so nothing has happened yet. Andrius Limas in the leading car, meanwhile, has quite stable lap times in the region of 1:24. And with times like that, he's at least 4 seconds faster than anybody else on the track. But now, Stasiulevicius in number 7 Porsche sped up a little bit. 1:28 was his last lap time, and here are two Porsche Baltic cars in the same picture. GT4 in front, GT3 overtaking it for third time. For the third time. Let's see how long it takes for ESM Motorsport number 7 to catch number 55 Tarzan Audi in front of them. 1 lap ago, as the timing tower shows, the gap was 8.6 seconds. But Porsche wasn't that much faster than the Audi. The gap closed just by 1.3 seconds. Here is Black Rose Racing Volkswagen, following number 20 Mazejko ASK Peugeot in front of them. Tuomas Salonen, who is driving that Volkswagen, the Finnish team. I have to repeat myself, but he's taking absolutely no risks when overtaking or lapping slower cars. Blue flag should be out for Peugeot. Ooh, what maneuver it was. He should let another driver. Now there is at least one blue flag. Quite strangely, he's not moving away from the way of the faster car. Another blue flag. Can be punished actually, you know, when Artur Šiemiņš, who is driving that Peugeot, when he keeps doing nothing. No blue flags here, or are they? Strange, strange, very strange. 55 minutes have passed since the start of the race, and it means that regular pit stops will happen very soon. Meanwhile, number 7 Porsche has close to number 55 Audi to 2.5 seconds only. Stas Jurevicius's last lap time was 1:27.6. And Black Rose was coming into the pits, and that was the reason why Tuomas Salonen was not going to overtake number 20 Peugeot, and he's standing. So second place car is now standing in the pits. Here they are. There is a change in regulations compared to the last year. Only 2 mechanics are now allowed to work on the car. Plus the manager, plus 2 drivers. But on the other hand, it's the same for everybody, and even if you have slower pit stops, so will all the others. Because there is, as this Volkswagen is a front-wheel drive car, there is no need to change rear tires every time they will enter the pits, and now they're refueling. Refueling normally takes place in the dedicated area, but as we have so few teams, it is now allowed in the pit boxes. And until we follow the 115 Volkswagen, and other cars are entering the pits as well. Now there are two Porsches in first two places, number 92 GT3 Porsche and number 4 GT4 Porsche. 115 Volkswagen is still third, but can they keep it? Car is moving now already on the pit road. And who is going to drive it? Vesa Kinnunen is the second driver now at the wheel of this Black Rose Racing Volkswagen Golf. And still in third, if we believe the timing, and there is no reason not to believe it. No, now they are shown in fourth. And the main thing you noticed, there was number 7 Porsche, and it means that number 7 Porsche is now best part of, I would say, half a lap behind number 115. We'll see what lap times Vesa Kinnunen will show with Volkswagen. But for sure, Thomas Palonen did very good job during his first stint. Number 11 Antea BMW has been overtaken by number 55 Tarzania Audi. Another lap for them. I'm a little bit confused now. I thought that number 115 is in front of number 7 Porsche, but it seems to be the opposite. And yes, 115 lost about 2.5 minutes when stopping, while number 7 lost about 2 minutes. So Porsche was standing much faster than the Volkswagen. But let's see when... now the first hour of the race is over. We still have 4 hours and 34 minutes to go, because the finish will be at 20:55. First cycle of the pit stops is on the way. Some cars have already stopped, some have not yet. This car, number 4 Porsche Cayman GT4, Porsche Baltic, has just stopped. Tomas Svidinskas is now driving this car. They were 4th before the first pit stops. Actually, the first pit stop cycle started. Now they have dropped to 5th and will be overtaken. I think they will be overtaken by this car. 115 Volkswagen. but Vesa Kinnunen is not pushing at all. His lap times are far over 1 minute and 30 seconds, and right indicator is still on. You should tell him over the radio to switch it off, otherwise maybe very confusing to faster car approaching from behind. And I think the normal service is now resumed. Two Porsche 911s are first and second. But of course there is a little detail that leading car number 92 has not stopped yet. Andrus Limas is continuing his lap times. Last time 1:26.1, they are not good anymore. And you can see that swapping places is not that easy. And number 55 Audi of Tarzania Racing has not stopped either. They are currently third in overall classification, but it is really due to the fact that almost all other teams have made their first stop. But number 55 Audi with Karolis Pledis at wheel has not, and now here is the lead car in the pits. And going back onto the track. Here they go. And Paulus Jadeka is going to drive this car during second stint. He's now on the track, very careful through the first turns. Extremely careful. And of course, Jadeka has no need to push right now. They have lapped the second place car twice already. First time on the track and second time, if the timing screen shows us the accurate information, second time during the pit stops. Jadeka, of course, must customize himself to the car, to the track conditions. And everything else. Meanwhile, Audrius Stasiuljavicius in number 7 Porsche just did a lap in 1:27.7. Vesa Kinnunen in 115 Volkswagen is having difficulties. His last time was 1:35. And while he was directly behind number 4 Porsche, his lap time was some 5 seconds better. So something has happened there. Both 115 and 4 have lost some time. And 115 is now in front. Now here is 115, then there is number 10 Honda, and somewhere should be number 4 Porsche as well. They have shown being 5 seconds behind already. So while Kinnunen managed to jump the GT4 Porsche, started to push a little bit, and now his lap time was 1:31, but even this is not that good. Tuomas Alonen during the first stint had his first lap in 1:26.4. Now Kinnunen finally has switched off the indicator, while number 10 Honda went a little bit off through the hospital corner. And certainly what concerns cars number 4 and number 115, we can say that their second drivers are much lower than the first were. Meanwhile, number 55, Audi, should enter the pits very shortly because 1 hour 7 minutes and 30 seconds have already passed since the start of the race. Maximum stint duration is 70 minutes, but number 10 is entering the pits, and I would think it is certainly not a regular pit stop. Number 11 is in the pits as well. This is diesel car, so they have no problems with their fuel consumption. But what is going to happen with number 10? They already did their first regular stop, changed the driver, went out again, but now they are back, and usually something similar happens. It's a technical issue. These are brakes smoking, nothing bad with them yet. Back onto the track, whatever it was, we didn't know. And out they go, and the leader is in the background. Paulius Jadeka in that number 92 Porsche is very careful during his first laps as well. His lap time was 1:28.6. And the last car to make their first pit stop is number 55 Audi. They were third overall before entering the pits. Now they will drop several places, I guess. But the more important question is what their lap times will be after the driver change. Number 7 is currently in P2, driven by Audrius Stasiulevicius. And actually he is faster than Paulius Jadeka in the lead car, but having lost almost 2 laps. But having lost almost 2 laps before the pit stop, it makes no difference if you are 1 second per lap faster than the lead car. The situation is still the same. And now 115 is back in P3, which they were in before number 7 hit the problems during the first stint. This is a leading car, and you can see the body language of the car. It tells you that its current driver is not that fast and not that close to the limit as was its first driver. But it's the part of endurance racing with when you have several drivers, especially on the amateur level, which we see here in Baltics, more or less amateur level. It's a part of the game, and you must play within those limitations you have. Jadeka's last time 1:26.3. Meanwhile, Stasiulevicius in number 7 Porsche 1:27.7. So they are yo-yoing as well. One time around, one is faster, another time another driver is faster. The interesting thing for car number 7 is that their fastest lap was lap number 2, which actually means that the first lap they started on full speed was their fastest, 1:24.1, made by Ramūnas Čekauskas. Porsches in one picture again, and number 7 is going to lap number 4, and it's certainly not the first time. I would think it's second time. Oh, and Stasiulavicius goes wide through the hospital turn and loses the position once again. Flags should be shown to number 4 car. And now, yeah, 7 is in front of number 4 once again. And talking about the last stopping car number, another mistake from Stasiulavicius. It is the first one into the hospital corner. He was too far on the right side, couldn't turn in properly, went almost into the gravel, and here is another mistake, very similar to the first one. Don't do that. You can break your car before the finish of the race. No point making such mistakes. But the interesting thing is that Peugeot number 20, which is currently driven by Vitalius Plastininas, is closing the gap to number 4 Porsche in front of them. Tomas Vidinskas is the driver of that Porsche currently, and the gap 1 lap ago was 32 seconds, but Peugeot was some 4 seconds faster than Porsche in front of it. Let's keep an eye on it, if it was just one occasion, or is it something like a pattern? And I would think it's more like a pattern. Okay, Svidinskas in Porsche now managed 1:33.3, but what can Plastininas answer? So this time Plastininas was only 1.3 seconds faster than Svidinskas in Porsche in front of him. So the gap is now 30 seconds and some tenths. And we can't expect any fast changes there in the next few minutes. Third placed car, Black Rose Racing Volkswagen number 115, with Vesa Kinnunen at the wheel, has now upped their pace. Kinnunen lapped last time in 1:28.8. I'm not sure, but it may be the first time he managed to cover the lap in under 1 minute and 30 seconds. shorter perspective, it's not going to change anything. But with further driver changes, we never know. We never know. If he can keep his Kinnunen, I mean, if Kinnunen can keep his lap time under 1:30, it will mean that he has more or less the same pace as number 7 Porsche in front of him, and being much faster than number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot behind him. So as it stands, it looks like no one is going to put Black Rose Racing's third place into a danger, and they are not able to catch number 7 or number 92 under their own power as well. But strange things can happen, technical glitches, driver errors, especially towards the finish when drivers will be more tired already. In number 4 Porsche crossed the line just, and okay, back to the business once again, and comparing cars number 4 and number 20. Number 20 was a little bit faster over the lap than number 4, but only just. So in this comparison, Porsche versus Peugeot, it seems to be in favor of Porsche still. Also, the gap is going down, but it was, when we started to follow it, it was like something in the region of 32 seconds. Now it is 27 seconds, which look at it from which direction you wish, but it makes no big difference. And you can see this on the timing tower as well. And number 115 with Vesa Kinnunen at the wheel has, yes, Kinnunen has become faster. His first laps were quite slow, over 130, even 32s. Now he's lapping in 128s. They're still pushing. Number 4, you saw, had a little wobble exiting the final turn. Mosvidinskas at the wheel of that car. Oh, and this is something happening. Finally, it was number 11 Antea BMW, the only diesel car, and for whatever reason but they went off into turn 2 and they are firmly beached in the gravel, and it probably means full course yellow or something, because the car can't be recovered when other cars are going full speed. What happened? We can't see anything more like that. You can't do anything here in this situation. Yes, yellow flag, and it probably means that the full course yellow. Yes, that is full course yellow until number 11 BMW will be recovered from that gravel trap on the outside of turn 2. And here's the replay. I'm not sure, but the impression was that the driver was looking to the mirror and just forgot to press the brake pedal. So there was too much speed into the turn and into the gravel he went. Now all the cars are moving slowly on the track. In fact, the track is already closing in to the accident site. Yes, full course yellow, you see. The tables with FCY letters out there. And that gravel is really deep. The timing is quite unfortunate, because teams now basically are allowed to pit, but there is no point to do it right now. If it was close to 1.5 hours driven, then there would be some sense. But now I think they just keep cruising on the track. From another angle, can we see here? Unfortunately, we can't. But yes, the impression was that number 11 entered the turn far too fast, couldn't make it, but somehow made it through the gravel trap until the tire barrier. Did he hit it? I'm not sure. Maybe yes, maybe not. And number 11 car is moving. It is good news for them. Of course, the bad news is that they must enter the pits and inspect the cars. What actually has happened? Was it really only if you let the wheel spin, then it digs, the car digs itself instantly into the gravel. Porsche teams have no problems until now. Now the car is maybe out of the gravel, or it pulled out already completely? I think it's not, because the gravel trap is much longer there. Cars are cruising at 60 kilometers per hour. The speed actually is measured over the whole lap. It means that there are certain minimum time they must follow, and I have the suspicion that this number, you are not allowed to overtake, of course, and I have a suspicion that number 10 Honda was much slower than 60 kph. And here the work is going on. The car was really on the most far part of the gravel trap, and it takes a lot of work to get it back from there. So they are going to lose their 7th place for sure. Also on the other side, no, they are not going to lose, because number 10 Honda was 12 laps behind them even before this incident. So Antea, the sole diesel car in this race, remains in P7. If the car is in one piece, for sure they're going to enter the pits.
2 years in a row we had cars in that lane. All right, you guys have a chit chat. I will back in a minute.
So you had fantastic, amazing, I think, BMW race, 2 races. Not that bad thing that I was expecting, but eventful, I would say. It was nice fighting. How would you describe
Work is not completed yet. Are they going to put the car on the flatbed? It seems they are. And it means more and more delay for number 11. But of course their main task now is to get back to the pits, inspect the car and go back to the track. Whatsoever, they are not going to lose their positions. On the other hand, looking at their speed, there was little hope for them to win back some positions. So basically nothing changed for them. The main thing towards the finish is to stay in 50% of distance the overall winner. And while number 92 Porsche has currently completed 58 laps, number 11 BMW has 50 laps, so no problems until now if the car is more or less okay. If the only work is to get all gravel out of the car, that's not a big deal. But the main thing is if something under the car has broken, and of course I don't know if it was just the driver who missed his braking point, or maybe there was some kind of technical defect, whatever it might be, with something with brakes. Most probably, if of course. We will see. Now the good news is that car is on the flatbed, is transported back to the pits, and you can start to work on it, whatever work is needed. And it also means that in a few minutes the full course yellow will end. Number 11 now is moving on the track once again, despite being on the flatbed. but at least they are moving. This is the main thing in endurance racing. If somebody asks what's the secret to be successful in endurance racing, there is only one secret: keep your car going. If you keep your car going, then you can add one lap after another, but of course if you stay in pits, no laps will be added to your tally and you will lose out. But of course it's much easier to say than do. And I would say that when we have already 1 hour and 33 almost minutes passed since the start, there have been few incidents. Number 34 Honda expired already on the second lap. Now number 11 BMW went into the gravel, and we saw that number 10 Honda had some problems as well. They have had several pit stops and lost some 8 or 9 laps in the process. Meanwhile, this picture comes from third placed car, number 115, Lacrosse Racing Volkswagen, while the number 11 BMW is already in the pits and racing has resumed. No full course yellow, full course is now green. Everybody can go as fast as they can. And here is the lead car, number 92 Porsche by Baltic Touring. Let's look what the lap times will be, because it is getting colder. Air temperature is certainly dropping, there is no doubt about it. I have at hand tells me that it's still 6 degrees in Riga, but if you look at this picture, the best part of track is now covered by shadows, and it means that track temperature is going to drop little by little, and for sure the sun goes lower and lower, and it means that more and more the track will be covered by shadows. How does it change the overall picture? I don't know, everybody will be slower, but it's the same for everybody. Drivers maybe must be a little bit more careful, and pit crews of course must be aware of changing conditions and adjust. Number 55 Audi is entering the pits. Valdas Paciuszka at the wheel. They were entering the pits, and I would assume that it is not a regular pit stop because they were the last car to stop, and Paciuszka has driven the car less than 30 minutes now. And it should be too early to change the driver. Also, maybe they are looking to the reverse timing. We have now less than 4 hours to go, and thus it may mean that they had change schedule, and now they are looking how much time has remained, not how much time they have gone. a little bit less than 4 hours to go until the finish of the 6-hour race. Cars number 4 and cars number 20. Car number 20 are now almost together on the track. We followed them maybe 10 or 15 or 20 minutes ago. Number 20 Peugeot was a little bit faster than number 4 Porsche. Now the gap is almost non-existent, but comparing the lap times, Vitalius Plastininas in Peugeot was just 0.7 seconds faster than Tomas Vidinskas in Porsche. So it's difficult to catch your competitor with such a small difference in lap times. The good news for number 55 Audi is that they are back on the track. Whatever was the reason for stopping. And two Porsches together once again, and number 92 is going to lap number 7. And it is for 3rd time. Yes, it is. Paulius Jadejka is overtaking Augusta Sulevicius. And it means that the leading car has increased its lead over the next closest competitor to 3 full laps. Okay, back to the race. Nothing has changed. Number 55 Audi is in the picture. They're holding P6. Carlos Pachushka had a pit stop a few minutes ago. We didn't know what was the reason, but what we know is that when number 34 Honda entered the pits, just after 2 laps, it was a serious thing. Race was over for them because there was a fire under the bonnet. There was a reason, and I have a suspicion that we can't see that car tomorrow as well. But here it's on. So we have now interviewee in our commentary booth. Edvinas Šadeikis, how was your races today?
Hello. It was good. It was good, but not that good that I wanted to be.
So I think in the first race your start was a little bit botched. You dropped several places and then had to fight back.
Yes, that was the. It started from qualification actually. Our plan was to start from the position 6, and then it is what it is. So we need to start from position 6, and then at the start we had a clutch problem. My clutch slipped on the both gears, first and the second. So everybody, I don't know, like 4 or 5 cars go through me. So, but that happened.
Mm-hmm. So you fought back, and what I concerned, and what I think Karolis Jovaisa also told. What about tires? Didn't you put too much stress on your tires during the first race?
Yeah, it was a lot of stress because when you're fighting, you're changing a bit your trajectories, you're overheating a bit, overdriving, but you need to fight, you need to brake sometimes later. So, yeah, it was a lot of stress. You need to catch. I see my rivals that I wanted to fight was not 9th or 8th position. They're running from me, so it was hard. It was very hard, but still managed to come back.
But about the weather, the air temperature is quite low. Does it help you while racing? For tires, for engine, for cooling?
For engine, yes. The lower air temperature, the better is for engine. It's running better. But for the tires, also believe the asphalt is not so high. So, and this our semi-slick Nankang tire, it's not like slicks. They don't need to heat them a lot. You can go fast on that cooler tires, then they are like very warm.
Mm-hmm. But all in all, how are you for today's competition? Are you content with it? Satisfied with it?
Satisfied and not, because
speed was definitely there.
Speed was there, yeah. Speed was there, of course, was there. But first race I finished 5th, and Romet Rezen was in front of me. Next race he was behind me, so then I finished 3rd. So overall I'm in 4th position, so that's that's not good. And I was starting catching the car with Jovic, so I thought that I can catch him. I saw that I'm faster in the end of the race, because I believe he destroyed his tires. He really destroyed. Maybe that's a setup, that's a lot of maybe air pressure on the tire is different. So, but not enough laps. Need to do it faster.
But strange thing is that Jovaisa told at the start of race 2 that he saved his tires during the second part of race 1, but still he destroyed them.
Yeah, I don't know. He do some mistakes on the corners. He slide a bit, and that's enough to put it back. You need to be very gentle with that, very gentle, because the car is very, very, very heavy. It's very heavy. If you sliding them, it's overheating in seconds.
Last year you were 2nd in the championship. Jovaisa was 1st. Now Zviedris won both races. What's his secret? What did you see from the outside?
I don't know. Just he's everywhere in all the part of the track. He is faster. That's what it is. We cannot catch in any place here. He is running. No chance. Nowhere. Right now. But I believe we will do good homework in our workshop, and next race will be better.
Okay, thank you Edvinas Šadeikis, and good luck for the next competition.
Thank you.
Back to the real-time world once again, and we see the race leader number 92 Porsche, which is still driven by Paulius Jadejka. This car has now completed 69 laps and has a 3-lap advantage over second place Porsche number 7, driven by Augustas Juljavicius. Number 115 Black Rose Racing Volkswagen keeps going in third. Vesa Kinnunen is the current driver and he keeps posting lap times. Lap times are under 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay, back again after resolving some technical issues. And this duo, number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot, have been together for quite a long time, and for whatever reason, number 4 driver Tomas Svidinskas now let number 20 by. Was it? Yeah, he's entering the pits with 3 hours and 45 minutes still to go. And that was the reason. Not the leading car closing in. But it may well be that it is the regular pit stop, and it looks like, because we have now 1 hour and 50 minutes passed since the start of the race. We're closing to the 2-hour mark very soon. And of course now teams have adjusted their driver changing schedule according to the new timing. We have actually not 6-hour race, but because the race start was delayed due to 2 crashes in BMW races, then the race must be finished at 20:55, and as it started at 3:19, so that time is a little bit shorter, a little bit more than 5.5 hours. Anyway, as we saw from car number 4, which entered the pits a few minutes ago, the second cycle of pit stops have begun. Meanwhile, number 7 Porsche is overtaking number 55 Audi, and I would say that number 7 Porsche is looking very much like it was towards the end of stint 1. The car was sliding everywhere, and it usually means that tires are almost dead, and lap times suggest the same. Augustas Juljavicius' last lap was 1:30 almost exactly. This lap is for sure. He's entering the pits, so no question about what the lap time will be, because number 7 Porsche is now in the pits as well. But yes, looking at their tires, I would say that they were finished far before they hoped. It's difficult to keep them alive for 1 hour, and number 11 car, which we saw beached here in turn 2 a few minutes, about 20 minutes ago, is now back on the track and moving once again. Vimas Cesulis is driving it now, and although they lost several laps, they didn't lose any places. They were 7th, they are still 7th, and lap time 1:34 is a decent one, because their fastest lap has been 1:33.5, so I would say they are the closest to the best lap time right now. Going very steady, not the fastest car for sure, but having diesel in endurance competition is useful because your fuel consumption is lower, and it means that when you are refueling, it is shorter brake. Car is lighter, or you can make less refueling sessions, whatever. There are several positive sides using diesel. Of course, that car is not very powerful. And Black Rose Racing Volkswagen number 115 has been in the pits for the second time as well, because Toni Virtanen is now at the wheel of that car. Have dropped 1 position, at least 1, to number 20 Peugeot. But what it really means remains to be seen. We must wait until all cars have done their second regular pit stops, and then the picture will emerge where everybody is. Oh, number 4 has spun in the hospital turn. Nothing serious, stayed on the tarmac more or less. And number Civic, which was the next car on the scene, had to just brake a little bit more abruptly than usually, but no big drama there. Just a spin for car number 4. There is new driver Andrius Bogdanavicius, and as we saw after first pit stops, drivers must be very careful, and usually they are very careful after taking over the car. Bogdanavicius made a slight mistake here. We didn't see what happened. We only saw when the car was already standing in the middle of the, not in the middle, okay, on the side of the track and facing into the wrong direction. Here is what happened. Too fast into the turn, couldn't turn in, and made a spin as a result. But now he's moving suspiciously slow. It is certainly not the normal speed. But of course, driver is hearing strange noises all the time, smelling strange aromas all the time, and so on. And there is another spin, and this is by the leading car, and it may be not that harmless, because it is in between turns 1 and 2. And it is just after Yamunas Dagilis took over the car, and perhaps he was not cautious Can he go on? There is certainly some problem because the car is standing in the middle of the road. Double yellows are shown and full course yellow. So what happened here? Uh-oh, facing in the wrong direction. Oh, it was a close thing. Maybe he hit the barrier with front right side, maybe not. But the car is moving, and it's, for them, it's the main thing. They can continue. They are going to lose, I think, at least one lap. Of course, full course yellow was out, so they are not going to lose that much, but it would be interesting to see the right front corner. So it was almost certainly a driver error exiting the pits on cold tires and starting to push far too early. And it means that currently car number 20, Peugeot, from Mažeikių ASK is overall in P2. And it looks like this car is intact. No harm done. Only some time was lost. Yeah, it was close. It was close, but perhaps the car didn't have a contact with a concrete barrier. So Niarius Dagilis was really fortunate in this situation. But it shows that in this time when sun is going lower and lower and the temperature is dropping, and almost all the track is in the shadow already, you must be extremely careful, especially on the fresh tires exiting the pits when they are still not reached the operating temperature. Full course yellow is still applied. Cars must move at 60 kph. So what is the situation? Situation has not changed. Number 92 is still the leader. And now track is green already. Track is green, the racing has resumed. But is there Dagilis, did he everything in the manner he should do? Because I'm not very sure if he didn't overtake number 7 Porsche under yellow flags. Of course he knows what yellow flags mean and what full course yellow mean. Anyway, racing has resumed, and we had two leading cars in the same, actually top 3 are in the same picture, in the very different succession, but number 92 Porsche, which in this picture is the first one, is leading. Number 20 is second and number 7 is third, but on different laps. Actually, number 20 and 7 are battling for a position, so I was a little bit mistaken. But of course, that Peugeot must do their second regular pit stop. Vitalius Bastininas has been at the wheel for almost 1 full hour already. So in the course of few next minutes, he must enter the pits. But Ignas Jomantas in the Porsche has not been very fast, because he's following the caution not to be too fast too soon, and Plastininas is flashing his headlights because the Porsche is too slow on the straight. Of course you can brake sooner and you can be gentle when accelerating, but there is no reason to be so slow down the straight. It was a signal Plastininas gave to the Porsche driver Ignacio Montas. And it looks like Montas has received that message, and now he's pulling away, having retaken second place. Plastininas in his Peugeot in third, but of course the pit stop will drop his team to fourth, perhaps, because 115 Volkswagen with Toni Virtanen at the wheel is currently on the same lap with number 20 Peugeot, also half a minute behind. And even good pit stops, as we have seen, will take some 2 minutes or even 2.5 minutes compared to a normal racing lap. Rustagilis in the leading car did some laps during yesterday's qualification as well, and he was almost as fast as was the team leader Andrius Limas, who set the fastest lap for them. So let's see what Dagilis will do now. Of course, he has no reason to push. They are still 2 laps in front of second place car, despite that spin, very fortunate spin. And number 20 is in the pits now. Tires are changed, driver change is going on, and now the final step will be refueling. Dagilis lap times are not that good. 1:26, 1:27. But yes, there is no point for him to push. He should take it easy, avoid mistakes like he once did already. But came out of it without hitting anything, and it was the main thing. Tires, of course, suffered there, and maybe towards the end of his stint there will be some vibration and maybe some traction loss, but not a big deal when you are leading and being faster than everybody else. So now the main task for Dagilis is just to avoid the mistakes. And number 115 Volkswagen is back in P3. Toni Virtanen should be the driver at the wheel right now. Also, Turning Tower shows us a little bit different information. Something is wrong with this climbing tower, because those this is, yeah, there are team names, not the driver names, but team names. Porsche Baltic, ES Motorsport, Black Rose Racing, Lietuva, Porsche Baltic, Tarzania, Antea, Hobu and ALM, so everything is all right. That is Antea pit box, and everybody is probably looking at the timing screen. Because timing screen is not very good information for them. They are still in 7th, 12 laps behind the 6th placed car and 6 laps in front of 8th placed car. So more or less no chances to make any progress on their own power. But the main thing for them is now they can continue racing after that visit into the gravel trap about a half hour ago. Now we have already passed 2 hour mark. 2 hours and 8 minutes have passed since the start of the race. About 3.5 hours still to go. So we haven't even reached the half mark. But race is continuing. There are still 8 cars cruising on the track out of 9 which started, and the first one expired already on the second lap. Number 34 Honda developed a fire under the bonnet. We only saw some smoke on the track, but as it returned to the pits, there was a real fire under the bonnet, so the day was over for them. Antea BMW is still in the picture. The only diesel engine car in this race. Here is some part of the track, the entry to Witch Kettle in the final sector of the race. And here are the current standings. We will have now a little break with our comments, but stay with us at the screens. You will see something, as it was said, something completely different. So stay with us and we will return in a few minutes with the comments.
vadītāji un braucēji ir trasē, tikmēr komandu mehāniķi ir gatavi sacensties un piedalīties arī mazās sacensībās. Jāpiebilst, ka pāris komandas un pāris komandu mehāniķi jau piedalījās pirms mēs vēl sākām filmēšanu, bet mēs esam piefiksējuši visus rezultātus, lai viss būtu godīgi, bet mums ir vēl pāris komandas un vēl pāris komandu mehāniķi, kuri ir gatavi arī piedalīties DeWALT Grand Prix izaicinājumā, kurā būs jāmet bumba grozā. Noteikumi ir vienkārši jāiemet 3 reizes, un tad, kad tas ir izdarīts, ir jādodas lūk pie šīs skaistās automašīnas, jānoskrūvē ritenis, un tad, kad ritenis, skrūves un instruments ir nolikti zemē, tad laiks tiek fiksēts, un uzvarētājs ir tas, kurš ir to izdarījis visīsākajā laikā. Es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi lūk no LV Racing mehāniķa Monta šobrīd trenējas, un Monta, ko tu saki, ja mēs ar tevi arī sāktu?
Jā, droši var sākt.
Bet kā tu satrenējies? Viss tā kā kārtībā, jūties pārliecināti?
Bišķiņ var.
Var, pilnīgi mierīgi. Monta vēl pāris metienus treniņu nolūkos, un tad arī sāksim sacensības. Jā, Monta grib izpētīt, kā jau īsts mehāniķis, jā, tomēr. Jā, skrūves tātad jānoliek vienā aplītī, instruments nākamajā un ritenis vēl 3. Attiecīgi lielākajā aplī. Kā redzam, tad tiek vēl precizēti visi noteikumi, bet kamēr Monta precizē, es domāju, ka mēs sāksim. Un mēs varētu sākt ar Mežaka kundzi. Kā redzam, viņa arī jau trenējās. Ir aizrausies mazliet, kā komandas biedri saka, kāds noskaņojums. Jā, bet tas gan vēl neskaitījās. Tā, es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi sākt, un vai tu esi gatava sākt?
Loģiski.
Esi iesildījusies, pārliecināta?
Jā, protams.
Ok, tūlīt es teikšu laika atskaitu, un tad arī sākam. Jā, komandas biedri pavisam noteikti var iet atbalstīt. Var arī otrā pusē kādu. Precīzi, jā. Un tad, kad tu noliec visu zemē, tad laiks tiek fiksēts. Tātad, vai tu esi gatava? 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Wow! Ovācijas ir pamatīgas! Nē, nekas, nākamā reize noteikti. Jā! Vēl tikai viens mēdiens un jā, super! Tā, un Laura dodas tālāk, un Laura dara ļoti, ļoti ātri to.
Kurbulē, ot, tieši tā.
Jā, un riepa tūlīt būs nomontēta. Tā ir smaga. Jānoliek vēl skrūvītes. Un viss, jā, super. Paldies tev liels. Un Laura, tavs laiks ir 52 sekundes. Šobrīd Laurai 52 sekundes, bet mums gan jāpiebilst, ka mums ir bijuši jau mazliet ātrāki dalībnieki ar 24 sekundēm. Jā, tas ir ātrākais, līdz šim ātrākais. Bet es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi doties tālāk. Un no LV Racing mehāniķa Monta šobrīd vēl mazliet patrenējas. Kā redzam, Monta ir ļoti nopietna. Tāpēc, ka te jau arī nav nekādi joki, tomēr ir jātrāpa visas 3 reizes pēc iespējas ātrāk. Monta, vai tu esi gatava? Monta saka vēl bišķiņ. Monta mums teica tā arī iepriekš, bet mēs ļausim Montai vēl mazu mirkli patrenēties. Varbūt kameru klātbūtni mazliet uztrauc Montu, bet rekur arī atbalstītāji. Šobrīd vēl tādi... Jā. Tā, es domāju, Monta, ka mēs sākam, labi? Tātad Monta ir gatava, mēs sākam laika atskaiti 3, 2, 1 un aiziet! Kopā jātrāpa tātad 3 reizes. Tikai mierīgi. Nesatraucies, Monta. Jā, un gandrīz 3 reizes jātrāpa bumba grozā, un pēc tam, jā, pirmā reize Montai, vēl 2 metieni. 2 metieni jātrāpa iekšā grozā. Jā, otrā reize, vēl 1 metiens, Monta. Tu to vari. Jā, 1 reize, un ir, jā. Monta dodas tālāk, lai nomontētu riepu. Monta to dara zibenīgi. Uzmanīgi, jā, skrūvītājiem jābūt savās vietās, un jā, stop. Super, paldies tev, liels, Monta, tavs laiks ir 48 sekundes, paldies tev. Tā, mums ir gatavs arī otrs LV racing. Tā, Monta, vai no jūsu komandas arī otrs kolēģis piedalīsies? Bet vai tu pierakstījies? Jā, labi. Tad mēs, varbūt tu var aiziet pierakstīties, kamēr vēl kolēģi mazliet patrenējās. Tā, šo mēs iedosim Montai, kur Monta palika, jo mums ir veicināšanas balviņas DeWALT skaistās cepurītes. Jā, re, kur ir arī Monta, es domāju, aiziem iedosim. Galvenais nevajadzētu bumbu noķert mums. Monta, paldies tev par piedalīšanos. Es, protams, vēl nesaku, ka tu neesi uzvarētāji, jo visi dalībnieki vēl nav izspēlējuši, bet veicināšanas balvas ir visiem. Un šis būs tavam kolēģim, bet neaizmūciet prom. Es viņam iedošu arī, ja? Tā, uzmanīgi, puiši, mierīgi. Sacensības, kā redzam, ir uzņēmuši diezgan tāds jaudīgs apgrieziens. Gribētos jau vienmēr, lai vēl jaudīgāk, bet ir gan jaudīgi. Tā, mēs iedodam vēl arī patrenēties LV racing mehāniķim, jo šie puiši jau ilgi trenējās, tāpēc mums ir jādod iespēja arī citiem mazliet patrenēties. Jā. Tā, Ernests mazliet patrenēsies, un mēs būsim gatavi sākt laika atskaiti, un Ernests arī mēģinās uzstādīt labāko laiku. Šobrīd labākais laiks ir 24 sekundēs samesti 3 grozi un noskrūvēts ritens. Vai pareizi ir teikt noskrūvēts ritens vai nomontēts ritens? Nomontēts. Tātad ja mēs esam precīzi, tad ritens ir jānomontē. Es kā sieviete tomēr precizēju šīs lietas. Tā, izskatās, ka Ernests tūlīt jau ir gatavs. Ernest, nesatraucies, mierīgi. Pāris metieni. Gandrīz bija iekšā. Ernest, vai tu esi gatavs mēģināt? Tā, labi, mēs esam gatavi. Mums ir arī atbalstītāji, mazi un lieli, bet mēs esam gatavi laika atskaitēji. 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Galvenais, Ernest, nesatraucies, mierīgi, un tad jau visas tās 3 grozi arī sakritīs iekšā. Jāsamata grozā ir 3 reizes. Ernests, jā, pirmā reize. Lūdzu, vēl 2. Gandrīz. Ernestam ir arī neliela atbalsta komanda. Tie gan nav Ernesta komandas, bet citas komandas atbalsta vienu otru, jo šeit viss notiek tā draudzīgi un koleģiāli. Ernest, vēl tikai 2 reizes tev jātrāpa. Nesatraucies, mierīgi un... Jā, super! Mazliet ovācijas Ernestam, es domāju, jā, Ernest! Jā, redzējāt, uzreiz nostrādāja. Jā, skrūvis saliekam aplītī, instrumentu nākamajā aplītī, savukārt riepu lielajā aplītī. Jā, super, paldies, stop! Un Ernest, tavs laiks ir minūte 22 sekundes. Paldies tev liels par piedalīšanos. Es, protams, gribētu optimistiski teikt, ka varbūt tu vēl uzvarēsi, bet labākais laiks līdz šim ir 24 sekundes.
Šodien savs jau ir sasniegts.
Jā, labi, bet man viens jautājums vēl tomēr, neaizmūs. Nu, kāds jums noskaņojums, kā jums komanda šobrīd daudz darba ir, vai kā tie komandas biedri uztaisīt to darbu, lieku kaut kādu vai nē, vai viss kā vajag notiek?
Strādājam. Vēl ir noteikti jāstrādā gan mājās, vēl gan trasē. Un tad jau rezultāts liecinās par pārējo.
Super. Paldies tev liels, ka atradi laiku, atnāc, piedalies un veiksmi jums. Atā! Nu tad mums ir gatavi arī, es teiktu, aktīvākie dalībnieki šajās sacensībās. Vai jūs esat gatavi? Jā, jau pirmais precīzais metiens esot iztērēts. Tā. Cienītais, kā jūs sauc?
Edgars Karlsons.
Jā, Edgar, tātad tu esi gatavs, jā?
Esmu gatavs, jā.
Vai tu esi iesildies, vai īstībā, es teikšu godīgi, izskatās jau, ka tu varbūt par daudz jau esi iesildies.
Silts esmu, jā.
Super. Tātad mums... Edgars, jā. Edgars kā pats. Edgars saka, Edgars jau ir silts. Un Edgars ir gatavs. Gatavs iemest 3, pagaidi, sekundi. Tātad 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Pirmais metiens, diemžēl garām. Otrais metiens, diemžēl arī garām. Bet varbūt trešais, jā, trešais metiens ir iekšā. Un ceturtais metiens, diemžēl, jā, piektais ir iekšā. Vēl viens metiens. Nu, uzmanies. Ai, cik žēl, ka bumba tomēr aizskrēja. Jā, super! Riepu nomontēt izskatās, ka Edgaram sanāk mazliet labāk nekā samest bumbu grozā. Jā, un vēl instrumenti, jā, stop, paldies tev liels. Nu, bija labi, ne? Varēja labāk. Edgars domā, ka varēja labāk. Jā, es arī teiktu, ka varēja labāk 38 sekundes. Bet nebija Edgar arī sliktākais. Jā, 38 sekundes. Nu, nav jau arī slikts rezultāts. Teiksim, kā ir. Labākais šī brīža laiks 24 sekundes. Bet es domāju, ka mēs Edgaram varam iedot cepurīti. Jā, Edgars jau ir nopelnījis šo brīnišķīgo skaisto cepuri. Edgar, lūdzu tev veicināšanas balvu, un es kā citiem dalībniekiem nesaku, ka tu esi zaudējis, jo varbūt, ka tu vinēsi. Jā, cepuri noteikti. Mēs esam gatavi arī nākamajiem dalībniekiem. Un nākamais dalībnieks ir Valdemārs Siliņš. Valdemār, tev patīk, man liekas, parunāt.
Jā?
Jā, man tāds priekšstats radās, Valdemārs tāds runātīgs un tā. Nu, pastāst, kā tev sacensības vispār patīk?
Ļoti labi, ļoti labi.
Ļoti īsi un kodolīgi, mazliet plaši.
Atklāšana kā gan savādāk var būt. Džeki normāli sagatavojušies, brauc, dažas avārijas, nav tik labi, bet mums kā mehāniķiem bišķi mazāk darba, dažiem vairāk.
Kā jau parasti tā, vai ne?
Gonkas.
Un kā tev ar basketbolu uz tu vai jūs?
Veterāns.
Nu tad rādi, ko māki. Cerams, ka nesaslavēju sev par daudz. Labi, tātad mēs esam gatavi uzņemt laiku. Tu esi gatavs, Valdemār, jā? 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Ai, nu, vēl mazliet un gandrīz. Laikam jau tās kameras tomēr, vai tā saruna pirms tam patraucēja mazliet Valdemāram. Valdemār, mēs tomēr vēl liekam cerības uz tevi, ka būs tas pirmais grozs iekšā. Jā, ir. Viens ir, vēl 2. Gandrīz. Jā, otrs. Varbūt mazas ovācijas. Jā, 3 ir. Super. Un vēl tikai jāizdara tāds sīkums, kā jānomontē viens ritenis. Vēl tikai nedaudz. Jāsaliek arī skrūves un jā, super, 1, 2, 3, jā, stop, paldies tev liels, paldies. Nu kā bija grūtāk nekā šķiet vai? Kas notika? Tā saslavēji.
Nevarēju, es nesaslavēju.
Aizkadrā tu teici, ka tu esi baigais profiņš. Kas notika? Es teikšu godīgi, man nelikās, ka tāds.
Salūza. Jā, nervi, spriedze un tas viss ir neizturams.
Tā reizēm gadās.
Tā gadās arī profesionāļiem.
Bet nākamreiz.
Jā.
Pagaid, man tev ir, jā, lūdzu.
Super. Paldies.
Paldies tev par piedalīšanos.
Paldies, lūdzu.
Pagaid, laiku gribi zināt?
Nē.
Ja, lai arī tu negribi zināt savu laiku, 56 sekundes. Nu, nav jau arī slikt. Nu, vismaz pusstundu nemet.
Vai ne?
Jā. Paldies tev, jā. Nu, liekam cerības uz komandas biedriem.
Jā.
Jā, super. Tātad mēs liekam cerības uz Voldemāru komandas biedriem. Uzmanīgi. Jā. Es gan nemetīšu, jo es galīgi nemāku bumbu mest grozā. Tā, izskatās, ka tu arī jau tāds, jau iesildījies, jā? Jā, labi. Noskaņojums labs? Jā, ļoti. Tu esi gatavs uzvarēt?
Jā, protams, jāmēģina tā kā izdarīt labāko, ko varu.
Kāda tev stratēģija, tur, lai būtu pirmais labāk?
Ātri izdarīt trāpīts, reiz pirmos 3, super ātri atskrūvēt un uzvarēt.
Bet tu redzēji, ka,
Viss, kas te notikās līdz šim, tā kā es lietas kursā, man ir gatavs mērķis, kas jāizdara, es centīšos savu labāko.
Tātad šī brīža labākais laiks ir 24 sekundes. Cik būs tev?
Man ir baigākā aizdoma, ka būs 25 sekundes. Es ceru, ka es mēģināšu iekļauties 24, kaut kur bišķi zem, bet man liekas, ka būs 25 tieši uzreiz aiz, kad ir tā skaistā zauda.
Es, protams, negribu neko teikt, bet nevajadzētu ar tādu domu sākt. Lai iet 23 sekundes.
Davai, uz to ejam. Jā.
Mēs ejam uz 23 sekundēm. Mēs ejam uz 23 sekundēm, mēs tūlīt sākam laika atskaiti. Tu esi gatavs, jā? 3, 2, 1, aiziet! 1, gandrīz. Jā, gandrīz arī otrs. Nu, šim jābūt. Jā, pirmais ir vēl 2. Jā, oi, cik precīzi šis bija skaists. Uznīgi. Un, jā, nē, gandrīz, bet tomēr nē. No! Jā, paldies, super! Tomēr neizdevās tik ātri, varbūt kā bija cerēts tas pirmais posms, bet varbūt vēl var iedzīt otrajā posmā. Skrūvītes un ritens un laiks. Paldies! Super, paldies tev. Nu kā tev šķiet, cik bija?
36, nē, varbūt pat vairāk, varbūt pie 40.
Ejam, paskatīsimies. Nu tā, joku pēc.
Nē, zini, daudz.
Oi, neskaties.
Jā, to nerādām. Tas nav labi.
Šito izdzēsīsim. Labi, bet tas, ko tu esi vinnējis, ir cepurīti, protams. Paldies tev liels par piedalīšanos. Jā. Ko tu novēli dalībniekiem?
Precizitāte. Bez precizitātes te nebūs variantu.
Jā. Bet,
ātruma precizitāte. Un starp citu, nākamais metējs ir no Gulbens buku spēlētājiem savulaik. Ļoti labs rādītājs uzrādījis. Tā kā es domāju, ka mūsu komandai vēl ir iespējas. Es darīju, ko varēju, bet mēs ceram uz mūsu pēdējo iespēju. Tā kā es došu savas labās domas, jā, lai...
Bet arī ovācijas. Mazliet vajag tos sajūtas.
Ovācijas neiztrūkst.
Būs, jā? Labi, es turu pie vārdu. Labi, mēs esam gatavi. Es domāju, ka varētu pamēģināt. Kāpēc gan ne? Jā, to mēs pēc tam, jo mums ir arī kādi mazi spēlēt gribētāji. Mēs pēc tam nolaidīsim grozu zemāk, un lai arī mazākie, jā, tie, kur grib pamēģināt, lai var to izdarīt. Bet sākumā mums gan jātiek galā ar šiem puišiem. Pēc tam, labi, mēs tagad pabeigsim šo, un tad pēc tam mēs ar tevi sarunāsim. Tā, mēs esam gatavi.
Mums ir Ginters Bensons.
Ginters, manuprāt, ir mūsu pametis. Ginters teica, ka viņš... Kaspar, vai tas esi tu? Jā, mums ir tātad... komandas biedri, es teikšu, ka liek lielas cerības uz tevi.
Redzu, jā.
Tā ir milzīga atbildība.
Jā, es jūtu spriedzi.
Bet vai tu esi gatavs uzvarēt?
Viennozīmīgi.
Tu zini, kāds ir šī brīža labākais laiks?
4 sekundes.
Tu visu zini, ko es te vispār daru. Jā, brīnišķīgi. To es saprotu. Labi, tā. Komandas biedri, vai jūs arī esat gatavi? Jā. Komandas biedri ir gatavi atbalstīt. Mēs esam gatavi sākt. 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Oi, pirmais metiens, diemžēl, bet garām. Otrais metiens tomēr arī garām un trešais metiens arī garām. Jā, bet 4. ir iekšā vēl tikai 2 metieni. Nu, gandrīz. Mēs ticam, jā, vēl viens. Ovāciju lūdzu. Es domāju, ka, jā, tomēr visi 3. Un pēdējais posms. Jā, no Montē. Kur ir jūsu ovācijas? Jā, ar komandas atbalstu tu tomēr, un kā kārtīgam mehāniķim rokas, jā. Šīs ir mehāniķa rokas, šīs nav mehāniķa rokas. Jā, nu kā bija?
Vajadzēja precīzāk, bet nākamreiz, ja būs.
Jā, būs noteikti būs, bet vai tu tomēr vari tā objektīvi izvērtēt, ko varēja izdarīt labāk?
Mēs precīzāk.
Jā, bet varbūt ātrāk, dinamiskāk.
Sūvēšana bišķi piekliboja metienu, bet neko mēs augsim un nākotnē viss būs kārtībā.
Tā teikt, lai ir kur augt.
Tieši tā, nevar uzreiz uzstādīt augšā kaut
vai ne? Jā, nu tieši tā.
Ja tu esi augšā, tev vienīgā vieta ir uz leju krist, tāpēc man joprojām ir kur augt tikai.
Vot, precīzi teiks. Bet aiziesim, pastīsimies, kāds rezultāts, labi? Mums vajadzīgs tas noslēdzošais rezultāts ir, jā?
Tātad 44 sekundes.
Jā, tavs ir. Jā, nu gandrīz. Nu labi.
Nākošais gads labāk.
Jā, viss kārtībā.
Nākošais gads tiekamies šī pašā vietā, šī pašā laikā.
Jāslīcina.
Jā, vai ne? Nu, bet protams, jā.
Jau uz kopējā skatās, tas ir ļoti labs rezultāts patiesībā.
Zaudētāja taktika. Skatāmies uz labāko, man ir tik slikti.
Tieši tā.
Redz, cik tas tomēr viss ir vienkārši. Bet,
sacensība. Visu laiku ir jābūt priekšā. Ja nav, tad ir slikti. Nu šito es nesāšu katru dienu tagad.
Jā.
Bet nenonāsā.
Nu, kā var nenonāsāt, katru dienu nesājot.
Arī fakts, jā. Bet, Klau, ko tu novēlētu no sacensību dalībniekiem? Šobrīd 6 stundu izturības brauciens.
Nu, nobraukt nevarēt. Nu, skatītājiem patīk avārijas, bet braucējiem gan jau kā nē. Tagad, lai viss izdodas.
Mehāniķiem noteikti arī tā nepārāk.
Jā, mehāniķiem daudz darba, bet viņiem maksā algu par to. Tā kā, ja nebūs avārijas, nebūs nekas, mehāniķiem darba nebūs. Tā kā priekš, kam viņi vajadzīgi, tā kā, varbūt var bišķi pabakstīties kaut kur.
Lai viss tādā līdzsvarā, tomēr, vai ne?
Viņiem labi, mehāniķiem labi, visiem labi, skatītājiem labi.
Jā, super. Paldies tev liels, ka atradi laiku piedalīties. Nākamgad noteikti nāks vēl, ja?
Viennozīmīgi.
Jā, super, lai tev forši atlikusī diena. Tātad mēs esam šķiet, ka finišējuši, vai mums ir vēl kādi dalībnieki? Mehāniķi? Mēs esam beiguši, jā, bet mums ir mehāniķi, kas piedalās. Jā, tā kā mehāniķi visi ir startējuši, un es vēlreiz atgādināšu, ka pirms mēs vēl sākām filmēšanu, piedalījās pāris mehāniķi, kuriem, diemžēl, bet bija jāskrien atpakaļ darbos. Bet mēs esam fiksējuši rezultātus, un man jau ir tāda klusa nojausma, ka viens no tiem rezultātiem jau bija ļoti, ļoti labs, bet mums ir jānoskaidro no DeWALT pārstāvja, vai izdevās kādam pārspēt šo te rezultātu, un kāds tad ir tas kopvērtējums, bet īstenībā vispār kā izdevās šīs sacensības mehāniķiem? Man liekas, ka bija feini.
Manuprāt, ļoti jaudīgi un forši bija. Arī iepriekšējos gados bija gan jaudīgi, un šogad nekas nav mainījies. Mehāniķi ir tiešām, maleči. Grib nāk un piedalās, un ir tiešām patīkami redzēt tādu aktivitāti.
Jā, es tev absolūti piekrītu. Bet kā tad mums ir tie rezultāti? Lai viss godīgi, mēs varam palūgt operatoram, jā, mēs tad piefiksējam komandu nosaukumus, vārdus, uzvārdus, un lūk, šeit ir redzami visi laiki. Es domāju, ka tur jau izkristalizējās, kas...
Jā. Es domāju, ka igauņu komandas Krauman pārstāvi Artūru Āsu šoreiz nav pārspējis neviens.
Jā, tik tiešām Krauman komandas pārstāvis, komandas mehāniķis, komanda no Igaunijas Artūr Ās ar 24 sekundēm uzvar šajās mehāniķu sacensībās, jo viņš bija tik precīzs un tik ātrs, ka nevienam neizdevās pārspēt. Tā kā mēs apsveicam Artūru no Krauman komandas, mēs noteikti nogādāsim balvu. Jā. Jā, vēl notiek aktivitātes ar bumbu, tā kā mūs te mazliet patraucē. Mēs noteikti nogādāsim iegūto balvu un teikšu lielu paldies visiem, kuri šobrīd mūs skatījās, kur ir kopā ar mums, kur ir šeit uz vietas Bikerniekos. Turpin norisināties 6 stundu izturības brauciens. Mēs šobrīd dosim vārdu Oskaram un Artūram, lai mazliet pastāsta, kāda tad ir aktivitāte šobrīd trasē. Un es no jums atvados, mēs noteikti tiksimies nākamgad šajās pašās sacensībās.
And welcome back again, and we have another drama in the picture. Car number 7, Ignacio Mantas in ES Motorsport. Porsche has spun into turn 2. And meanwhile, during this mechanics competition, number 7 has lost their second place to number 115. Toni Virtanen was able to overtake Ignacio Mantas on the track, and there is another big news concerning the leader. Car number 92 was given a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty for speeding under full course yellow. So it's a very, very heavy punishment. But of course, speeding under full course yellow is a very serious breach as well. So in the end, it means that their advantage over second placed car number 115, this one in the picture, is now just 1 lap. And Jaroslagilis is a little bit faster than Toni Virtanen in 1:15, but maybe by 1.5–2 seconds, no more. So the gap between them is currently just 1 lap, and it was 3 laps about an hour ago. Then Douglas, when he went out of the pits, made a spin just 100 meters out on the track, lost there about 1 lap. Then with that stop and go penalty, another lap was gone, and as it stands, Black Rose Racing Volkswagen is just 1 lap behind the leader, number 92 Porsche, and Porsche is now done. Number 92 has done their second pit stop, and Andrius Limas is back at the wheel once again. He was the man who got excellent opening stint and he was also the one who put the car on the pole yesterday. Also, Dagelis also did some laps and was almost as fast as Slimas, so no big difference there. But now Slimas is back at the wheel, and he's definitely the most consistent and the fastest driver in that car. Let's see what happens next. Those two cars are now on the same lap, but of course 115 is almost one full lap behind. But definitely they are in contention for the overall win, because if number 92 hits another problem, be it technical, be it spin, be it some kind of penalty, 115 may take the overall win here. No doubt about it. Concerning next positions, number 7 Porsche ES Motorsport is still third. Number 20 Peugeot is back in fourth in front of number 4 Porsche once again, and there is now a gap of 4 laps between them. Number 55 Audi is in sixth after very lengthy pit stop. Number 11 BMW is 7th, and number 10 Honda is 8th as they were. And number 34 ALM Honda, which retired after just one full lap, is the only car not competing on the track anymore. They are retired because fire under the bonnet. So Andreas Slimas, we wondered a little bit, and there are yellow flags out on the main straight. 2 yellow flags, and it means a serious danger, whatever it is, and wherever it is. We haven't seen it. Meanwhile, 115 has entered the pits. Here they are. Not much to be seen here. Just Porsche GT3 TCR, that is their car. And they have had excellent run. These were gaps 1 lap ago, and really first 2 were almost simultaneously over the line. Just 0.6 seconds behind between them. Very good, very fast pit stop by 115 Black Rose Racing, the Finnish team. But a big change for this year. Only 2 mechanics can work on the car, as I told, during the last pit stop cycle, and now refueling in the pit boxes. And Black Rose Racing is dropping to third, I guess, but number 7 Porsche has not done their regular pit stop yet, so perhaps there will be double place swapping. Pit stop for 115, and they are still in contention for overall win. Maybe not by their speed, but if drivers of number 92 Porsche will make the same mistakes as we have seen, then everything is possible. Almost 3 hours are still to go, and we are more or less at half-time. Yes, 2 minutes 47.5 minutes has passed since the start, and exactly the same time is still to go. So in few minutes we will have another interview. Stay with us. We will talk with you just in few minutes. Okay, and the next interviewee is sitting right on my side. Welcome, Antti Rammo from ALM.
Hi, it's nice to be here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was probably the shortest endurance race in the world for you.
Yeah, there was not a lot of endurance there, but with one lap it was all over. So this time we were quite unlucky with the technical aspect of the car.
So what happened from your viewpoint? How did you felt and how did you see, or what smelled, or whatever happened?
Well, something was smelling right after start, a little bit funny in the car. So I took it a little bit easy for the first lap, and then at the end of the first lap I already saw some smoke coming out from the bonnet, and I also had a small fire at the end of the main straight, so I slowed down immediately and then very slowly came to pits, and the whole engine compartment was full of oil. There was a small fire, so we had a gasket there that lost its job, so to say, and then this oil was all around the engine compartment and it caught fire. So that was the end of the race for us.
Okay, I think when you stopped on the side of the track after turn 3, I think I saw some small flame under the car.
Yeah, probably there could have been. I stopped just in case to see if there is a fire, but I only saw smoke, and which seemed not too bad, so I thought I can get the car back to the pits and maybe we can repair it, but it was clear in the pits that it was not possible to repair the car anymore, so that was it.
It is a shame, of course, because if we are looking how the race has developed, you would have been at least in P2 now. You were definitely faster than 115 Volkswagen.
Yeah, I think we had definitely pace to be in the podium position in P2 now, and with a little luck to compete for the overall win. So the speed was definitely there. So overall, I think our package, even though it's not as fast as the Porsche, but if we look at the average speed of drivers and the car, then for sure it would have been an exciting race for the overall win, and at least for the podium.
Yeah, Porsche have had some mysterious problem, especially number 7. He's dropping so much time towards the end of their stints.
Yeah, he just had a spin coming to the main straight.
Yeah, it was.
But it was lucky that he got the car back running.
And 92 had spin, then they had 2 minutes stop and go and whatever. So you surely would have been in the contention.
Yeah, with like 6 hours of racing, it's you never know what's gonna happen, and if you keep the car on track and the car stays in one piece, then you always have a chance. So that's what makes endurance so nice, that it's a long run, and you always have to keep in mind that the finish is far away.
Yeah. It's we just crossed the half time, so there is still 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. Yesterday you was very fast in qualifying. I followed the qualification, and it was like from a textbook, step by step, getting faster.
Yeah, well, for me, I think overall I could do 12 laps around the weekend here. So it was surprising for me as well that I adjusted to the track quite fast. The last time I was here was in 2015 with former Renaults. and I was a little bit afraid coming here because this is quite a fast track with no room for errors. But the car is so good, and I was able to, find the speed for qualifying, and yeah, it was quite nice.
So you were just 1.2 seconds behind the pole-winning Porsche. It's really close, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that there is a lot of speed in this Porsche yet. We saw what was the speed like in the qualifying for the Porsche Cup, so definitely TCR should not be that close, but yeah, I would imagine that the TCR can go even faster here. So.
You mentioned that you were here last time 2015 in Formula Renault, and how much experience did you have with tin tops before this season? I think I've seen you in every kind of go-karts, several formulas, whatever.
Yeah, well, I had almost zero experience. In 2019, I tested this same car, basically, that we are driving here, this Honda, for one day. And then after 2019, I was only karting. And now this year, I made my, let's say, my debut in TCR in Dubai in the 24-hour race with Volkswagen Golf TCR. And this was the start for me with tin tops, and now I think it's 1, 2, 3. It's the 4th race that I'm participating.
So the first 3 races, not first 3, but previous 2 were in Italy, in DCA Italia. And tell us about it a little bit, because it's really interesting. I saw your first races on TV. Quite eventful, I would say.
Well, absolutely. In a way, it was like a classic racing weekend story. So I made my debut in this field of 30 cars. Fortunately, the car is very strong. We have a really good engineering team, and the whole team is very strong. So the cars definitely have the speed. So it's only about the drivers to find the speed and get up to speed. We were P12 in qualifying in Monza, and the race was like a dream start for somebody who is new in a class, that you go on track with slick tires with 30 competitors, and then it starts to rain. So I messed up the start really badly, and then I decided that it would make sense for me to change to rain tires, because I knew that it will be hard for me to stick on the track for 30 minutes in these conditions, even though the slick was probably not so much slower. But I made the choice to go for rain tires because the safety car was almost certain to come out with these conditions, and so it did. So from last place I made it all the way up to P8 for the finish, so I was really happy with that. So it was a great race. And the second one in the dry conditions, yeah, I think I had decent pace, but in terms of racing with other cars in this speed is something I need to get used to still. So I held the car on track, let's say, and that was a success. And this made me finish in P12 in this field. I think for a first race was quite good.
And when will you have next race?
This will be in the next week already, so I don't have to be too sad about this, what happened today, so I can get back on track next weekend in Imola.
Okay, thank you to you, Antti Rammo, and have a good luck next week.
Yeah, thank you so much. So enjoy the race, everybody.
Thank you as well. Tundub nii, jah. Okay, there is some hectic action in the pits, and this is number 55 Audi. They were in P6, and probably they are not going to lose it because they were full 7 laps in front of next car, number 11 BMW, but they have had their fair share of problems. Very linked the pit stop, and now some tube work under the bonnet. Something is definitely broken there, and now mechanics must be very inventive. Concerning the top 3, there are no big changes. Number 92 Porsche leads in front of number 115 Volkswagen and number 7 Porsche. Then number 20 Peugeot is 4th, and number 4 Porsche Cayman is 5th. Then this car we see in the picture, despite being stationary in the pits, and being repaired technically, they are trying to send it back as fast as they can. But how long will this repairs be able to work? We will see. Of course, the race is long, 2 hours and 36 minutes still to go. Everything can happen. And in a few minutes we will have another interviewee. Stay with us. We will return just in a few minutes. So we have the next interviewee here in the commentary booth, returned just from the track. Ignas Jomantas from ES Motorsport, number 7 Porsche. Welcome.
Welcome. Hello.
How was your stint? I saw you were spinning at one moment. What happened there?
Yeah, because this is a first race, but I am happy, and I do a little mistake because tires is burn. Tires like burn, it slide from track, but I drive it. It's no problem. It's a little mistake, and my command and my partners, I think, will help us last time.
Okay. So it's the first time with this car, or have you done some endurance racing before?
Endurance racing is the first time. On this car, third time for me.
Okay.
It's a fast car, but it's normal. It's
so
normal time.
I saw during the first 2 stints, your teammates also had, towards the end of their stints, they had problems with tires.
Yeah, we have a problem in tires. It's PS. I don't understand. Our mechanics working, engineer working too, because the first driver Romunas have problem too. And I have a good time, several track good time, and I want still have this time, and I do mistake.
Okay, you have another chance, another stint?
Yeah, I try be faster and don't repeat mistakes.
So you are third right now, but 115 Volkswagen is not so far in front. Are you going to try to catch them?
Yeah. I want to catch it, but it's a fast car. It's a GT CUP 2, but I try it. It's normal time. I think it's time like me too. It's not a big time for.
Okay, thank you. Have a good luck for your next stint, and try to keep on the track.
Okay, thank you. We try. Linkėjimai Lietuva.
So back to the action with car number 115, second place Volkswagen Golf, and Thomas Halonen at the wheel of that car is just catching number 7 Porsche, which is not this car in front. This is number 20 Peugeot. But that next one is number 7 Porsche, and those cars are in second place and third, and second place car is catching third place car on the track, and it means that when or if Tuomas Salonen in number 115 Volkswagen will be able to catch number 7 Porsche who is driving this. Jonas Adamowicz, who is not in the entry list. So anyway, if Volkswagen will overtake Porsche, it means that it will be one full lap in front of it. Now this is again not a Porsche, but number 55 Audi. And comparing the lap times, Alonen is not catching actually Adamowicz. Comparing the lap times, Alonen's lap was 1:28 and Adamowicz 1:24, so it's quite the opposite. Meanwhile, Andrius Limas in the leading number 92 Porsche did 1:23.3, so he's the fastest man on the track, as you would expect. Usually he was pole winner yesterday, fastest man in qualification. And yes, number 7 Porsche is now simply driving away from 115 Volkswagen. But still, they are separated by almost one full lap, and with 2.5 hours still to go, everything is wide open what concerns final results. Tautvidas Rudokas in number 4 Porsche keeps P5. And with more than 3 hours have passed since the start of the race, it's quite interesting that we still have only one car retired. That same number 34 Honda, which retired already after lap 1. There have been some technical problems. We have seen number 55 Audi, some tube work being repaired, and I've seen number 10 Honda in the pit several times. But other than that, other cars have had also their fair share of, I would say, incidents. Except maybe number 115 Volkswagen. They have had really plain sailing right from the beginning. Maybe lap times for all of the drivers has been not excellent, but they had kept going. And now number 7 Jonas Adamowicz has set the lap time 1:22.580, which was their fastest since the start of the race. So we can say that number 7 is catching number 115, despite being almost full lap behind. But yes, they are catching. They are not being caught, but they are catching. What is happening in the duel between this car, number 4, and number 20 Peugeot in front of them? They are on the same lap, and 55 Audi from Tarzania Racing is back in the pits again, and I would think that it may be the same problem with that hoses or tubes. It's certainly on the intake side of the engine, but it is more like a regular pit stop. Driver change anyway is taking place. They have 3 drivers, Mercury and majority of teams, and number 11 Antea Racing BMW, the sole diesel car in this race, is in the pits as well. Vidas Gedutis is stepping out of the car, and Rimas Jesiulis is taking his place behind the wheel. This car lost a lot of time going off into turn 2 runoff area and being beached in the gravel. But in the big scheme of things, they didn't lose much. Okay, they lost some time and some laps, but not, and very fast pit stop. And you noticed there was no refueling because this is a diesel car, and it means that fuel consumption is so low they do not need to refuel on every pit stop. Of course, their speed is quite moderate, so they can't fight nowadays. They can't fight for the overall top places, but a few years ago diesel cars were actually faster, some faster diesel cars. Third series BMWs were in contention for overall wins in Baltic Endurance Championship as well. So this is area behind the bridge. After bridge turn, now approaching hospital turn. So what is happening between cars number 20 and 4, which are currently occupying P4 and P5, and those news are not that pleasant for number 20 team. Their Peugeot is moving quite slowly last time out. Their time was 1:33.7, and it is really slow. Egidius Gelunas is currently at the wheel, and meanwhile number 4 Porsche has been how much faster? 7.5 seconds faster. So while the gap between them is still 25 seconds, at this rate they will be together after only 3 laps. So there can be some switch in the ranking. It's really difficult for Tarzania team. They are trying to make some makeshift repairs, putting more and more but you can see that those hoses are of a different diameter, and it's really, with those clamps, it's really to keep them together in the way that engine would work properly. Of course, they have to try. There is still 2 hours and 23 minutes to go, and it's the very heart of endurance racing. You must do whatever is needed to keep your car going. You can't surrender in the middle of the race. You must fight until the end, because you never know what can happen to the others. I've seen very bizarre scenarios during the years in Baltic Endurance Championship, and who says that something strange can't happen today? No one can assure you. Marzani Audi number 55 is still in the pits. Now they will refuel the car. Thomas Isiunas was the driver who just stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, number 7 Porsche will put another lap on number 20 Peugeot. Actually, those cars are in 3rd and 4th place overall. But of course, on the other side, their speed difference is huge. Comparing fastest laps, Porsche has been some 4.5 seconds per lap faster than Peugeot. But on the other hand, Peugeot team has made much less mistakes, and their tires, despite the car being front-wheel drive, the tires have been much more, actually they have managed their tires much better. This number 7 Porsche has had huge tire problems from the very first stint. Ramon Tchaikovsky, who was driving the first stint, was fighting the car already after some 20 or 25 minutes, and towards the end of his stint, his lap times were over 1:30, while the fastest lap was 1:22, so he lost 7-8 seconds per lap towards the end of his stint, and that is one of the reasons why number 7 car has dropped out from the contention for the overall victory. Of course, anything can happen, and we can't yet say that the victory is absolutely impossible for them. No, it's not. But it will be difficult because we have seen the same type problems emerging towards the end of every stint. Now the lap times are decent, and number 55 car is only crawling on the track. Which part is it? I'm not able to tell you right now. Aha, it is between, it's before the bridge. I will tell you, like Galileo Galilei, it's still moving. But I would think that if this car is able to reach the pits, they must repair it in some other way. Those hoses and those clamps they have put there, you can't do the job for sure. And in the process, they have lost so many laps that number 11 diesel BMW is catching at them. In fact, there is only 1 lap difference between number 55 Audi and number 11 BMW. And what makes the biggest difference is that number 11 car is moving at full speed, while number 55 is barely crawling on the track. And here has been a positions swapped, because number 4 is now in front of number 20, and this means that this car, number 4, Porsche Cayman, Porsche Baltic, is now P4 overall, and number 20, sorry, Peugeot of Marseille Ska has dropped to 5th. Meanwhile, number 55 Audi has returned to the pits for the umpteenth time already. And there are more problems for them, so Now it's almost sure that they will lose one position to number 11. Is it the same problem? We'll see. Yes, bonnet will be opened. Probably it is the same rules work. It's a really tough situation for them because they have to do at least some, I would say, some 10 laps to be guaranteed the classification. What the regulations say is that for being classified, you must cover at least 50% of the distance covered by overall winner. And while the leading car, number 92, has currently completed 126 laps, number 55 has done only 105 laps. And with 3 minutes 90, 3 hours 90 minutes passed since the start and 2 hours and 60 minutes still to go, I will assume that the winning car will do around 200 laps, so maybe number 55 can get classified even with this number of laps. But for sure they are going to try and return onto the track. Number 10 is given blue flag. We must let faster car overtake them. The faster car is second placed 115 Volkswagen of Black Rose Racing. And there is another change in the positions because number 11 BMW just crossed the timing line. And it means they have now completed 106 laps, while number 55 Audi has completed 105 laps. So number 11 BMW is now 6th, and number 55 Audi is dropped to 7th. Tuomas Halonen completed previous lap in 1:28.6, and let's see what can do number 71 in the hands of Adomavicius, and what is the actual gap between them. So Adomavicius' time was 1:25.6 and the gap is 35 seconds still. It is closing rapidly. It's just 15 minutes, about 15 minutes ago was the time when Adomavicius took back a lap from Halonen. But if they still have that tire problem we've seen during all of their stints, it will be very difficult towards the end of his stint for Adomavicius. While Tanzania Audi is still standing in the pits. And looking back, we can see that number 10 Honda is currently 12 laps behind them in the classification. So if they will work on the car for 20 minutes, then they can lose their P7 currently. but we will see. And number 10 arrives to the pits. It should be a regular pit stop, or is it? No, it's not, because bonnet is open. And it is not a good sign. Vytautas Krekšdējs. And they have also problems with some hoses and tubes, it seems. So cars in two last positions, number 55 Audi and number 10 Honda, have persistent problems. They are entering the pits quite often. There is driver change for number 10 as well. Or is it? Yes, it is. Did I see correctly that there was some electronics exposed? Andreas Limas has no problems in the leading car. His laps are not that fast now, but they are fast enough, I would say, in the region of 124. By far faster than anyone else on the track. Maybe only car number 7, NEZ Motorsport Porsche, is moving in the same pace. Otherwise, just lap time last time around was 125.1. So if they will have some 15 minutes, then maybe number 7 and number 115 will be together on the track. Those are the cars which are battling for P2 and P3. Of course, on pure speed, there is no question number 7 Porsche is much faster than number 115 Volkswagen. But it's a complexity of the endurance racing, which includes not only speed, but avoiding mistakes, avoiding technical glitches, avoiding penalties, whatever. And Black Rose Racing has been excellent with everything. They have used their car potential to a maximum, and currently being P2 means they are still in contention with a little bit more than 2 hours still to go to the checkered flag. There is some barbecue done region on the outside of the track. There is a little pond or lake, how do you like? It's a really nice place to be. Maybe too cold today because our temperature is really low. Fortunately, the wind is not so strong as it was in the daytime. And yes, both 55 and 10 are standing in the pits. Both of them seem to have serious problems, hopefully not definitive problems. Hopefully they can continue till the finish, or at least return and make some more laps to be classified. Because for the team it's most important, and as they are both yes, they are not both, but number 55 Audi is the only car in A3000 plus category. So wherever they will be classified, they will be first in their class. And number 10 Honda is in TC2 class, and there is another car from this class, namely number 20 Peugeot, and of course Peugeot is far in front, basically not catchable anymore for number 10, although theoretically everything is still possible. This number 20 car running nicely today without bigger problems. Have been even in P2 occasionally during the pit stop cycle. Kelunos is currently driving that car. It's going to lap number 11 BMW shortly. Now it's happening into the witch kettle. Because those two cars have so different speeds, there is no direct competition between them. And actually, if we look at the results list, even they are 5th and 6th on successive positions. 15 laps separate them, and it's mainly because number 11 went into the gravel just here in turn 2, then was taken back to the pits on the flatbed. Meanwhile, number 10 Honda returns to the track, while number 55 Audi still is staying in the pits. Ooh, it was close. So back to the action, number 10 Honda moving on the track, and in their situation it's the only thing they can do, just move on the track, add more laps, add as many laps as you can. They have had many problems, and they are lost the 8 cars still on the track. And more than 2 hours to go, it means that anything, almost anything can happen. We have seen at least 6 teams of 8 still in the race have been hit by several problems, be it penalties, be it spins, be it whatever. And in a few minutes we will have a next interviewee. Stay with us, we will return in just a few minutes. So, as promised, we have next interviewee here. Welcome, Karolis Jovaisa.
Hello, everyone.
I think almost everybody thought before today that you are going to win this, maybe not both, but at least one race. So you ended up being second 2 times. So where was Walter so fast?
I don't know. With the team, we tried to find the speed all this weekend. In the practice sessions, we drove with another set of brake pads. So, and in qualifying session, we put a new Freetech brake pads, and we were a little bit slower. So the main gap from Valtteri Beatrice is second corner, exit of the second corner, and till the bridge corner, he gets away from me. I don't know, really far away, 3-4 meters maybe. In other corner, in the bridge corner, I can catch him. In another corner, 90 degrees, I can catch him, but not in the first corner.
So during the race 1, you just eased your pace towards the end to save the tires. Did it pay for you in the race 2?
I thought it will pay much more, but no, there was not a big difference. But you have to do that, you know, when you're not catching, it's better to save the tires than going full max attack and burning those tires and don't have any left of those tires in the final race. So it's really important, and I think I really managed to hold them tires in really good condition.
I had the interview with Edwin Chadekis, and he had the impression that your tires were completely dead towards the end of race 2.
That's the point of racing, you know. You have to know how to save those tires, how to drive fast and save tires. Sometimes in the endurance type of racing, things has slower drivers, faster drivers, and they set slower drivers to drive slower and to save the car, you know, save the tires. But it's sometimes happens like this, like they're going slower, but they're using more of tire grip, and tires are getting more and more used than going a little bit faster. It's difficult moment, you know. So I don't know. I think I really can manage to save tires.
We had quite a cool weather today and yesterday as well, and the lap times were much faster compared to last year. How much this is down to the weather and how much is down to the normal evolution? How do you feel?
As I remember, last year the weather was something like today, 10, 12, maybe 15 degrees. The main thing, as I think, is new tire compound, you know? Every year, every tire manufacturer upgrades their tire, and maybe this year it's just faster. We've been 1.5 seconds faster than last year, and it's not like that we are getting or all drivers are faster than last year. No, we are driving the same speed, the same pace, but we have just more grip. And even a little bit less braking power from last year, because last year we had free brake pads. This year we have Freetech. Everyone has to drive with only Freetech brake pads, so they much to like to get I don't know how to say. They get used much more than other brake pads. They are getting
to wear out.
Yes. So it's really hard. After 4 or 5 laps, they just overheat, and if you can't manage them really good, then after, as I said, for 5-6 laps, then they overheat and you start losing time.
So for drivers, it's even more challenging.
Yes, you have to save not only tires but then brake pads.
But for tires, this cool weather, did you feel it was better?
With the tires?
Yes.
No. Last year, I managed to not overheat tires much better than this year. This year, after 5 laps in the final, maybe 7, my tires completely overheat, and then we got a red flag. So they call down, and again, in last laps of second race, I started to feel that the tires overheat again. So
Maybe it's down to the fact that you are now a second per lap faster. Something, this energy is going through the tires.
Maybe, you know, when you are not first, you are second, and you want to get Valtteris, Viedris, you are pushing more. That means you are getting higher temperatures in your tire. So that's gets to us to overheat.
Okay, you have been BaTCC champion as well on the simulator and done very much of sim racing. Sim racing is definitely helping you to be faster on the track, but is it vice versa also apply? So how can the real driving be useful for sim racing?
I have a sim academy in Kaunas, and I'm working with simulators, I don't know, for 7-8 years, and I know one fact is the truth that it helps 100%. And of course you have to get used to it, you know, because you don't feel the G-forces, the speed, but the theory of that driving is 100% same as in reality. And there you can learn and to save tires, to save brake pads, and to have that same pace in every race. And all winter I'm training in simulator and not driving in reality, Italy or somewhere, not driving there. And I come back to the track and I can push myself again to the maximum 3-4 laps.
But now returning from that track to the simulator is something you can learn from the track driving for your simulator racing.
You mean if I can learn from reality to sim racing? I'm not driving a lot right now in sim racing. If I need to practice right now, waits for us Bikernieki, second round. So yes, I will practice there. But yes, you get information and goods from simulator to reality, and of course from reality to simulator. It's like two same things, but at that same time it's two different things. So it's an interesting thing.
Okay, Karolis, thank you very much, and have a good luck for next races.
Yeah, thank you, and see you in BaTCC.
Thank you, bye. Back to the racing with Black Rose Racing Team Volkswagen actually inside their car. Tuomas Salonen is still at the wheel with less than 2 hours remaining to the checkered flag. And the main thing which have changed is that number 7 ES Motorsport Porsche is now just 11 seconds behind the Volkswagen, maybe even less. 11.8, yes, and their lap times this time around, actually Halonen was a little bit faster than Adomavicius in the Porsche. So yes, gap has gone down to 11.8 seconds, but this time around once more Halonen was a little bit faster, just 6 tenths, but it's very important that we will see what that is car number 7. So basically the gap between them is the length of the straight between Hospital turn and Cinema turn. Meanwhile, Halonen has got number 11 BMW and lapping it for another time through Sandhill turn onto the main straight. 141 laps are now completed by Black Rose Volkswagen. Meanwhile, number 92, the leading car, has been in the pits, and there has been driver change, as you can expect, and Paulius Radejka is now the driver at the wheel. During his first stint, we saw that Radejka was perhaps the slowest of 3 drivers in that car, and you saw that he was just overtaken by number 7, but of course Radejka is doing the right thing, being very careful after exiting the pits on cool tires, especially as track temperature is dropping all the time. We saw how his teammate Jarus Tagilis spun just after exiting the pits about 2 hours ago when his stint started. But Radejka is now trying to avoid that mistake, and of course it's the right way to behave. Even if you're going to lose some seconds, it's not that important, because their lead over second place, car number 115, is more than 1 lap. Actually, it was more than 1 lap. Now they are on the same lap, because 115 Volkswagen has not been in the pits for the regular stop. Meanwhile, number 20 Peugeot entered the pits for their respective stop. 1 hour 50 minutes to go, and it means that it will be the penultimate pit stop for everybody. And it's clear also that Black Rose Racing is trying to keep Tuomas Halonen at the wheel as long as they can, because Halonen has been clearly their fastest driver. But of course, the difference between Halonen's lap time and those times of his teammates Vesa Kinnunen and Toni Virtanen was not that large. So yes, we can tell that the question of the winner is still very much open. Despite this car, number 92 Porsche is by far the fastest on the track and is leading the race. Still, the question of the winner is not decided. There have been really some very strange situations a few years ago when Flash Racing Lamborghini was by far the fastest car on the track. They were struggling to win the races. The opening race in the Riga, they had small spin, but the car hit the concrete barrier with its backside, and the damage was not big from the outside, but when they started to refuel the car caught fire and the race was over. Car was not damaged by so much, so for the next race in Finland they were back and they were leading the race, but some 12 minutes before the end of the race their engine expired, so they had to retire. Then they had problems with the electronics switch. GT3 cars and those kind of cars are relying on electronics very much, on ABS and traction control, so if those two systems are not working, you are in deep trouble. So they had that kind of trouble. Number 20 Peugeot is in the pits, Some oil is added into the engine. Now car is refueled. This car was in 4th overall. But are they going to drop to 5th with the pit stop? One more pit stop must be done anyway, because the maximum stint time is 70 minutes or 1 hour and 1 minute, and with 1 hour 47 minutes till the finish, you can't avoid one more pit stop. I think it was fuel which was flowing out of the backside of the car. Fortunately, the exhaust is on the other side. And Ernesta Globita is now sitting in this car. Baltic Endurance champion a few years ago, together with Estonian driver Mikk Marten. Although her name is not on the window of that car. And make no mistake, Ernesta Globita is a very fast driver. Otherwise, she had not become a Baltic champion. And with front-wheel drive car, it's of course a little bit easier to warm up your tires, especially the front ones. I didn't notice if they change, and Globita is pushing brake on the straight just to warm up the brakes and tires maybe a little bit. I'm not sure if they changed rear tires at all, but what I saw, I guess they changed brake pads. Anyway, number 20 Peugeot has dropped to P5 currently. And now they are 1 lap behind number 4 Porsche, with Tomas Vidinskas at the wheel. And Ernesta Globita is really careful during her opening lap. And it is for a good reason. If you start to push on cold tires too early, it can be very costly. I've seen it. And 115, second place car is in the pits for the penultimate time. The fastest driver, Tuomas Halonen, just left the car. So driver change is completed. Wheels are changed. Now remains only refueling. This team is working really well. It looks like they have trained all those procedures, making no mistakes. That's the main thing. You need doesn't need to be the fastest one, but what is needed is not to make mistakes. Meanwhile, number 7 is now second. They are still to make their pit stop. And 115 is back on the track in a few seconds. And it is Vesa Kinnunen driving this car. First time we saw when Kinnunen went out, he was quite slow during his first 3, 4, 5 laps, but then started to push and had quite good and steady lap times. Now we saw Ernesto Globita at the wheel of Peugeot was trying to overtake that Volkswagen, and meanwhile number 34 car ALM Honda is being pushed back away from the track. It is still the only car which has retired from this race, but it happened already after lap 1 when the car caught fire, and as Antti Rammo, who was the driver at that time, told during his interview, there was some gasket which failed and oil went off and caused a fire under the bonnet, and that was the reason why he was forced to retire. It's a shame, of course, because as it stands, that car will be not at the start tomorrow as well in PCRs. And it will be interesting to see when this car will enter the pits, and there are some wobbles under acceleration, but still lap times are more or less decent. Last time around 1:27.7 compared to the struggles Ramonas Čapkauskas had towards the end of his first stint. The situation is very good because Čapkauskas' lap times were over 1:30, and his stint was, I think he was brought into the pits quite early. But no, number 7 Porsche stays on the track. Now they are one full lap in front of 115 Volkswagen. But of course, penultimate pit stop is yet to be made for the Porsche, while Volkswagen just exited the pits a few minutes ago. We're going to see what lap times Vesa Kinnunen, not that fast yet, 1:31. So he's having the same approach as first time. Just be careful in the beginning, and then after 3, 4, 5 laps you can start to push little by little, get up to the speed and be steady there. That's the recipe, that's the formula which Black Rose team has been using, and it has kept them in the contention even for the overall victory. Meanwhile, you can see that car number 7 now entering the pits, and it was really time already because car was sliding around a lot under braking, under acceleration. So this will be their penultimate pit stop, hopefully. Meanwhile, number 55 Audi is still standing in the pits. Are they able to go out at all? I would think with 1 hour and 38 minutes still to go. They're with their 105 laps. They have already guaranteed classification. 50% distance completed by overall winners is needed for that. Although they have dropped to the last place, to 8th now, number 10 Honda has overtaken them because Honda is moving, but Audi is not. I think they have the result. And as they are sole car in their class, A 3000 plus, they will take maximum points. Of course, they don't look very good in overall classification, but anyway, their car is certainly not going for overall laurels, but more for class wins. And as you can see from this picture, black car and white car are traveling together. 115 Black Rose Racing Volkswagen and number 20 for the Lietuva Mažeikių SK Peugeot with Vesa Kinnunen and Ernesta Klobite at the wheel respectively. Times are very similar, 1:28, high 1:28s, and Kinnunen, we saw him lapping in 1:28s during his first stint. Is he able to do it now again? And here are second and third place car, because Ramona Čapkauskas in number 7 Porsche managed to exit the pits right in front, 115 Vesa Kinnunen, and he stayed there because the tires of that Porsche are still quite cool, not in the working window. But Klobite is now trying to overtake Kinnunen. So did Kinnunen lift somewhere? Actually, this is a fight for a position, second, between number 7 car and number 115 car, with number 20 car being several laps behind, but at the same speed. So let's see what can Ramona Čapkauskas do in number 7 ES Motorsport Porsche. When he started this car, he was very fast during first laps. Actually, the fastest lap from that car stood for a long time from the second lap, which of course is the first lap at all. The cars will drive at full power and at full speed. And now you can see that Čapkauskas is already moving much faster than Kinnunen and Klobite, because his car is much faster. But those two black and white cars remain glued together. Although Ernesta Klobite at the wheel of Peugeot has shown herself several times before the cinema turn, but she has not had the speed to overtake Vesa Kinnunen. And once again they are doing high 1:28 times. It's quite interesting to see the camera angle, this track from the camera angle. It seems like turn 2 is going to turn forever. Car is turning. But in real life, if you are sitting behind the wheel of the car, is just and gone. Klobite once again jumps out of the slipstream of Kinnunen. just more comfortable for her to see where to enter the turn or where is the apex or for whatever reason. But the same will be before the sandhill. She just jumps out of the slipstream, but until now has been not able to overtake the Finn. This could be a place, but in turn 2, Globita is too far back. But meanwhile, number 4 Porsche with Tomas Svidinskas, he is catching those two, and it is important because number 4 is now directly behind number 115, although 6 laps are separating them. So even if Svidinskas manages to overtake Kinnunen, nothing basically changes. They will be only 5 laps behind instead of 6, and Globita finally has managed to overtake Kinnunen. Probably she felt that she can go faster. Meanwhile, Kinnunen probably has some target time to follow. 1:28.6 was his last lap time. And for Kinnunen, the main thing is to be steady, not to make mistakes. Number 10 Honda is in the pits for what seems to be a regular pit stop. They are in P7, sorry. Car is being refueled. It is probably the last procedure before leaving the pits. Wheel cover is away. No, they are working in another succession. Refueling was the first procedure, then there is tire change and rear tires will be changed as well, so it means all 4 will be changed, and it is their penultimate pit stop, so it really makes sense. They can drive 1.5 hours with the same pair of rear tires. Also, I guess they are going to change their front tires. And meanwhile, Ramūnas Čapkauskas in car number 7 is the fastest man on the track. He was even faster than leader number 92, who is Paulius Šadeika. Šadeika is in this picture. But still, Šadeika is 2 full laps in front of Čapkauskas on the track. And it is really hard to see how Čapkauskas and his teammates can get back those 2 laps. Unless Žadeika and Jaros Tagilis, who is the final driver for car number 92, start to make some silly mistakes. On the other hand, we saw that Tagilis, when he exited the pits first time, started to push right on the track and made a spin just 100 meters after exiting the pits. Then had some struggles to get the car going again and lost at least a minute in that process. Then he was too greedy under the full course yellow and was penalized for speeding under full course yellow, and that was really costly 2-minute stop and go penalty, and it meant that while they had 3 laps at hand over second place car before Dageli's stint, they lost 2 of those laps. Of course, they are now much smarter having those experiences. Probably not going to repeat them. But anything can happen. Anything can happen during the last 1.5 hours of this 6-hour race, which actually will last some 5 hours and 35 minutes because the start was late due to crashes, but the race must be completed at 9 o'clock at latest due to the noise regulations. So we will see. As it stands, everything seems to be under control for Porsche Baltic team number 92. Alyosha Deika is driving the car, not that fast, but steady, and keeping the 2-lap advantage over second place, number 7 ES Motorsport Porsche, which is currently driven by Ramon Tsakauskas. And number 115, Black Rose Racing Volkswagen in 3rd place, is dropping away from number 7. The gap has now grown to more than half a minute. But Vesa Kinnunen is putting in quite steady lap times. High 120, okay, let's say in the region of 129. But Ernesta Globite, after she overtook Vesa Kinnunen after several attempts, is now much faster. Her last lap time was 127.1, and it is very close to the best lap time of that car at all. Just 4/10 slower, so Ernesta Globite is really pushing. And there is target, of course, because number 4 Porsche with Tomas Svidinskas at the wheel is just on the same lap actually, so Ernesta Globite must push as much as she can. Although Svidinskas is a little bit faster than her, but there is still one stint to go. And as the main sentence in endurance racing says, everything can happen in endurance racing. Now we will have our next quest in a few minutes. Stay with us, we will return. are back on the track once again. Car number 4 is in your picture. 4th place car under number 4. Tomas Vidinskas is driving it, and on the previous lap he was a little bit slower than Ernesto Klubita, who is trying to catch him. They are disputing positions 4 and 5. Also, I can tell you that Ernesto Klubita can't see Tomas Vidinskas as it stands. The gap was in the region of 30 seconds just a few minutes ago, but there is 1 hour and 21 minutes to go, 1 pit stop to do and driver change, so everything can change in that 1 hour and 21 minutes. Anyway, we will have next guest now, and welcome Vytis from Dvaras Racing.
Hi there.
And you are actually not driver, but how to put it? You are the husband of the driver, or your wife is the driver?
No, my wife's the driver. She does the driving. I'm just supporting her. I'm taking care of the car, of the team. I'm trying to manage as much as possible. So that's my job.
So is it the first race for your wife Ingrida?
Yes, indeed. It is the first race. That sort of race is going to be our debut.
Okay. She has done what kind of racing before?
Just sprint races, short races, much smaller cars comparing to what we're driving at the moment.
Okay, and you are driving what car? BMW?
BMW.
Okay.
BaTCC 3 Plus.
Okay, I can assure you it's not that difficult to drive.
We will see. Tomorrow we will see.
And how do you feel? It's putting your wife in your car. I think majority of men think I'm mad.
It is frustrating. I mean, it takes a lot of nerves. Seeing and watching my wife driving, and the time she is driving is painful for me. So, but I'm trying to manage that.
So you have seen her driving during the sprint. So do you have arguments later?
We do, and we are managing that part as well. But it's not easy.
So what arguments are you going to tell him that you should do this or that, or what?
Exactly. She has her own opinion. I have my own opinion. We are arguing about that. We are trying to find the solutions, and we are working on that every time. It takes time. After every race, everything we do, it takes time to sort that.
And what is it like, constructive, or are you like?
No, it is constructive. No, it's
no shouting.
It is not Italian style. It's not shouting. It's constructive. It is.
Okay. And what do you think? What your wife's chances are tomorrow? Just to reach the finish, and then you will see.
It's hard to tell. We will see tomorrow. I'm not ready to predict.
Can you sleep in the night?
I haven't slept for nearly 2 weeks now.
Oh, really?
Yes, nearly 2 weeks. Couple hours a night.
I remember my first race. I couldn't sleep 2 nights before, but it was only 2 nights, not 2 weeks.
It's been weeks. Because for the last 2 weeks we've been preparing the car, packing, planning, doing the checklists. Especially the last night, we've been working through the night, driving, and keep coming in here in the morning.
So Vytis, I must tell you, you are loving your wife very much if you're doing everything like this you're talking us.
I hope she hears that.
Yeah, I can tell her if she's not aware of it. So thank you, Vytis, and have good luck for tomorrow, and especially for Ingrida, good luck for her first circuit race, endurance race.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming, and have a good luck once more.
Okay. Thank you so much.
That black Volkswagen Golf with number 115 is
continuing in P3. Vesa Kinnunen is at the wheel. His previous lap was 1:29.6, so maybe he has dropped the pace a little bit when compared to those lap times in the beginning of his stint, but by not that much. I can say that he's still quite steady and doing exactly what is asked from him. Although Ramūnas Čepkauskas in front of him and in car number 7 has been much faster, and now the gap between them is almost 1 lap already. But we have seen that car number 7 has had some very strange tire problems since the very start of the race. Ramūnas Čepkauskas, who started that car, had some very fast laps after the start. Actually, he was able to keep the pace of the lead car number 92 Porsche, but after 15 or 20 minutes he started to lose the pace, and his last laps were over 1 minute and 30 seconds because the tires of that Porsche number 92 were completely dead. And here comes number 7 with Ramūnas Čepkauskas, and Čepkauskas is actually catching Kinnunen. So it means that when Čepkauskas will continue in this pace, 1:24s, and Kinnunen in 1:29s, it means that Čepkauskas will put another lap on 1:15 Black Rose Volkswagen during the next few laps. But with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, basically we can have some final pit stops already after 5 minutes, because the maximum allowed stint time is 1 hour and 1 minute. So those teams who have their last driver and fastest driver still waiting for his final stint, they can make that early change, but I'm not sure if there is any such team. We will see, but the situation on the track at the moment looks like that number 92 Porsche is moving towards their overall victory. Number 7 is moving towards their overall P2. And this car, number 115, is almost certainly already achieved P3 overall if something strange is not going to happen, because they have 5 laps in hand over 4th placed car number 4. But what will be, so top 3 I will say are almost sure, but what will be their succession, we don't know. 1 hour and 13 minutes is a long time in endurance racing, and actually in every racing. People become tired towards the end of the race. Not only drivers, because they are changing, but mechanics as well. Whatever can happen to the cars, nothing is guaranteed on that front. And Tomas Svidinskas in that car number 4 was very slow last time around, 1:34.1, while Ernesto Globita in number 20 Peugeot, who is catching Svidinskas, was full 7 seconds faster. And Globita is really doing good laps one after another. Very close to that car's best laps. Svidinskas, is he having some problems with the tires? It could be, or was it simply some mistake? We didn't see it. But what is sure is that Globita is closing in. So let's see what is Svidinskas lap time this. And this 1:34. Rather not, because my timing system has stopped now. I hope it's now working again. So with Svidinskas 1:30, Globita 1:26.7. And yes, Globita is really pushing. Globita is pushing, but maybe it's too late. Of course, there is one more pit stop, one more driver change. Globita can't drive till the finish flag. But what we have seen, there are some good drivers in that team. As well. And now let's have a look onto the number 7. Car is going to slide already. And Chapkauskas is really pushing now. 1:23.9 was his last lap time. And under current conditions, it's very good because it's 19:44 on the clock now. And the weather is becoming colder and colder. Maybe not with every minute, but steadily. And here is Globita in that white Peugeot, being lapped by the leaders once more, but this didn't matter. For Globita, the main thing is to catch Svidinskas in another Porsche GT4, Porsche Cayman. Svidinskas now was rather fast, 1:27.7. Globita this time lost about 1 second. And the gap between those two cars is more or less 1 minute, so Globita must find 1 minute from somewhere to catch Svidinskas, and I would say that during this stint it is almost impossible, but it is not the final stint. And now that is less than 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, and it means that those teams who have fast drivers waiting for their turn can now make the final pit stop to maximize the driving time for the fastest driver. I'm not sure if there is any such team present, but we will see. 173rd lap will be completed by the leading car. Shortly, after a few seconds, Alyosha Deka brings it over the line. 1:24.0, very good lap time considering the conditions. Lap times are fluctuating depending on if faster cars must overtake some slower cars and how cooperative those slower drivers are. You can easily lose several seconds when a slow driver in front refuses to give you way. This is the slowest car on the track, not one of the slowest, I would say, because the slowest currently is number 10 Honda, but number 11 BMW 135 diesel is not very fast either. They are 6th overall, despite being beached in the gravel trap and being brought back to the pits on the flatbed truck. The main thing in endurance racing, as I've told, is keep going. Now Ernesto Globite just crossed the timing line, 1:26.8, and he got closer to Thomas Svidinskas once again by 2.5 seconds. The gap is still 56.8, but Globite is faster, and with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go, it depends not on her, but what the final drivers for both teams can do. But Globite is certainly pushing. Has been pushing since the start of her stint. We saw she was together with 111 Volkswagen in the beginning, then jumped that car and simply disappeared onto the track. Meanwhile, 115 driver Vesa Kinnunen is doing 1:29. Globite's last time was 1:26.8. This lap will be 1:26.7, so she's really fast and very stable in the same time, which is even more important. So 54 seconds separating P4 Porsche from P5 Peugeot. And all other gaps, as you can see, are quite large. There is no danger for number 20 Peugeot from behind, because 6th place car number 11 BMW of Antea Racing is some 13 laps behind them. 13 laps time-wise is more than 20 minutes with those cars. But this car, driven by Vesa Kinnunen, now Kinnunen was under 1:29 last time around, and he keeps his steady pace. But is it enough? It almost surely is enough for 3rd place and class win, as they are now the sole surviving car in their class TCR. But is it enough for 2nd place overall? Win seems to be out of the reach already. At least on their own power, they will not be able to take it. But slick pit work and maybe some mistakes from competitors can help them. 2 minutes, and I've seen no signs of pit stops. Ooh. And we have another interview this time. Again, not a driver, but I will tell you in a few minutes, while we are on the track now with number 10 and number 20. Number 20, Ernesto Globita, keeps pushing. She really keeps pushing, and that is good reason, because number 4 Porsche has been in the pits for the final time, and driver change has taken place. Andrius Bogdanovicius is now at the wheel of that car, while Globita, she lost maybe 1 second during last lap, but she's still pushing, and there is big part of his, not his, but her still remaining, so it remains to be seen what she can do. But the work she has done until now has been immaculate. She won back at least a minute from number 4. Let's see what happens. But now we will make a little break, and then we will have another interview. Stay with us. We will return just in a few minutes. And we have now our next guest here in the commentator booth. Welcome, Gert Elmik, from which team?
S1 Racing this year.
Okay, and you are racing engineer for Carmen Cravo. What is your title?
Well, I guess this year team manager.
Okay.
For the number 19 car.
Okay. Carmen had quite an eventful, I would say both races were quite eventful for her today.
Yes, they definitely were. We didn't manage to put the lap together in qualifying, so we had a lot of job to do today. And that was pretty eventful. We started from P14 and managed to fight our way to P9. And I guess it's pretty much the maximum for this event.
So you have worked with Carmen for many years, starting from karting, now with BMWs.
Yeah.
You have seen how she has developed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you have seen?
Well, it's pretty difficult to describe it. But if you work with one person with many years, especially in their teen years, you start to see every year is different, because the person changes really quickly. So every year I have to be different because she is very different.
She's now 16.
Yeah, she's
and
16 now.
Compared to last year, it was her first year in cars. He took one pole position, was generally very fast, but I guess their results were not there.
Yeah, last year we had the speed, but we didn't manage to finish the races in many cases. So this year we are trying to maximize our points to get to the, I don't know, have the best possible chances for the title.
So today I don't know exactly what her positions were. 9th, I guess, in race 1?
Both P9.
Okay, it's a decent result, I would say, but not at the top.
Yeah, not at the top, but we managed to get 48 points. That's 30 points away from 3rd place. 30 points is 6th position in race, so it's still points.
Do you think, compared to top guys like Zviedris or Jovaisha, what's the difference in the car?
Well, I can tell you that we have not done anything on the engine. The engine has run 250,000 kilometers, but I guess as the years go by, we can see on the timetable that everyone is going to the engine, and I guess we have to go there too.
But chassis-wise?
Chassis-wise, well, I guess the coupe is a lot stiffer, and it has a lot smaller front area, so I guess the top speed will be better. But at the moment, I can see that we are definitely quick on the corners, but not so fast on the straights.
So it's interesting thing you brought in those body styles. We saw first touring body this time. What do you think about it? It's definitely it's heavier, but maybe even more stiffer, and aerodynamics should be better.
Yeah, aerodynamic way I think it's better, even though it has the same big frontal area as the sedan does. But stiffness-wise, I don't know. It's bigger.
Okay, Gert, thank you. Good luck for you and for Carmen for next races, and hope to see and hear you somewhere else here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and this is an eternal picture, number 55 in trouble for I don't know which time near the bridge. But it is moving once again, and number 10 is in the pits. So those are two last cars in the ranking, and concerning number 55, we have 54 minutes to go, and it's going to be critical. We have now covered 106 laps, and they must have at least 50% of the number of laps leaders over winners will do. And meanwhile, number 92 has completed 180 laps, so it will be tough for number 55 Audi. Meanwhile, number 115 Volkswagen is in the pits for their final time. Leaders did the pit stop during our interview, and number 10 is now moving. Ramūnas Čapkauskas in number 7 Porsche is still out on the track, and his lap times tell us that probably that team ES Motorsport has solved their issues with their tires. Čapkauskas was 126.4 last time out, which is not good, but I would say decent. And number 20 with Ernesto Globita is continuing as well. Globita just crossed the timing line, 127.9, so she has dropped the pace a little bit, but still in contention for P4, because car number 4, Porsche Cayman with Andrius Bagdonavicius has been very slow. Bagdonavicius' last lap was 126, so if Globita can keep her pace until the end of her stint, they can jump number 4 Porsche. 115 Volkswagen exits the pits in third place. They're not going to lose that, but the question is, can they maybe catch number 7 Porsche after Chapkauskas will step out of it? Remains to be seen, but looking at Chapkauskas lap times, I would say it is unlikely. Anyway, we will see. 51 minutes, 51.5 minutes still to go. We will have another interview in a few minutes. Stay with us. We will return pretty soon. And the next interview is right on my left side. Welcome, Romet Reisin.
Welcome.
You were third overall today. I think it's quite a surprise for many people.
Yes, I was third, and this was what I waited for this to become third on the podium, and this is really special for me. And big thanks to my team and all who supported me. And yeah, that's
so
great.
Speed was definitely there. I saw from right from the qualification. I knew from last year that you are quite fast, but this time I think you were in third row.
Yes, I was P5, but I expected more than P5, but that was so good that everything was fine.
Mm-hmm. During the race one, I saw several times that you had very good top speed on main straight. Was it top speed or was it just exit from the final corner? You made 2 overtakings in the space of 2 laps.
Yes, the main thing about this is rev limiter is free on the BMW class, and this is very good to be fast on the straights.
So you mentioned the rev limiter. It means that you must change the gear, not hitting the rev limiter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And exit from the corner was also good. So
it was like plain sailing, nothing to do, just car goes by the another car.
Yes.
So I think you are satisfied with the result like this.
Of course.
But can you do something about Zviedris? He won both races today, but if you tell that you are not satisfied with your qualification speed, then there is some reserve to go.
Yes, but Zviedris, this is Zviedris' home track, and he knows it really well. And I think I need to train with this track to get on the podium next time.
But when we will be at Pärnu in August, it's your home track.
Yes, but Pärnu is not my favorite because it's so easy to drive, and there you need so much speed. But I like more Bikernieki and Kaunas because these tracks are difficult to drive.
Okay. So thank you, Romet, and good luck for the next races. Hope to see you on the podium again.
Thank you.
Thank you once more. Back to the track.
struggle is in number 92, Porsche. He's leading the race. This time he went out to the track without any special effects. Just drove out of the pits to the track and now continuing in the lead. Ramūnas Čapkauskas is still in car number 7, while Toni Virtanen took over car number 115. And Čapkauskas keeps quite good pace, 126s. Although not good, but should I say a decent pace. Nothing special, but the main thing is to be as fast as he can and be as steady as he can. So he's now faster than Virtanen. Of course, there will be one more driver change for car number 7. And we will see what happens after that. And Antea car is going to lose their exhaust. I think their fixing have been broken. And with 45 minutes to go, it may break completely. And this is car number 55, moving very slowly. But it is important for them. Every lap may be crucial to get the classification. And Ernesta Globita is also still driving car number 20, and she's much faster than number 4 Porsche in the hands of Andrius Bagdonavičius, and that is also very important for the fight for P4. And if Globita can keep this pace until the end of her stint, there is good chances that number 20 Peugeot the Lietuva Mažeikių ASK will be 4th overall. They have, I would say, they have already won their class DC2, because there is only one other car from that class on the track, number 10 Honda, which is 40 laps behind, so no chance to catch Peugeot in the space of 44 minutes remaining. That is for sure. So class victory is already guaranteed for number 20 Peugeot, but now the question is about overall position. Is it P4 or is it P5? And Globita has been very fast over the stint. The main question now really is what can the last driver do? And I can't tell you who will be the last driver. Because there are 4 drivers entered for that car. And Globita has driven into the pits. Tires have been changed. Now reviewing the final procedure. Manual pumps with only one crank are allowed. So of course, the later you stop, the less fuel will you need for your final stint. It is also very important. And in this case, it plays in the hands of number 20 Peugeot. Toni Virtanen driving this 115 Volkswagen, and his pace is not great, but it's enough. They are now out of contention for P1 or P2 for sure. Meanwhile, first 2 cars are on the same lap,
and it is only because Ramonas Čapkauskas has not yet made the final, and here it is. So number 11 car has finally dropped its exhaust onto the road. Actually not all, but the left side. Now it's important to reach the pits with that one, otherwise there will be shown over it what noise it must be in the car. Number 11 is shown blue flag. Oh, it's close, it's close. Now the both fixings have failed. And it's not going to shown black flag with orange circle. It means your car has technical defect. You must enter the pits for repairs. It's strange that the team has not radioed to the driver. Meanwhile, number 20 Peugeot is now in the hands of Egidius Gelunas for the final 40 minutes, actually 41 minutes, or a little bit less. But this car, number 11, they are basically already guaranteed P6 for them, overall P6, even if they go to the pits now and will repair the exhaust. It's very unlikely that number 10 Honda will catch them, because there is 21 laps in the hand for number 11. But this is typical late drama of endurance racing. While Andrius Bartonavicius in number 4 Porsche is too slow. He's very slow. It remains to be seen where and what times can Egidius Gelunas do in number 20 Peugeot, but he has stayed in front of number 4 Porsche, that is for sure. They are on the same lap, but number 20 is in front. Some slowly moving cars, in this case number 55 Audi flashed in the picture, and number 7 puts another lap on number 4. Two Porsches not from the same team. So Gelunas is still faster than Bartonavicius, although his lap time 1:33 is far from the times Globite was able to show, but with Gelunas doing 1:33 and Bartonavicius, who is in 5th, doing 1:35, there is no chance for number 4 Porsche to catch the number 20 Peugeot. So is the car number 11 sent out with the missing final part of the exhaust. It seems so. So when is Ramonas Čapkauskas going to finish his stint? He's still at the wheel at number 7 Porsche. On the lead lap actually, just 54 seconds behind Jaros Dagilis and being a little bit slower. And I can tell you that number 20 Peugeot, driven by Egidius Gelunas, has almost certainly guaranteed P4 overall for them, because this car number 4, Porsche Cayman with Andrius Bogdanavicius, is on the same lap but almost full lap behind already, and their pace is similar. Kilonos may be a little bit faster, but with only 37 minutes till the finish, there is no chance that Bogdanavicius, doing lap times of 1:33 or even 1:31 as he managed to post right now, is going to catch Kilonas in front of him. 1 minute and 8 seconds must Bogdanavicius recover, and it is not realistic in 36 minutes. Meanwhile, Kilonas was even a little bit faster than Bogdanavicius, so it seems more and more likely that 4th place overall will fall to number 20, Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK Peugeot. And this car, number 115, with Toni Virtanen at the wheel, is 3rd, and looks like they will be 3rd come the finish. Ramūnas Čapkauskas at the wheel of number 7 Porsche has done very good job, and not done, he's actually doing very good job. He's was faster over the previous lap than Jarius Dagelis in the leading car. And bear in mind that Čapkauskas have very old tires already, so it shows that ES Motorsport has really resolved the question of the tires they were struggling with during first stints. They have found some 4 or 5 seconds per lap, while Čapkauskas drove his first stint. His lap times at the end of that stint were in the region of 1:30, 1:31. Now they are 1:26, 1:27. And yes, Antea BMW is back on track without the final part of exhaust. Maybe the performance of the engine is not optimal, but during the final hour of 6-hour race, no one is going to ask if it's optimal or not. There is only one task: to reach the finish. Even if the car now stops on the track, they will be 6th and the winner in their own class. 7th car, number 10 Honda, is not able to catch them anymore, being 20 laps behind and only 33 minutes to go. And they are now together on the track. And actually number 11 is faster now than number 10, so that positions are probably fixed. Finally, Ramūnas Čapkauskas has entered the pits, and now car number 7 is returning onto the track with another driver, and they are clearly in front of number 115 Volkswagen. Although Toni Virtanen at the wheel of that Volkswagen will probably catch number 7 Porsche, which is currently on cold tires. And I think the driver should be Ignacio Mantas. He was driving the 3rd stint, now it should be his turn.
Who we will see. Unfortunately, timing system is not telling us who is driving that car. The gap between 4th and 5th, number 20 Peugeot and number 4 Porsche is yo-yoing here and there, but is still over 1 minute, despite number 4 Porsche being much faster, about 3 seconds faster over previous lap than number 20 Peugeot. And now it's the stage of race when everybody thinks about surviving, not about being fast, but just about surviving those last crucial 30 minutes. And drivers are becoming paranoid during those minutes, hearing noises which are not there, smelling some aromas which are not there, and having feelings about the car behavior which are not there. But yes, it's the part of endurance racing. You have to be aware, especially during the final minutes. Nothing is decided before checkered flag is out and you have crossed the finish line. Here goes number 7 Porsche ES Motorsport car. And I don't know who is at the wheel because timing don't show it. So number 55 Audi is once again in the pits. I think they have now reached their task. 116 laps are completed. Leaders have completed 197 laps, and with 29 minutes remaining, there is a good chance that number 55 will be in the limits of 50%, which gives them the classification. But we have another guest here in our booth. Welcome, Jānis Dutsmanis.
Hi, Thomas. Nice to see you.
You are one of the promoters of BaTCC. Am I correct?
You are partly correct, because my main task of being involved in this one is actually to be the head of the racing commission in the Latvian Automobile Federation. But of course, I am also the partner of the Andis Mēlēns, who is the main promoter of the racing series and the Baltic Touring Car Championship.
Okay. First question about this race we are seeing. I think I know what you don't like about it. I don't even ask the question, I guess.
Yeah, I think if we start with the not so good things, and not call it as a bad things, but not so good things, is of course the number of participants in the Baltic Endurance Championship. But these are pretty well-known reasons. Small things will come together. COVID restrictions, COVID problems recently, also the situation in Ukraine. Also the teams that were running previously in our championship have moved their focus to the other championships recently. So it all made together the situation that we are having 10, 11 teams, but the things are not that bad in general, because one of the main reasons actually is that I would say the condition of the racetrack, which could be better, we would say, and the teams are rather moving their fast and expensive cars to the other championships or to the tracks which are maybe safer than the Riga Bikernieki track.
So you mean Western European tracks, and I can see it as an evolution because they have now better teams and can reach better results.
Exactly. But that makes also for us a possibility to expect a much bigger amount of teams in Botnering, which we are having the race in mid-June this year, and also in Brno in mid-August. So this is definitely going to be a boom, because everybody is focusing on these two events for the upcoming season. So that is why I'm telling that the things are not that bad. There still are some teams that are willing to race in our championship. But of course, this is also a signal for the owners of the Bikernieki racetrack to do some proper work in order to attract more teams.
But looking to the quality instead of quantity, we have only 9 teams starting, but 8 cars are still running.
Yes, that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Maybe it's hard for me to explain, but this is the good to see that still 8 are running.
Yeah, but I think it's not only with endurance racing, because in touring car race 1, 20 cars at the start, 20 at the finish.
Yes. Again, maybe the quality of the skills, driving skills, improved lately.
And the engineers and mechanics
and everybody is improving and increasing their skills. So that's correct.
Yeah. So let's talk about good things. I think having 50 BMWs is actually it's a problem, but it's a pleasant problem to have.
To be honest, this is I would say that this is the absolutely top seller at the moment, absolutely booming class in the region. And we are not talking about Latvia, Estonia or Lithuania, we are actually talking about Finland. They are also seeing that series growing, and even Sweden. So we see that the people are following our technical rules, following our racing format, and are willing to include the same series in their championships, which will make this series, I would say, not worldwide, but at least Northern European-wide. By the way, for this year, especially this BMW class is having the NEZ North European Zone status. So this is again another pretty good thing for the development of this series. And it was the work which started like 3 years ago. And now what we see is that really a lot of new drivers are into this series, completely new from the karting, from other racing series are switching to this class, which is absolutely phenomenal.
So maybe there is on the downside, maybe there is some cannibalizing factor, because if we take some drivers who are now driving BMWs, Svetris was in DCRs, Hans was in BaTCCs, there are other drivers as well.
Maybe, but the positive balance is still much bigger, because what we see is at least 10 or even 15 completely new drivers. So even though, of course, the people, they want to see, they want to race in the real competition. And this is not just a folk racing, I would say. It's really a sporty racing, because the drivers that are driving in front are actually pretty good. They have the experience from the karting. They have some of them. I was racing some 15 years ago together, so I know that they are very, very good drivers, but still they are, even for them to be in front is very, very hard.
Taking another topic, V1600, is it going to grow this year?
I'm pretty sure that it will grow. Maybe not that significantly as with the BMW 325 Cup, but strategically we are looking at the Finnish and maybe Estonian market strategically, especially for this reason, because in Finland they have this V1600 class, which is pretty popular, and the technical regulations are plus minus are the same, and so that is why we are going to do the racing and to do the round in Finland. And we will do this together with Rata-SM, which is the Finnish championship in racing, and we will merge our V1600 with their races. And this will make, again, very spectacular racing, and this will help us to grow this class as well. I'm pretty sure about that.
So what about what else? We have more or less the stable calendar where the rounds are taking place. Classes now, I think, are also more or less in place.
What we see, at least in Latvia, we see that this how to say the right word in English, the growth of the small kids to do the racing. We have, at least in Latvia, proper classes where everybody can start to do racing and where he or she can go further. So this works now. Finally, this strategy is working. So this is very good thing. But what I want to say is that this year is going to be very interesting also because of this North European zone Porsche GT3 CUP series, where we are having 3 rounds together, by the way. And also in Botniaring we are having the Porsche series with us, and the cooperation will continue in Pärnu in August as well. So this is something that we are expecting will be very good cooperation. References about this DeWALT Grand Prix from the drivers and the promoters of Porsche were very good, actually, and we are looking forward to have the further cooperation also next year. And this looks promising. We want to put also some Latvian drivers in these cars, so and let's see what comes out of it.
Yeah, Latvians were missing today.
Yeah, Latvians were missing.
Lots
and,
of Finns, Estonians, Lithuanians, even one Frenchman.
Even one Frenchman.
Okay, he's domiciled in Estonia, but still.
Still, the French anthem was played today. But even though, I mean, of course, we are working very hard to promote this Porsche series also in Latvia, and we see some light in the end of the tunnel, and we will have. I think we will have also very soon the driver also from Latvia, so it will help us to put the Riga and the Baltic region in the calendars of Porsche as well.
Okay, but track-wise, I think Kaunas is one big problem.
Kaunas is of course problem, and Kaunas will not be the place where the Porsches will go. But I know that there are some already some works being done on the new track in Lithuania. So let's see when it will be finished. But maybe then it will be the time when the Porsches will go there as well. Okay,
what else? Which I don't know.
I think, Thomas, you are fully aware about what is happening in the racing. I'm pretty sure about that, especially in our series. I think these are the main news for this year, and I really looking forward that the spectators and the fans will come and follow us and will come to see the racing on site. Because in parallel of what is happening on the track, we are also having this Nations Cup, by the way. And this is, again, another kind of competition, but it is very interesting that what is the end of the season, which country is better, Latvia, Lithuania or Estonia. Sometimes it is a big question, but it's good competition as well.
Okay, I have one more question. It's maybe a controversial one. Did you see the crash of Puhaka during the second BMW race online?
Yes, I saw that.
What was your first thought?
I looked review a couple of times afterwards, and still I think the Finnish driver didn't saw the Latvian driver on the right side of his car. He just didn't saw it, and it was accident, racing accident.
Yeah, but the aftermath, he rolled, I don't know, 9 or 10 times. I tried to count.
9 times, which is, I can tell you, pretty good result. And I think it is a record in the Bikernieki racetrack. We don't, as far as I know, it was 8 previously. Now it's 9.
Okay, it's on the world scale. It makes headlines, I think, as well.
Yes.
But on the other side, okay, it's something very spectacular. But on the other side, I think it's. In some ways it's very good news, because it's showing how safe and well built those BMWs are and how good the regulations are.
Absolutely, absolutely, I can agree with that, because we see that the driver went out of the car safely, and but the car is actually wrecked. Yeah, wrecked.
Okay, thank you, Janis.
Thank you very much, Thomas. It was, again, nice meeting you, and I really hope that you will also enjoy this event the same as I do.
Yeah, thank you once more, and have a good luck for next events.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And back on the track almost exactly in the moment when only 15 minutes remain. Car number 10 comes out of the pits. It's already twilight in Riga, as you can see on the TV. Also, I can tell you that it is a little bit lighter here on site than it seems on TV. But number 92 Porsche in the hands of Jaroslagilis is moving closer and closer to the overall victory in BaTCC hour opening round. 14 minutes still to go. They have now completed 208 laps, and it also means that number 55 Audi, which has endured many problems, basically one big problem with all those hose work under the bonnet. Now they are at home and dry, having completed 116 laps. They will be classified anyway. How many laps number 92 does, it doesn't matter. Number 7 ES Motorsport Porsche, number 7 seems to be firmly settled into B2, and even more firmly number 115 Lacrose Racing Volkswagen is in B3 with 13 laps to go, unless something unexpected happens. Then looking further down in the table, P4 seems to go now to number 20 Peugeot, Orlen Lietuva Mažeikių ASK. Egidius Kelunas is currently driving that car. He's in 4th, but a little bit faster than number 4 Porsche behind him. And the gap has been hovering at 1 minute region.
currently Kelunas seems to be a little bit faster than number 4 Porsche with Andrius Bogdanovicius. And yes, the gap is now 1 minute and 15 seconds. It has grown steadily during last laps, and here comes number 20. Just Kelunas completes his car's 199th lap, so 1 lap more, and they have jumped over 200 lap mark. And those who have seen our race, I must say that Ernesto Globita, who drove penultimate stint with that number 20 car, did a huge job. She was really fast, really steady, and thanks to everybody, because it's a team sport, but Globita put a crucial stone in that wall, which probably gives number 20 Peugeot a 4th place. Number 4 Porsche GT3 Porsche Cayman seems to be 5th place car. Also 11 minutes are remaining still. Number 11 BMW of Antea team, the only diesel engine car in this race, is almost certainly, actually it is certainly 6th now. They can't catch 5th place car, and they can't fall behind 7th place car. Now P7 is guaranteed for Honda number 10, and P8 is guaranteed for number 55 Audi. And as we had mentioned in the interview with Yanis a few minutes ago, out of 9 cars at start, 8 cars are still moving. Okay, number 55 Audi is moving very slowly and currently is standing in the pits, but it will be classified. So 8 cars out of 9 will be classified in a 6-hour race. That's certainly a good result, no doubt. Maybe the race was not that spectacular as we expected. Of course, there are not actually only 2 really fast cars, those 2 Porsche 911s. And field was not that big, but still, from sport-wise, I think we had quite a good competition. Some duels for P4, P5 through the whole 6 hours between number 20 Peugeot and number 4 Porsche. That was a good one for sure. And pity that number 7 Porsche lost so much time with their tire troubles in the first half of the race. Otherwise, if we look that they are only 2 laps, less than 2 laps actually, 1.5 laps behind the leading car, they could have been there or thereabout at least without those tire troubles. But again, it's the essence of endurance racing. If you want to win, you must have less trouble than anyone else, even if speed is there. And this is exactly right about the only car which retired, number 32 Honda Civic ALM, which started from P3. And Antti Rammo, who was one of our interviewees here, told that their aim was certainly to go for P1 overall, and having quite steady drivers and without problems, if they could have race without problems, they could have in contention. But as it happened, they were out after lap 1 because of fire under the bonnet and things like that can happen. And number 55 is once again out on the track, and the car is moving despite moving slowly. BaTCC 6-hour regulations state that you will be classified only by the number of laps. It's not like in Le Mans 24 hours, where there is one thing that you must cover the certain percentage of the distance covered by overall winner, and there is another point that you must cross the finish line 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes, a maximum 5 minutes after the winner. So it means that your car must move here. There is no such article in regulations, but anyway, it's good to see that all remaining 8 cars are moving only 6 minutes before the checkered flag, and hopefully all of them will get the checkered flag as well. We're only 6 minutes away from that moment. And now everybody is thinking only about not making mistakes, bringing the car home. Pace-wise, I can tell you that number 7 Porsche is moving really fast. Last time around, their lap was 1:23.4. It's not close to the fastest lap, but still pace is very good. I can't tell you who is driving this car now, but probably it should be Ignacio Mantas. Maybe he's not pushing, but he's not keeping good pace anyway. Now 1:23.3, so yes, he's steady and he's fast. Other cars, I can't say they are cruising, but they are having, yes, they have steady speed, steady pace. And it is exactly what you must do only 5 minutes before the checkered flag will go out. There is no need to get mad during the final minutes of the race and try to race somebody anyway. Cars are so, they have so large gaps. It's important, it's impossible to race anybody during those final minutes. Your direct competitors are far from you, and this far from you is measured not in seconds or meters, but in laps, in full laps. In some cases there are 20 or more laps between 2 cars in succession. For example, 6th and 7th place cars are separated by 22 laps. 7th and 8th place car by, I can't count, 44 laps. Of course, they have had a fair share of problems, mainly technical, cars number 10 and 55, but still the spirit of endurance racing is what is pushing them towards the finish. Not only you want to be classified, but you want to cross the finish line when the checkered flag is out. Also, in our case, it gives you nothing. 3 minutes to go when car number 92 crosses the finish line for timing line for 216th time. Seems that they will be able to do 2 more laps. Stagilis, who is driving that Porsche, is not pushing now. 115 Volkswagen is in front of him, and yes, and Toni Virtanen shows with indicator that you can overtake me, and Dagelis is going to overtake the Golf. No problems, the speed difference is big enough. Penultimate lap. Of course, it's up to Dagelis. If he does the final lap slow one, then it will be the last one. Let's see. Now it's really up to Dagelis. His last lap time was 1:26.7. And at that moment we had 1 minute and 28 seconds to go. So I guess the team will tell him over the radio that drop the pace a little bit. There is no need to go for another lap. But this car, number 7 Porsche, is and final minute has just begun. Sun actually is still out in Riga. Sun is shining, also very low, and I can see from my commentator booth the big apartment buildings near Bikernieki. They are now in the orange sunshine, late evening. But this car, number 92 Porsche, is maybe on its final lap, maybe penultimate lap. And from this pace, I would say it's final lap. 21 seconds remaining. It's Jairus Dagelis at the wheel of this car, and he can decide what he will do. Let's see, 7, 6, 5, and he's going to another lap. So final lap has just begun for the leader, and they didn't give up. They didn't give up. So it will be 219 laps in the end protocol for them. Number 92, Porsche Baltic GT3 is the team official name. Car was driven by Andrius Limas, Paulius Šadeika and Jairus Dagelis. And they will win this race after completing 290 laps in 5 hours and 35 minutes. Actually, there will be a little bit more time, 36 minutes with some seconds. This is 4th place car, number 20 Peugeot, and this is winner. This is our winning car, number 92 Porsche Baltic GT3, and they cross the finish line now, having won the Baltic Endurance Championship opening round in 2022. Drivers Andrius Limas, who drove the car, actually put the car onto the pole position, Paulius Šadeika and Jairus Dagelis. Number 4 car, Porsche Baltic GT4, driven by Tautvydas Rudakas, Andrius Bagdonavičius and Tomas Vidinskas, will be 5th. Marshals are waving all colors of their flags. 2nd place goes to number 7 ES Motorsport, Ignacio Mantas, Audrius Stasiulevicius, Ramonas Čapkauskas. 3rd place overall to number 115. And the winner of TCR class, Black Rose Racing from Finland, Tuomas Halonen, Vesa Kinnunen, Toni Virtanen. That is top 3.
Fourth place, number 20, Orlen Lietuva, Mažeikiu ASK, Artur Šimins, Egidus Kelunas, Vitalius Plastininas and Ernesta Glovita. Fifth place, number 4, as I told, Porsche Baltic GT4, Tautvidas Udakas, Andrus Bogdanavicius, Tomas Vidinskas. Sixth, number 11, the sole diesel car, Anteia Racing Team, having with only 2 drivers, Rimas Cesiulis and Vidas Kiadutis. And here you can see the full results. We had only 8 cars at the finish, or how to tell you, 8 cars out of 9 at start is very good. And ALM Motorsport retired after 1 only lap. Actually, they have 2 laps officially signed because they crossed the finish line second time entering the pits. That was it. That was first day of the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 at Riga Bikernieki racetrack. We will be back in action tomorrow. The schedule will be totally different, and our live begins at 1 o'clock after in the afternoon, 13:00 the morning. We will have 3 practices and qualifications, and then we start at 13:00 with AB race 1, then 13:35 GT, DCR and BaTCC 4 first race 1. And now over to Oskars for an interview.
Uzvarētāju komanda Porsche Baltic GT3. Tātad komanda ir uzvarējusi. Ļausim novilkt ķīveri nost. Take off the helmet. We'll have a little chit chat. So this is the finish of the Baltic 6-hour endurance championship race here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener, and it has been fantastic to see all those fast cars and all the drivers out there this weekend. It's been a blast. So we'll have a talk with the team driver. Obviously, the team is here ready to support. I can't hear your applauses. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Good job. Labas vakaras.
Sveiki.
Sveiki. So how did it go?
It was a bit dark at the end. Last half an hour was a bit dark, but it was quite smooth.
It looked like you were totally controlling the race from lap 1 with some little issues, like one spin in the middle of the race, but overall, very good job by the team and you guys, drivers.
Yeah, it was my mistake. In my first stint, it was cold tires, so we spun out, but still, and we got a stop and go, quite a long one, but you know, afterwards it was smooth.
So overall, a good weekend, a good start of the season, obviously, as well.
Yeah, we hope to continue.
Yeah, we really wish you continue the same way, and the rest of the guys would push a little bit harder to do some competition to you.
Excellent, good.
All right, congratulations once again on the win.
Thank you again, thank you.
Thank you. No ko tātad dzirdējām, pavisam mierīga sacensība ar dažiem izņēmumiem. Konkrēti šajā gadījumā bija viena sagriešanās uzreiz pēc pitstopa zonas ar augstām riepām, nenovērtēja situāciju. Tas bija sacensību vidū, bet pavisam kopumā diezgan profesionāli kontrolēja šo sacīkstu un attiecīgi uzvara kavatā. Ļoti labs starts sezonai un komanda cer turpināt šādā pašā veidā. To mēs redzēsim pēc pavisam neliela brīža jau nākamajās sacensībās, bet tagad, draugi mīļie, gatavojamies apbalvošanas ceremonijai. Būs pamatīgi daudz kausi un šampanieši, tā kā nosanēsim to pirmo dienu kārtīgi, bet jau rīt liekam jaunu bildi iekšā un turpinam ar DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 otro dienu ar ļoti daudz interesantiem braucieniem un notikumiem trasē, tādēļ pieslēdzieties un brauciet uz Bikerniekiem, būs fantastisks sacensības. Tiekamies trasē!
And that was it for today. There is probably a little review, but we will be back tomorrow. The first race start will be given at 13:00, 1 p.m. And our live broadcast starts a little bit earlier. So join us tomorrow. Today's
events from Bikernieki, from sprints and from endurances was brought to you by Toomas Vabamäe. Good evening and see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Good evening.